Chapter 1. An Unusual Written Examination. This paper consists solely of short answer questions. Please provide only your answers and complete the test within 60 minutes. Q1. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Q2. What is the greatest distinction between humans and animals? Q3. What is the fundamental reason behind the differing developmental speeds of various peoples across continents? Q4. Why did Rome fall? Q100. Why is a paperclip able to bend? Upon receiving the exam paper, Liu skimmed through the bewildering questions and was left momentarily speechless. He then flipped the paper back to the front sheet, meticulously checking the header. Confirming that these were indeed the written examination questions from a company named Tertiary Consulting Limited, he furrowed his brow. In recent times, Liu had been preoccupied with job hunting, scouring for companies, submitting resumes, and enlisting friends for referrals. Over the past 2.5 months, he had participated in more than 20 interviews and tests combined. Typically, written examinations at most firms seek to assess personality, professional knowledge, and a touch of logical reasoning. The most absurd exam question he had encountered was one that asked how a hypothetical battle between Iron Man and Bruce Wayne would affect the shares market the following day. While outlandish, it ostensibly aimed to gauge candidates' logical reasoning and adaptability. Yet, the exam paper before him could only be described as ludicrous. Liu could not fathom why knowledge of Rome's downfall was pertinent to a management consulting role. Did the company anticipate clients resembling the long-gone last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI? Moreover, these 100 questions not only touched upon history, but also delved into philosophy, sociology, material science, and various other disciplines. He even spotted geography-related inquiries, such as given that both regions lie within subtropical high-pressure systems, why does East Asia experience much higher rainfall than North Africa and the Middle East? Such a lineup made him suspect that the company merely sought to entertain itself by calling candidates in, rather than sincerely evaluating potential hires. In fact, one recent graduate accompanying him had already tossed his paper aside in frustration after perusing the questions. With a sharp thud, he slammed his pen onto the table in dissatisfaction before shouldering his bag and departing without another word. Now, only 4 candidates remained in the makeshift examination room, including Liu. One short-haired female candidate, freshly emerged from academia, struck Liu as the quintessential obedient student. Based on his 3+ years of professional experience, he knew candidates like her often had a pleasant demeanor, readily complied with leadership, and executed tasks with meticulousness. However, their overly compliant nature often hindered their initiative and ability to advocate for themselves, making them vulnerable to manipulation by unscrupulous superiors. If she encountered a male manager with ill intent, obtaining crumbles from her would be a likely scenario, but that was of no consequence to Liu. One of the survival rules of the workplace is to avoid meddling in others' affairs. If academia is an ivory tower, society is a jungle. Each creature assumes its role in this ecosystem. Some are predators, while others are prey, creating a sharp and orderly food chain. While the short-haired female did not react with the same indignation as the previous male candidate, as she gazed at the increasingly bizarre questions on the exam paper, her eyes began to brim with tears, indicative of the malice she perceived from the questioner. She bit her lip, staving off tears, and a moment later, realizing that even if she tried hard, she could hardly produce answers, she ultimately chose to abandon the task. Collecting her belongings, she quietly exited the room. Now only 3 candidates remained. A sharp-eyed man with a small goatee, who looked to be in his 40s and appeared to be a seasoned veteran, a weary woman in her 30s with a slight paunch, indicating a lack of sleep, and Liu. The 2 remaining candidates mirrored Liu's surprise upon seeing the paper's contents. However, the goateed man quickly shifted into action, remarking, "This exam seems rather peculiar." Liu remained unresponsive, already sinking his focus into the task at hand. With 60 minutes to answer 100 questions, time was indeed tight. Although Liu recognized the absurdity of the exam, he had little choice. The compensation package offered was exceptionally enticing. With a base salary of $17,000 a month, plus performance bonuses allocated per project, though the likelihood of those bonuses materializing was uncertain, given many companies tend to play tricks with such offers, it was still adequate motivation. Not to mention, Tertiary assured full contributions to social insurance and housing funds for every employee, a benefit that could easily overshadow at least 80% of private enterprises. Before arriving, Liu had conducted ample research, scouring Tianyanka and My for information about this company. Aside from sparse mentions on My, all other aspects seemed unproblematic. If anything, the company appeared almost too pristine. Established in July 2019, nearly 3 years had passed without a single record of legal disputes, which seemed implausible for a business. Furthermore, as a consultancy firm, Tertiary was surprisingly low-key in advertisement. Nevertheless, Liu managed to unearth several past cases on their official website, tracing his way to various enterprises and institutions that had availed themselves of Tertiary services. Subsequent searches on those entities' websites revealed news releases announcing their collaboration with Tertiary. All in all, after his preliminary investigations, Liu deemed the company's salary offering credible. This was precisely why he had opted to attend the exam. Even if it was somewhat odd that they still insisted on conducting the written test in person despite the ongoing pandemic, Liu had encountered firms that would go so far as to withhold half a month's salary, saving it for year-end bonuses under the pretext of benefiting employees during the festive season. Thus, he found their current arrangements palatable. Regarding those eclectic and whimsical exam questions, Liu did not consider himself a multidisciplinary talent capable of answering them all. Realistically, the range of topics was too vast, and eclectic doubted anyone could fully respond. Thus, he began with the questions he could confidently answer, guessing where possible and leaving blanks for those he could not even speculate on. This method had been honed through countless examinations over the years and had become second nature. For the first question, Liu contemplated and selected egg. The rationale was straightforward. Chickens evolved from dinosaurs, and since all known dinosaurs reproduced by laying eggs, the egg must have predated the chicken. For the second question, he initially wrote tool, hesitated for 2 seconds, then crossed it out, rewriting language. For the third question, he wrote down environment. Regarding the fourth question, lacking a better answer, he resorted to the ubiquitous phrase internal and external troubles, hoping to float by under the radar. By the fifth question, Liu noticed the goatee man's continuing chatter, who, unperturbed by Li's silence, continued. Have you all noticed? The questions on this paper bear little relevance to the positions we are applying for, and the HR who let us here didn't instruct us to sit separately or even mention a ban on discussion during the test. Are you suggesting that the sleep-deprived woman, grappling with the bewildering questions, perked up, intrigued by the goatee man's observations? Indeed, this written examination, ostensibly assessing our grasp of astronomy and geography, as well as humanities and politics, is actually a test of our ability to collaborate. The goatee man's assertiveness signaled his confidence in his hypothesis. It's evident that this exam is not intended for one individual to complete, much like most jobs, which cannot typically be accomplished in isolation. Many companies prioritize candidates' teamwork attributes during recruitment. Thus, I propose that the three of us form an impromptu team. Each may tackle the questions they feel most competent in, and we can later compile our answers collaboratively to complete this assessment as a unified effort. The sleep-deprived woman appeared swayed by the goatee man's reasoning. Yet upon noticing Li's silence, she hesitated and finally ventured, "But if our answers align, wouldn't that be considered cheating?" "Not at all," the goatee man replied with a smile. "We can candidly explain to HR that this paper was tackled collaboratively as a group effort." Pausing, he then asked, "Where did you each come across this job listing?" "I received an invite through Boss Shipin." "Me too," the sleep-deprived woman echoed, feeling bolstered by her newfound camaraderie. "So proactive, with such attractive salary offerings initially, I suspected it might be a scam." Indeed, that job listing was likely disseminated widely. With our written test scheduled 10 days ahead, I suspect many candidates have already gone through the process. However, the recruitment is ongoing, which suggests they have yet to find a suitable candidate, likely because the prior applicants all attempted this in isolation. The sleep-deprived woman was thoroughly convinced, turning to Liu and saying, "He makes a good point, perhaps we should collaborate on this exam." Liu still did not lift his gaze from the paper, continuing to write. "Tertiary is only hiring one person this time." "True, but after we pass this written exam, we can compete fairly during the interview," the goatee man swiftly countered. "Yes, a fair competition," the sleep-deprived woman chimed in. Hearing that, Liu finally paused, glancing up at the goatee man and then at the sleep-deprived woman. He addressed her directly, "Abandoning your strengths to challenge someone using their strong points, how is that fair?" Noticing the sleep-deprived woman's lingering uncertainty, Liu sighed, How old is your child? Who takes care of them while you're here? With that, Liu was confident that anyone with at least a semblance of sense would grasp the implication. Subtle workplace discrimination lurks everywhere when it came to interview rounds. The absence of exceptional written test scores would leave her, a breastfeeding mother, as the first to be eliminated. Awakened by Li Yes' words, the sleep-deprived woman jolted into action, thereafter refraining from any further references to teamwork and began earnestly answering the questions. Chapter 2. The night bus through the forest of steel, Liu had taken a leave of absence to partake in the offline examination for the third quarter. After completing the test, he took the subway back to the office to continue drafting proposals that he toiled tirelessly until 8 in the evening, sending 3 finalized versions of the proposals to his direct superior via the corporate email. While also adhering to protocol by copying the department head. 5 minutes later, he received a response from his superior, inquiring if he could produce 2 additional versions by noon the following day, to provide the client with more options. Upon reviewing his schedule, Liu noted that a departmental meeting was scheduled for the morning, which would consume at least an hour and a half of his time. This meant he would have at most 2 hours to continue working on the proposals, compounded by the fact that he had yet to complete his work summary and plan for the next cycle. Consequently, he allocated 20 minutes to finalize those tasks before rising to stretch his weary body. That he made his way to the pantry, brewed a cup of coffee, and rubbed his aching wrists before returning to his desk to resume writing the new proposals. After completing another version, he glanced at the time displayed on the lower right corner of his computer screen, which read 10:59 p.m. About half an hour earlier, his direct superior had just left the office and taken the elevator to the underground parking lot to drive home. Thus, Liu shut down his computer, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to leave for the night. As he clocked out in front of the attendance machine, he noticed that half of his colleagues had yet to depart. The blue glow emanating from the IPS screen reflected on their faces, rendering their expressions somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, in another office building across the street, most floors remained illuminated. Liu's company occupied the 6th and 7th floors of Building A. He noticed that 3 of the 4 elevators had already stopped, with the remaining one currently on the 26th floor. Not wishing to wait any longer, he opted to take the adjacent fire escape down. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he heard a faint sound of sobbing. Although he could not see the source of the sound, he deduced it was emanating from the platform between the 1st and 2nd floors. Recognizing the voice as that of a girl, she was on the phone with her family, crying as she spoke, "That I can hardly hold on any longer. It's been 3 months since I graduated, and I've only had 7 days without overtime. I work at least 12 hours a day, and everything is thrown on my plate. That MY performance rating is the lowest in the group, and I'm scolded in front of everyone like a dog in training. Mom, I'm really exhausted." Wishing to spare her any further embarrassment, Liu quietly retreated from the corridor and took another fire escape. This time, he encountered no one else. That he descended smoothly, exited the building, and crossed the small square in front of the office complex. Turning right onto the pedestrian crossing, he soon caught a whiff of enticing aromas. The area was predominantly filled with office buildings, and the presence of night shift workers was abundant. Sensing a business opportunity, street vendors on tricycles, hauling gas canisters, flocked to the vicinity. After 9 o'clock, the roadside was alive with various food stalls offering rice noodles, rolled pancakes, fried chicken, and more. This hour, the city's enforcement officers were mostly off duty, allowing for a prime time to conduct business. Liu had consumed the remainder of his half bag of bread for dinner at 5 o'clock, and now felt a pang of hunger again. That he spent 8 yuan on a box of vegetable stir-fried noodles. After scanning the payment, he held the steaming noodles and continued on his way. Liu worked near the North 4th Ring Road, while his rented apartment lay beyond the East 5th Ring Road. There was a considerable distance between the two, with his daily subway commute taking around 1 hour and 20 minutes, necessitating an earlier departure during peak hours to avoid tardiness. The reason for living so far away was twofold. Firstly, the rent was cheaper in the eastern area. Secondly, to keep costs down. Liu had signed a 2-year lease in one go. Previously, he could reach his former workplace in a mere 30 minutes by bike, but after switching jobs a year ago to his current company, his travel time had significantly increased. Fortunately, it remained within the realm of acceptability. After working for an extended period post-graduation, Liu found that the number of things he could no longer tolerate had diminished considerably. Upon arriving at the bus stop, he found 6 or 7 figures already waiting, all of whom, like Liu, were employees from nearby office buildings. There were both men and women. To be fair, the white-collar workers in the CBD area generally possessed commendable appearances. The women, in particular, often maintained their fitness and showcased impeccable body shapes, with their makeup skills rivaling one another. Even in the crowded subway, they managed to apply their eyebrow pencil with precision, effortlessly donning styles ranging from forest to Japanese and Korean fashion, consistently attracting numerous glances while walking down the street. However, the four men at the bus stop were not observing their surroundings. Instead, they were preoccupied with their phones. Some were messaging their girlfriends. Others engrossed in novels or browsing forums, while one was watching a VTuber live stream. The rectangular light box behind them cycled through advertisements for real estate and cosmetic surgery clinics. 10 minutes later, the night bus 6 arrived at the station. LIU and several others scanned their cards to board, finding empty seats to settle into. Many might instinctively assume that a night bus traversing the city would be sparsely populated. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. The passengers on the night bus were a diverse mix, including late-night workers like Liu, drivers with small carts, scalpers carrying sleeping bags prepared for snatching shoes, bags or apartments, young people dressed lightly for clubbing, and weary individuals seeking medical assistance for their children in the big city. In winter, it was not uncommon for homeless scavengers to board the bus to warm themselves. They typically crowded into the last row, remaining silent, boarding from the initial stop and sitting until reaching the final destination, which took approximately 2 hours. This was the most affordable means of warmth in the city for them. Liu set his alarm, donned his headphones, and cradled his backpack in his arms, resting his head against the window as he succumbed to a light sleep amidst the bus's gentle jolting. The night bus 6 navigated leisurely through the steel forest constructed of reinforced concrete, retracing the same route day after day, much like Liu and the majority of individuals residing in this city. Liu was unsure when this feeling of entrapment began to envelop him. Initially, he attributed it to the monotony of his previous job. However, even after transitioning to his current company, that sensation of being trapped did not dissipate. In fact, it intensified. The most notable manifestations were the waning of his desire for communication and curiosity. Liu was not particularly loquacious, yet he had not always been this taciturn. In college, he had even joined the debate club and won several competitions. However, upon entering the workforce, his speech had diminished significantly with each passing day. He became acutely aware that any words uttered in WeChat groups or private conversations could be weaponized by malicious individuals, turning into arrows aimed at him. He questioned whether colleagues who outwardly proclaimed justice and joined in denouncing the company's unreasonable policies were secretly informants for some superior. The principle of speaking cautiously and observing more than speaking had become Liu's first rule of survival in the workplace. As for curiosity, it was only after attending the peculiar examination for the third quarter that he realized he had not genuinely read a book in quite some time. He had once been deeply interested in history, geography, philosophy, and natural sciences, eagerly seeking out books and documentaries, often engrossed until the early hours. However, post-employment, he discovered that the eclectic knowledge he had amassed offered little assistance in the professional realm in this city. The focus remained steadfastly on KPIs, the spreadsheets and figures on screens, on how to showcase one's work achievements to superiors, and how to secure promotions and raises. Fewer and fewer individuals cared for pursuits that yielded no tangible benefits. Nevertheless, one could hardly fault modern individuals for being ignorant and uninteresting, as merely existing demanded considerable effort. Scholars and experts often lamented online, decrying that short videos, fast food literature, and low-quality mobile games were destroying a generation. Yet they inadvertently overlooked the reasons behind these phenomena. After weeks of relentless overtime, utterly exhausted, one returns home with a brain overwhelmed and burdened. Would it truly desire the enlightenment of poetry and masterpieces of art? Or would it rather seek out some trivial entertainment to unwind? In fact, even single-player games had not graced Liu's fingertips in ages, although he would instinctively stockpile a few major titles during discount seasons. Yet those games, once downloaded and installed, would lie dormant on his hard drive, gathering dust. Even watching movies had devolved into fast-forwarding at double speed, but he longed to escape such a life, but remained uncertain as to where to flee. To settle in this city required purchasing a home, and acquiring a home necessitated hard work. Regardless of which company one joined, overtime was nearly unavoidable. One toils endlessly, developing occupational ailments, one ultimately realizes that the meager earnings pale in comparison to soaring housing prices. Merely a drop in the ocean, that Liu had contemplated returning to his hometown. However, in a third-tier city, finding a job aligned with his profession proved nearly impossible, with wages even lower and private sector employers often treating employees poorly. The only viable option was to take the civil service exam. Unfortunately, others shared the same aspirations, making the exam increasingly competitive year after year. In some cities, even neighborhood committees and auxiliary police positions required candidates to possess graduate degrees. Moreover, even disregarding the difficulty, smaller locales prioritized personal connections over regulations, meaning that once entering the civil service system, one would be inundated with bureaucratic paperwork and endless ideological indoctrination. Nevertheless, for the vast majority of young people, including Liu, adrift in first-tier cities, pursuing a government job remained a commendable path. Liu found himself confronted with yet another dilemma. What if that suffocating feeling lingered upon his return to his hometown? Where would he retreat then? The longer he toiled, the more acutely he perceived that society resembled a vast, intricate machine, with individuals merely serving as screws and components within it, and no one cared about the aspirations of a single screw. The majority were roughly thrust into ill-fitting sockets, accompanied by the thunderous clamor of production and reproduction's unending cycle. Eventually, they would be ground down, their flesh and blood rendered indistinct, irrevocably lodged in that gap, unable to move. Chapter 3. Farewell dinner. The sound of his phone ringing jolted Liu from his half-dreaming state. Reminding him that his stop was approaching, that he removed his headphones, rose early, and positioned himself by the middle door. Due to the lengthy intervals between night buses, missing one would entail a prolonged wait. Consequently, the drivers had honed their timing skills to perfection, ensuring that the discrepancies between stops rarely exceeded a minute and a half. As the female announcer's voice echoed, "The vehicle is arriving. Please sit tight and hold on. Be cautious when the doors open, and remember to take your belongings." The night Route 6 halted at the desolate bus stop. Liu disembarked and walked straight ahead, crossing two intersections, then traversed a footbridge alongside a low fence adorned with slogans like "Salute to the most beautiful strivers," before returning to his rented community. This neighborhood, named Gina Garden, comprised newly built relocation housing, complete with elevators and gardens, and was conveniently located near the subway station, thus attracting numerous tenants. Liu shared a two-bedroom apartment with another individual, occupying approximately 70 square meters. He resided in the master bedroom, while the second bedroom was occupied by a programmer named Wang Guowei. Liu arrived home at 12:39 a.m., greeted by utter darkness. This was not because Wang Guowei had gone to bed. In fact, he too was a quintessential night owl, often working until 11 or 12, indulging in video games until the early hours, only to rise the next day with dark circles under his eyes. However, tonight his door was closed, and the silence within suggested he was not home. A glance at the shoe rack confirmed that Liu was once again the first to return. He turned on the living room chandelier, changed into his slippers, and casually tossed his backpack onto the second-hand IKEA sofa he had acquired from a resale site. Sitting at the dining table, he picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and began to eat the now-cold fried noodles alone. Just as he took his second bite, his phone vibrated again. A quick glance at the screen revealed a message from a senior leader in his department, tagging him in the work group chat with suggestions for revisions to the 3 proposals he had submitted earlier. Liu acknowledged with a brief "received." After finishing his meal, he powered on his computer, downloaded the previously prepared PowerPoint from the cloud, spent 20 minutes making the necessary adjustments, and subsequently sent the revised work email. This time, there was no response from the senior leader, likely because they had already succumbed to sleep. Liu shut down his computer, performed a quick wash-up, and lay down in bed. Despite his body and mind being thoroughly exhausted, he found himself inexplicably restless, unable to drift off. After a brief period of tossing and turning, he opened his phone and selected a podcast discussing European history as a means to lull himself to sleep. After listening for over half an hour, he finally succumbed to slumber. Receiving the interview call from the Third Era Company occurred 2 weeks later, a fact Liu had almost forgotten. Despite the challenging economic climate, his professional background was impressive. Although his alma mater was neither a 985 nor a 211 university, merely a standard first-tier institution, He had received several offers from various companies that he had already initiated his resignation from his current company, which was now in the handover phase. This marked the most relaxed period since he began his employment. No longer did he need to work unpaid overtime until the early hours, nor did he have to navigate the complexities of workplace relationships or bear the burden of clients' sudden whims. Liu now simply clocked in and out on time, neither arriving late nor leaving early, and refrained from lingering in the office, complying with all reasonable requests from HR as he transferred his responsibilities to his successor. Although his department was notorious for its heavy overtime, Liu had heard that the company planned to avoid hiring new employees after his departure to cut costs, redistributing his workload among his colleagues instead. The news spread like wildfire, eliciting lamentations, yet it no longer concerned Liu. His efficiency at work had been commendable, and he rarely complained about the extended hours. Consequently, several department leaders were generally satisfied with him. Upon learning of his resignation, they had expressed a desire to retain him, engaging in multiple discussions with him, even offering promotions and salary increases, accompanied by half-truths about the company's intention to cultivate and utilize his talents in the future. Nonetheless, the disparity between the offers he held and their proposals was evident. Ultimately, Liu's decision was resolute. Recognizing this, the company ceased their attempts to convince him, and the senior leader hosted a farewell dinner for the entire department at a nearby restaurant. The atmosphere at the dinner was jovial, with the senior leader shedding his usual authoritative demeanor, becoming amiable and warm, raising a cup of tea in place of wine to toast Liu for his diligent contributions. He even referenced the late-night request for revisions. Hoping Liu would not take it to heart, Liu expressed understanding, noting that from ordinary employees to high-ranking executives, everyone bore the pressure of KPIs. Setting aside those with genuine character flaws, most individuals could navigate workplace dynamics with professionalism, treating issues as separate from personal conflicts. Even if their paths diverged, they could part with a smile, as having more friends than enemies was undoubtedly preferable. The journey ahead was long, and the future might hold opportunities for reunions. However, understanding did not equate to endorsing such a corporate culture. After the meal, Liu returned his employee badge and other company items to the administration, deactivated his OA and company email accounts, exited the work group, and received a stamped resignation letter. This marked the completion of his resignation process. That Liu bid farewell to several familiar colleagues, took one last look at his vacant workspace, shouldered his bag, and exited the company without a backward glance. The sunlight outside the building was somewhat blinding. Liu stood still for about half a minute, adjusting to the absence of deadlines. It felt as though someone had removed the hourglass that had been counting down above him. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was only 2:30 p.m. He had originally planned to find a place to unwind post-resignation. During the relentless hours of overtime, he had yearned for a break, but now that the moment had arrived, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to spend his time. Should he find a spot for a drink, binge-watch an entire series at home, play the games he had stored on his hard drive for ages, or perhaps climb a small hill? Yet, regardless of the relaxation method, it was fundamentally a means of constructing a sanctuary, an escape from the burdens of reality through alcohol, artistic expression, or beautiful scenery. However, Liu realized that this approach was losing its efficacy, for deep down, he understood that any joy would be fleeting. Unless he were to find a metaphorical red pill akin to that in the Matrix, once the holiday concluded, he would inevitably return to the harshness of reality. Contemplating this made it increasingly difficult for him to immerse himself in the moment as he once had. Just then, he received a text from the Third Era Company, reminding him not to forget his scheduled interview the following morning. Unable to find a method of relaxation, Liu decided to dedicate the remaining time to preparing for the upcoming interview. Chapter 4. The interview took place in the same conference room where he had answered questions previously. However, this time, only Liu was present. The man with the small mustache and the sleep-deprived woman were nowhere to be found. Taking advantage of the interviewer's absence, Liu straightened his suit. Although judging by appearance is ill-advised, first impressions remain crucial in the workplace. The first round of interviews is typically conducted by HR, but the second round often features one's prospective direct supervisor. Should the interviewer form a negative impression, the likelihood of elimination is high, even if the company is in dire need of personnel. Hiring someone who has made a poor impression could adversely affect future promotions and evaluations. Of course, Impressions can be altered, but the simplest course of action is to establish a positive image from the very beginning. After ensuring his tie was straight, his shirt tucked neatly into his trousers, and his zipper secured, he took a small sip from a nearby bottle of water, just to moisten his throat and prevent any restroom urges during the interview. He refrained from drinking excessively. Upon returning home yesterday, Liu had gathered more information about the Third Era Company, and the more he read, the deeper his confusion grew. Established nearly 3 years ago, the company had seen little change in size. Although they had conducted several rounds of recruitment, the numbers were minimal, often just 1 or 2 candidates. During times of economic prosperity, they had not expanded. And during downturns when everyone sought to cut costs, the Third Era remained eerily silent. In fact, after scouring through various platforms, Liu discovered no news about layoffs associated with the Third Era. The prevailing feedback indicated that the company offered excellent benefits, no overtime, and engaging, non-monotonous daily tasks. Whether this was due to outstanding public relations or some other factor remained unclear. Additionally, during his previous interview, Liu had taken note of an electronic clock mounted on the wall behind the reception desk. Unlike typical clocks used to tell time, this one displayed a countdown. Liu decided not to dwell further on this. As the conference room door swung open, a woman, attired in a khaki linen shirt, cropped wide-leg trousers, and vintage loafers, briskly entered the room, appearing to be of a similar age to Liu. She casually placed a folder and a mini can of zero-calorie cola on the long table in the conference room, then extended her right hand, saying, "Thank you for your patience. I am Su Mengyuan from the Human Resources Department." Liu stood to greet her with a polite handshake, after which Su Mengyuan pulled out a chair from the square table, and they both took their seats. "First and foremost, congratulations on passing our company's written examination." "Thank you." You answered 75 out of 100 questions, with 32 correct answers. Don't misunderstand. I am commending you. This is quite an impressive score, considering that approximately 40 of those questions do not have a definitive standard answer. Some say the greatest distinction between science and theology is the willingness to acknowledge one's ignorance. Liu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That a brief silence enveloped the room, until after about a minute, he took the initiative to speak. "Shall I begin with a self-introduction?" "No need," Su Mengyuan replied with a smile. "Do not underestimate the work of our Human Resources Department. We have already gathered most of the necessary information regarding you." "Background check. Shouldn't that commence only after the candidate is selected?" Liu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Well, our company does indeed have a somewhat different approach to the process." Su Mengyuan smiled as she opened the folder in front of her, tapping her neutral pen against the table to retract the tip. Leaning slightly forward, her expression grew serious. "Mr. Liu, the company is quite satisfied with your examination results and basic information, but I have a few additional questions I would like to confirm, and I hope you can respond truthfully." Liu Uzlabianudda. "May I ask if you hold any religious beliefs?" "What? Are you a Christian, a Jew, a Buddhist, a Taoist, or do you practice any form of ancestor worship?" "No, I am a materialist." "Very well." Su Mengyuan jotted something down on her paper. "Do not get me wrong. Our company respects every employee's freedom of belief. However, if you do hold any beliefs, they could indeed impact your forthcoming work. The company must conduct a comprehensive evaluation on this front. Fortunately, since you do not have any beliefs, we can skip this part, which saves me quite a bit of trouble." Before Liu could interject, Su Mengyuan continued. "The second question is, how much do you know about deities?" "Excuse me. How is this relevant to the position I am applying for?" Liu furrowed his brow. The job listing states that the position is for a junior analyst, primarily responsible for information collection and analysis, providing strategic planning and organizational restructuring solutions. Indeed, those are your responsibilities, without a doubt. However, your understanding and perception of deities will significantly influence your work progress. Su Mengyuan smiled at Liu. "I still don't quite understand. Are we serving the Pope from the Vatican?" "Certainly not. Yet the experiences of those who came before you can provide invaluable insights when you encounter difficulties. You mentioned in your resume that you possess strong learning abilities, which is excellent, as it is one of the traits most valued by our company." Noticing Liu's silence, Su Mengyuan sought to lighten the mood. "How about this? We can postpone the questions for a while. Let me first inform you about the basic salary and benefits you will receive upon joining." That would be great, Li Yu replied. The company classifies your position as P1. Every newcomer, regardless of their impressive past experience, must start at the foundational level. Of course, this is only temporary and will be adjusted based on your performance. She continued, our promotion system is entirely transparent, akin to a game where you have an experience bar that fills up. And once it's full, you can ascend to the next level with no human intervention whatsoever. You need not ingratiate yourself with anyone. Understood. Though Li Yu was somewhat taken aback, he nodded in agreement. What surprised him even more was yet to come. Your current fixed salary before tax is 17,000, with a 13th-month salary, full benefits, and the highest tier for social insurance and housing fund.as for bonuses. They depend on the project's profitability. Do not worry. As long as you are not slacking off, this portion of your income will be above your base salary. Furthermore, the company strictly adheres to labor laws, providing annual health checkups and vacation days along with holiday gifts. Annual leave starts at 10 days, increasing by 2 days for each year of service. And I almost forgot to mention, there is absolutely no overtime across the entire company. Not a single minute. Therefore, if you have urgent work, it is best to complete it during working hours. Is it not allowed to take work home? Unfortunately, that is not feasible. Su Mingyuan maintained her smile. Additionally, the company grants each employee maximum autonomy. You need not submit regular work plans or summaries, nor report your progress to anyone. In fact, as long as you do not violate the company's fundamental regulations, you may do whatever you wish, and the company encourages employees to tackle work-related challenges in the manner they find most effective. Li Yu found himself at a loss for words. While each of these benefits offered by the company was merely a standard entitlement for workers, when presented collectively, they sounded almost surreal. Had Su Mingyuan's demeanor not been consistently serious and her tone sincere, devoid of any jest, he would have certainly suspected this to be a grand social experiment or a prank reality show, with cameras perhaps hidden in places unseen by him, and celebrity guests in the studio eagerly discussing his reactions. Su Mingyuan was not surprised by Li Yu's response and allowed him some time to digest the information before continuing. If you have any reservations, I can include all those conditions in the contract. Why? Li Yu countered. Do the shareholders of your company not have expectations regarding profit margins? Of course they do. We are a company, not a charitable organization, inherently existing to pursue profit. However, our business model is rather unique. The board believes that an excellent work environment and fair income distribution will enhance employee motivation, thereby generating higher returns for the company, Su Mingyuan patiently explained. That may be so, but given the current oversupply of labor and the poor economic climate, it is evident that you could hire personnel at a lower cost. Why incur such unnecessary expenses? Li Yu remained skeptical about the existence of a company willing to extend such generosity. Because the talents we seek are exceptional, and we always afford the utmost respect to exceptional individuals, Su Mingyuan stated. R.Liu, the Human Resources Department, has had you on our radar for quite some time. I am aware. You conducted a background check on me. No. Our observation of you began long before that. Whether you believe it or not, the recruitment information you received over a month ago was not sent out randomly, Su Mingyuan said meaningfully. What do you mean by that? Li Yu frowned. Chapter 5, Deities and String Theory. Su Mingyuan's hand, which had been doodling, came to a halt. I would be delighted to explain this to you now, but if I merely speak of it, you might find it hard to believe. Therefore, my suggestion is to wait until you join the company, complete your first day of work, and if you still have any questions, feel free to come to the Human Resources Department to find me. What work will I be doing? As stated in the recruitment information, it primarily involves information collection and analysis, providing strategic planning and organizational restructuring proposals, and so forth. Is that legal? Certainly. Our company operates fully within the law as a joint stock entity. We never engage in illegal activities. And we strongly advise our employees to adhere to relevant laws and regulations and maintain public decency in their daily lives. Su Mingyuan concluded, looking at Li Yu, her voice gentle. If you have no further questions, we may continue with the interview. After a moment of silence, Li Yu nodded. Excellent. Returning to the previous question, how much do you know about deities? I have read Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology, Van Loon's The Story of the Bible, Yuan Ku's Chinese supernatural stories, Lovecraft mythos, and, if that counts, parts of the classic of Mountains and Seas. I have also watched various lectures on Taoism and Buddhism on Bilibili. Besides that, I have encountered some popular films and literary works, such as Thor series from Marvel. Liu recounted as he recalled relevant knowledge. Oh, you mentioned Marvel. What is your perspective on the multiverse hypothesis popularized by Marvel or similar concepts? Su Mingyuan's questions began to drift further afield. I am not well-versed in string theory, but a theory that lacks falsifiability seems somewhat distant from science. Liu paused, adding, however, the concept of the multiverse has indeed influenced artistic creation significantly that, if I recall correctly, the term planes is derived from the multiverse theory, originating from a Dungeons & Dragons setting book called Exotic Landscapes. This book categorizes planes into the prime plane, outer planes, inner planes, transitional planes, and demi-planes, which have been widely referenced in later web novels. Su Mingyuan remained non-committal, yet she appeared quite pleased with Liu's response, smiling as she said, "Splendid. You truly are the person we have been searching for. That I have just one final question," as she twirled the neutral pen in her hand. Liu braced himself for yet another whimsical inquiry. To his surprise, Su Mingyuan instead asked, "Are you able to adapt to high-intensity travel? The position you are applying for requires frequent business trips." Encountering a rare, straightforward question, Liu felt a slight sense of relief, especially since he had prepared for this very inquiry, responding with ease. "I have heard that the management consulting industry involves a great deal of travel. Almost daily, I am mentally prepared for this. I'm only 25 and currently have no plans to settle down, so travel won't significantly impact me." "What a pity," Su Mingyuan remarked, though it was unclear what she referred to. After uttering those words, she set down her folder and pen, extending her hand to Liu once more. "Congratulations, you are hired. Pardon? Welcome to the family of the Third Era, Mr. Liu. When can you start? We have a new project on hand and are in dire need of manpower." "Wait, you've only asked me a few questions, and aside from the last one, most were unrelated to the job. Moreover, you mentioned you are from the HR department. Shouldn't you require the approval of the department head and senior management before making a final decision?" Liu's confusion deepened. "I previously mentioned that our process differs from that of other companies. We only conduct one written exam and one interview. However, I believe we have gathered all the necessary information to make a decision to AS for the department head. Every employee in your department reports directly to the board, with no direct supervisor, and those board members are typically quite busy, often absent from the office." Su Mingyuan patiently addressed all of Liu's questions. Nevertheless, his doubts only intensified. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the folder that the HR lady had just set down. Discovering that it contained merely a blank sheet of paper, that might not be entirely accurate, as thanks to Su Mingyuan's earlier efforts, that blank page now bore an illustration of a little pig. Peppa Pig, holding a hairdryer, Liu maintained his composure, shaking Su Mingyuan's hand once more before saying, "I need some time to consider this. May I provide your company with my response tomorrow?" "Consider what?" "Other opportunities, Starfire Media, Lingyue, and Wanwei Technology, perhaps adding a few more like Shindong Jiyuan. These are the best four offers you have, right? The compensation they can provide pales in comparison to ours. At least they won't invade my privacy during the background check." Since Su Mingyuan had broached the subject, Liu decided to be forthright, speaking in a low tone. Although he had not found any negative information about this company online, the chaotic written exam, and now this increasingly nonsensical interview, combined with the astonishingly generous salary offered by the Third Era, heightened his sense of vigilance. The notion of needing time to consider was merely a pretext. Liu had no intention of maintaining any connection with this peculiar company, especially since Su Mingyuan had already ascertained how many offers he had, clearly exceeding the bounds of a standard background check. That Su Mingyuan remained unperturbed, watching as Liu gathered his belongings. It was only when one of his feet had already crossed the threshold of the conference room that she spoke again. "Do you truly wish to return to that previous existence?" Liu paused momentarily. It has been a long time. That feeling of being trapped where the body continues to function, eating, living normally, maintaining the fade of normalcy among others. Yet deep within, one gradually withers away, becoming numb and hollow, like a mere shell of a person. Do you not intend to struggle against it? What exactly do you do? A new type of pyramid scheme? scouring for individuals in distress, then exploiting their desperate desire for change to drain the last penny from their wallets. Is this your usual tactic? Liu replied, but that strategy holds no sway over me. Let's take a gamble. Su Mingyuan responded, refraining from directly answering Liu's question, instead speaking earnestly. Not only do we need you, but you also need us. While walking away may minimize your risks, no matter which company you choose to work for afterward, it will merely be a repetition of your previous life. That is the nature of employment. We are all the same. What, selling my labor to you will somehow grant me the meaning of life? The meaning of life is not something bestowed by others. It is something one must seek for oneself. Fortunately for you, there is an opportunity available right now. Su Mingyuan whispered, if you swallow the red pill, you will remain in Wonderland, and I will show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. The Matrix. Morpheus. Liu raised an eyebrow. I absolutely adore that film. So, Mr. Liu, are you prepared to delve into the rabbit hole? Su Mingyuan said with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 6. A can of zero-sugar cola. On your first day. You're already traveling for business? Liu Uzlavia Fronat. Indeed, but it is merely an initial meeting with a client to assess the situation. Do not worry. You will still be able to leave by 5 o'clock. So soon. Is the travel destination in a neighboring city? Su Mingyuan chuckled and offered no response. I just left a message for a friend, establishing a code that if I do not contact him for more than 2 days, or if I say the wrong code when I do, he will report me. Liu reminded her. Quite reasonable, Su Mingyuan nodded, retrieving a paper cup from the water dispenser beside her. She then opened a mini can of cola, pouring about a third into the cup, tilting her head back to drink it all in one go, displaying the empty bottom of the cup to Liu, before sliding the remaining half can towards him. Liu caught the can, but did not drink. I'm not thirsty yet. Thank you. This is not meant to quench your thirst. Rather, it is to help alleviate the stress of travel. Though lacking rigorous scientific validation, feedback from pioneers suggests that cola can indeed assist in alleviating the disorientation of the vestibular and visual systems during descent. Su Mingyuan continued to speak in terms that Liu found difficult to grasp. However, seeing that Liu showed no reaction, she did not press further and stood up from her seat. Come, let me show you to your workstation. Liu followed Su Mingyuan through the lengthy corridor. He had to admit that the interior design style of the Third Era was quite distinctive, dominated by white tones, adorned with marble floors and streamlined ceilings. Both the walls and floors gleamed like mirrors, with light strips embedded in the walls extending forward, radiating a pure light that created a unique atmosphere blending technological sophistication with a sense of sanctity. However, Liu noted that the doors on either side of the corridor were all closed, with nothing but numbers on them, making it difficult for outsiders to discern which departments lay within, and each door was equipped with an individual password lock. Counting the written exam, this was already Liu's second visit to the Third Era. Yet aside from the receptionist who had led him to the conference room and Su Mingyuan, he had not encountered any other employees. The desolate corridor echoed only with the sound of their footsteps. Eventually, Su Mingyuan halted before a room numbered 8. She seemed to recall something and did not rush to open the door, turning to Liu and asking, Do you have a watch? No, I usually check the time on my phone. The standby time on your phone may be insufficient. You will need a watch. Use mine for now, and when you return from your business trip, I will have the equipment department send you a new one free of charge as part of your onboarding benefits. Without waiting for Liu's response, Su Mingyuan removed the Tizot mechanical watch from her left wrist and fastened it onto Liu's wrist, the pin just fitting through the last hole of the strap. She then unlocked the door to room 8 with her fingerprint and opened it, gesturing for Liu to enter. Upon stepping inside, Liu looked around and found the room to be approximately 30 square meters, decorated in the same pure white style as the exterior, with nothing but a solitary chair in the center. Just as Liu was about to inquire about this peculiar arrangement, he heard a soft click behind him, the sound of the door closing. Alice has entered the rabbit hole. After closing the door, Su Mingyuan sent this message to the work group. Soon, a reply from an ID named, Tonight we eat chicken came through. Received, interference detected, bubbles beginning to converge. Liu's first instinct, upon being inexplicably locked in room 8, was to pull out his phone to call for help. However, the next moment, his attention was captivated by the changes occurring around him. causing his movements to pause. He observed as green vines and leaves began to sprout from the once pristine walls. Before long, those vines and leaves grew increasingly dense. Initially, Liu thought this might be some sort of 3D imaging technology, akin to what he had seen in various science museums. But as grass began to sprout from the floor and the sensation underfoot confirmed that this was no mere visual trick, he realized the reality of the situation. Then, the lower half of the chair in the center of the room vanished into thin air, leaving only the backrest, inexplicably floating in midair. Liu's palm effortlessly slipped through the vanished segment. What on earth? This bizarre scene sent a jolt of shock through Liu's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly typed 110 into his phone, but just as he pressed the call button, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged into his brain. The LED light overhead flickered wildly, and Liu felt as though he had been thrust into a washing machine spinning at full throttle. The world around him spun chaotically. Yet, even in this disarray, he summoned the strength to complete the call. The phone screen froze for what felt like half a second, an eternity for Liu, before a white pop-up appeared. Unable to access mobile network acknowledged. Furthermore, he noticed the once full 5G signal in the upper left corner of his phone had vanished, replaced by no service. A jammer? No, that couldn't be right. Liu's gaze shifted from the phone screen, only to discover he had somehow left room 8 and was now standing in a small courtyard. The vines and shadows of trees he had previously observed were now vividly clear before him, seamlessly merging into the courtyard's scenery. Perched on a stone bench directly in front of him was a girl with a vacant expression. She appeared to be only 16 or 17, her youthful features still evident. She wore an oversized shirt that draped down to her ankles, accompanied by a red cloak adorned with an embroidered gray rabbit on her right shoulder, reminiscent of medieval attire. However, what caught his eye the most were the fluffy long ears atop her head, commonly referred to as rabbit ears, cosplay. Liu's gaze continued downward, traversing her hair, the tip of her nose, and her slender neck until it landed upon her chest, causing him to pause momentarily. The girl looked slightly annoyed, about to say something, but before she could, Liu blurted out. Su Mingyuan had previously mentioned that the descent would disrupt the vestibular and visual systems, and it was no idle chatter. Although Liu's dizziness had lessened considerably, his stomach was still churning violently. Unable to contain himself, he ended up vomiting into the grass at his feet, and he retched for a good half-minute before feeling somewhat better. Reaching into his pocket, he sought something to wipe his mouth that Liu distinctly remembered placing a small pack of tissues in his right trouser pocket that morning. Yet now there was nothing there. He then checked his left side, only to find his wallet missing as well. Just as he was about to take matters into his own hands, a handkerchief was presented before him. Chapter 7. The Outsider, Thank You. Liu accepted the handkerchief, nodding his gratitude to the rabbit-eared girl. Despite her gesture, the wariness in her expression remained unchanged. Who are you, and why are you here, dressed in such peculiar attire and speaking in an odd foreign tongue? What is even stranger is that I can understand you. How is that possible? Liu did not immediately respond to her inquiries. After wiping his mouth, he first glanced at the crescent moon overhead, then at the mechanical watch and smartphone in his hand. Without exception, they all displayed the time as 10:05 a.m. A mere 5 minutes since he had finished his interview, that Liu countered. Who are you? Where is this place? And what about that little trinket on your chest? Who gave it to you? The girl hesitated, perhaps deeming the information not particularly secretive, and replied, I am Irea from the Green Wilderness, the second daughter of Blood-Eyed Russ. This is Rock Snow City, the residence of Marquis Coulon. After a brief pause, seeing Liu's lack of reaction, she incredulously asked, My heavens, have you not heard of my name, or the Marquis of Coulon? As you said, I am an outsider, Liu replied, though he too was engulfed in astonishment over the events transpiring around him. It was evident that this was no mere prank, nor could it be explained by existing scientific theories. He had seemingly teleported from room 8, which contained only a single chair, to this courtyard. Reflecting on Su Mingyuan's discussions regarding the multiverse and string theory, he found himself grappling with the implausibility of it all. Still, he had to begin accepting the possibility that he had arrived in another dimension. The questions swirling in his mind were no fewer than those of the rabbit-eared maiden before him. However, Having lived in an era of information overload for over 20 years, bombarded by movies, novels, and games, along with 3 years of professional training, Liu's ability to adapt was evidently something Irea could not match. Thus, after regurgitating, his demeanor had largely returned to normal. Panic is the greatest enemy. Realizing his current predicament, Liu's first instinct was to gather as much information as possible, regardless of his next course of action. Information was indispensable. In Rock Snow City, the last thing you should do is sneak into the residence of Marquis Coulon, outsider, Irea warned. Moreover, you are a human. What of it? Are you currently at war with humans? Where exactly do you hail from? Even those from across the strait would have some knowledge of the Empire's basic circumstances. Irea's gaze towards Liu grew increasingly skeptical. The latter merely returned her gaze calmly. I've been the one answering your questions. At least have the courtesy to respond to mine. The rabbit-eared girl muttered in dissatisfaction. Liu maintained his silence, not from a lack of willingness, but rather due to his utter ignorance of this world. The level of civilization here was evidently lower than that of his own dimension, and he feared that any misstep in his words could lead to dire consequences. After a prolonged silence, Irea relented. Fine, these matters are common knowledge. Anyone you pull off the street could tell you that the Red Lion Empire was founded by beastmen, humans and gnomes, and is the strongest empire on the continent of Bratis. When the founding emperor, the angry Lion Alexander, raised his banner, he swore by his ancestors and the gods at the lakeside of Bellflower Lake, which was strewn with red leaves, that upon success, he would grant equal treatment to all followers, regardless of whether they were beastmen, humans, or gnomes. This pact became known as the Alliance of the Three Races. However, the angry lion later betrayed his oath. Liu raised an eyebrow. Irea sighed. Not exactly. Emperor Alexander upheld his sacred oath to the other two races throughout his reign. Yet, after his death, circumstances began to change. Compared to humans and gnomes, beastmen possess notable advantages in strength, endurance, and agility. Generally speaking, a beastman warrior trained equally can overpower 4 human soldiers or at least 7 gnomes. During the Unification Wars, the heroes of the beastmen shone brilliantly, leading to many of them being granted lands and titles by the emperor. While there were indeed some exceptional ancestors among humans and gnomes, their numbers paled in comparison to that of the beastmen. Of course, the most critical factor is that humans have a significantly shorter lifespan, living merely a few decades, with the longest-lived individuals barely reaching a century, while beastmen typically live over 200 years, with some families even reaching 400. This meant they had more time to wage wars, expand their territories, and accumulate honors. Over time, the representation of human and gnome nobility in the upper echelons of the empire dwindled. Until 600 years later, Lionheart Fortress was firmly under the control of 12 beastman families. Humans and gnomes largely became commoners, and some minor nobles chose to affiliate themselves with the great beastman nobility, becoming their vassals. After the demise of Emperor Alexander's restraint, discrimination against humans and gnomes became increasingly prevalent among the empire's aristocracy that a human of unknown origins, such as yourself, recklessly entering a marquis's residence could lead to immediate execution without the need for detention or interrogation. Should you be discovered by the guards? Liu was somewhat taken aback, perplexed as to why Irea, being a beastman herself, seemed to harbor a subtle bias towards humans, appearing rather discontent with the current state of affairs. Outsider. If you wish to travel within the Red Lion Empire, you would do well to familiarize yourself with local customs. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could cost you your life, the rabbit-eared girl cautioned. Now that there are no others here aside from me, you should leave at once. Where should I exit? Liu inquired. Leave through the same way you entered. Irea responded with an expression that implied it was his problem, not hers. I wish to return the way I came, but the route I took was rather unusual. You must have seen it, as if a wizard had opened a portal. Liu struggled to explain the concepts of the multiverse and string theory to the rabbit-eared girl, resorting to metaphors she might comprehend. Yet, she looked even more bewildered. A wizard? What is a wizard? And what is a portal? Oh, so, in this dimension, there are beastmen and gnomes, yet no magic or wizards. What about elves? Goblins? Just as the rabbit-eared girl was about to respond, her long ears suddenly twitched, and her expression shifted. "Oh no, someone is coming. You must hide. It will be disastrous if you are discovered." Liu scanned the surroundings. Realizing the trees in the courtyard were sparse and predominantly of shorter varieties, the tallest being a osmanthus tree, clearly incapable of concealing an adult. The only potential hiding spot appeared to be the flower bed beside him. But as he extended a leg towards it, he hesitated and withdrew. Iria appeared even more anxious than he, urging, "Why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry and get inside." "Those are roses, and they have thorns," Liu replied. That moment, the sound of footsteps was drawing near, and even he could hear it. Evidently, the other party had also noticed the conversation between Liu and Iria, quickening their pace. There was no time left to hide. Thus, when Captain Levin of the guard entered the courtyard, he saw Iria standing alongside a strange human male. Chapter 8. What is your occupation? The moment Levin's gaze fell upon Liu, it sharpened. One hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, he spoke in a low voice. "Who are you, sir? Why do you trespass upon the Marquis's residence at this hour?" Liu remained silent. The captain's expression darkened further, his grip on the sword tightening, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Were it not for the safety of Iria standing beside him, he might have drawn his sword and struck without hesitation. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Miss Rabbit suddenly spoke up. "Captain Levin, this is my advisor." Merlin. A human advisor? Levin's murderous intent slightly abated, replaced by a look of curiosity, but he seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held his tongue, merely reminding, "Miss Iria, this is the Marquis's residence, not the teacup castle of the Arias family. Even if your people enter, prior notice is required, especially at this late hour." "I apologize, Captain Levin." Iria quickly bowed in apology. "I assure you there will not be a next time." The captain's expression softened a bit, glancing at Liu before finally releasing his grip on the sword, his tone considerably gentler as he turned to Miss Rabbit. "I am deeply sorry for your father's plight, Miss Iria. Although my acquaintance with Sir Russ is limited to the Marquis's eldest daughter's wedding and the winter hunt, I have long heard of his noble character. The Marquis has frequently commended your father's loyalty and bravery. His loss is a tremendous blow to us all." Upon hearing Levin's words, Iria's eyelashes fluttered gently, her eyes reddening. The captain sighed. "Tomorrow is election day. I hope you are prepared to become the next successor of the Green Fields, and I trust your advisor will fulfill his duties and provide you with wise counsel." Iria nodded to the captain. "Thank you for your concern. But I have not been idle during this time, that I have gained the support of the majority of my kin, and after the voting tomorrow, I will be able to pledge my loyalty to the Marquis." "Let us hope so," the captain said, bowing slightly to Iria before taking his leave. The courtyard returned to silence. Miss Rabbit and Liu exchanged glances, and after a moment, Liu broke the silence. "Tell me about your election tomorrow." Hey, why is that your focus?" Iria retorted, visibly displeased. "I just saved your life, and you can't even muster a thank you. That is quite rude, and by the way, I still don't know your name. Didn't you call me Merlin?" "I think that name is quite good. I shall use it from now on," Liu replied. "As for thanking you, I am doing so right now," Liu continued. "Is that so? But why didn't I hear those two words? Our Arias family has excellent hearing. I can hear you no matter how softly you speak," Iria said, shaking her furry long ears in pride. "A mere phrase cannot adequately express my gratitude. Hence I choose to convey it through action," Liu stated. "What do you intend to do?" Miss Rabbit's suspicion heightened, and instead of feeling pleased, she became wary once more. "Do not worry. I am merely doing my job." "Your job? What is it?" "To provide various consulting advice to my clients," Liu replied, adhering strictly to the job description. "Don't be foolish, my earlier words were merely to save you. You are not truly my advisor." Iria shook her head vigorously. "Moreover, I do not need an ignorant foreigner who knows nothing about the empire, not even who the founding emperor of the dynasty is, to provide me with advice. That would be quite embarrassing for the Arias family and detrimental to my future governance of the territory. I do need some time to understand this new world. But in terms of workplace or interpersonal relations, the fundamentals are quite universal across worlds. For instance, That captain just subtly reminded you that there may be changes in tomorrow's election. Is there? Iria questioned skeptically, recalling Levin's prior words but not finding anything amiss. That Liu fell silent, refraining from further conversation. The best way to deal with a suspicious person is not to explain exhaustively or analyze every detail, but rather to drop hints and allow them to connect the dots themselves. This approach saves time and effort, yielding better results. Indeed, the young lady's expression changed several times thereafter, muttering to herself while counting her supporters on her fingers. After several calculations, she finally sighed in relief. I almost fell for your words. You were simply scaring me. Tomorrow, the Marquis will merely act as a notary, and there are 7 who hold voting rights. All are from our family. I was raised by my great-grandmother, who has always cared for me deeply and will undoubtedly support me unconditionally. Aunt Eliza and my mother are as close as sisters and will certainly stand firmly by my side. Furthermore, she has promised to persuade my uncle Torres, who has always been close to her. Torres is currently training with the Second Night Order in the capital and cannot return, but he will write a letter to exercise his voting right. With this, I will have 3 votes secured. And Uncle Lucio has never liked my stepmother Vanessa, so he will not vote for my brother. Additionally, I persuaded Uncle Antonio to support me yesterday afternoon. With 5 out of 7 votes, victory is virtually assured. It sounds like your chances of winning are quite substantial, Liu conceded. However, that captain named Levin would not have spoken without reason. As the captain, he is responsible for guarding the Marquis's residence, and I am sure he is well informed. He may have heard something in recent days. While you are well prepared, your opponents will not remain idle either. While you are making your moves, they may also be busy trying to sway those whom you have already secured. Because those individuals have sworn oaths in the names of the gods and ancestors to support me, Miss Rabbit replied without hesitation. Her expression one of disbelief, as if to say, do I really need to explain this? Seeing Liu's astonishment, she sighed and looked at him with a patronizing expression, as if he were a fool. I don't know how things are in your homeland, but here on the continent of Bratis, oaths sworn in the names of the gods and ancestors have been sacred and unbreakable for centuries. Those who violate their oaths lose all honor and face the scorn and disdain of others. For nobles, this is a fate far worse than death. Liu responded with an "oh," neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Since you are so confident of victory, why then are you still awake at this late hour, sitting alone on a stone bench in the courtyard? Miss Rabbit was at a loss for words. She couldn't very well say that it was because those afflicted with severe paranoia tend to behave this way. There should still be some time before dawn. Rather than sitting here idly, why not seek out the voters once more to confirm their choices and prevent any mishaps tomorrow? It would also ease your own mind, Liu suggested. Chapter 9. The suit must not be disheveled. Why should I bring along an outsider like you to the Arias family meeting to determine the heir? Iria yawned as she opened the door on the second morning, her eyes resembling those of a panda, and before she had fully grasped Liu's words outside, she displayed a look of resistance. Because I am your advisor. You explicitly stated this to the guard captain named Levin. If we are to put on a show, it is best to do it thoroughly, Liu said, adjusting his suit and tie. Remaining calm, that in his not so lengthy career, he had encountered numerous unreasonable clients and unprepared leaders and colleagues. Iria's minor rebellion was hardly significant, but if he couldn't handle this, he would have long been driven mad by his previous jobs. After a pause, Liu added, you may choose not to take me. But remember to make this election public, that I will attend as an observer and provide assistance when necessary. Why? Miss Rabbit instinctively retorted, completely ignoring Liu's notion of help. She had prepared thoroughly for this election and, deep down, did not believe that this suspicious foreigner could offer any assistance, that he had only avoided a tragic fate by her protection. How could one expect help from someone who could not even secure their own safety? This is a family matter for the Arias family. It is already embarrassing enough to bring it to the Marquis's attention. It is better to resolve it privately if possible. Besides, I do not enjoy appearing before so many strangers. It makes me quite anxious. You are about to become a lord. You should best get accustomed to such matters sooner rather than later. Liu Dao, she continued, once there is a divergence regarding the matter of heirs. Regardless of who ultimately emerges victorious, whispers and rumors will inevitably circulate. Although an open election process cannot entirely eradicate such gossip, at the very least, your version of the narrative will garner more supporters, thereby benefiting your future reign. It is a fact, not a story, Alicia interjected. However, Miss Rabbit's gaze towards Liu shifted, as if she were seeing him anew. She scrutinized him from head to toe, marveling. You seem to know nothing, yet surprisingly, you can propose such reasonable suggestions. Liu paid little mind to Alicia's choice of words, merely reminding her once more, remember the open election process. I know. I will bring it up during the main meal. Miss Rabbit nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. The so-called main meal referred to lunch, the first meal of the day that in the continent of Broad is. There is no concept of breakfast. Most people eat only 2 meals a day, while the lower laborers engaged in strenuous physical work might nibble on stale bread in the morning to stave off hunger. Furthermore, commoners and nobles dine separately. Liu was unsure how Alicia and her companions fared at their meals, but the food on his table appeared quite satisfactory. The staple was freshly baked white bread, steaming with a slightly charred bottom. The side dishes included stewed pork, pan-seared salmon, sausages, and a bowl of pudding that looked suspiciously dark. The beverage was an unlimited supply of honey wine. These dishes were served together, and Liu soon encountered his first predicament. While the Marquis's estate provided food, it did not supply utensils. Almost everyone here carried a short knife, approximately 9 inches in total length from handle to tip. Some adorned with intricate engravings and family crests, which serve as their dining implements. Such short knives made cutting bread and meat a breeze, and could even serve as a means of self-defense when out and about. Liu had no knife and felt reluctant to use his hands in plain view of others. Fortunately, someone soon came to his rescue. An attendant approached him, carrying a beautiful small knife with a ruby-encrusted handle. Miss Alicia asked me to convey to you. This is merely a loan. Please do return it. Do not lose it, or else it would take more than selling you to cover the loss. Whether it was due to Miss Rabbit's admonition or not, the attendant's message was delivered with no embellishment. Liu accepted the ruby knife, politely thanked the attendant, and proceeded to the wooden table laden with food, cutting a piece of white bread about 1/3 of the loaf, adding 2 slices of oily salmon, and pouring himself a cup of honey wine, before finding a spot on the nearby bench to sit down. As for the stewed pork and sausages, Liu was hesitant to gamble on whether the boar had been castrated, and he also bypassed the bowl of dark pudding due to its ambiguous ingredients. Fortunately, the pan-seared salmon was quite delectable. These were 100 wild-caught, with tender and flavorful meat in Liu's world. A single fish would likely cost over 1,000, and even after simple preparation at a Japanese restaurant, the price would probably double, making it a considerable expense for most ordinary wage earners, including Liu. Of course, if one were to nitpick, there were minor shortcomings, such as the scant use of seasoning. Aside from salt, there was only a token amount of crushed pepper. However, this approach maximally preserved the salmon's original flavor. Yet, Liu noticed that most people around him exhibited little enthusiasm for the salmon, suggesting that it was a common fare for them. The white bread was also quite pleasant, although the wheat variety differed significantly from what Liu was accustomed to. With much lower gluten content and coarser milling, the difference in texture was quite pronounced. Nevertheless, as modern individuals had grown weary of refined white rice and bread, an increasing number had begun to favor such simply processed whole grains. In contrast, the honey wine was rather lackluster, with an alcohol content not exceeding 5 degrees, and more importantly, it was excessively sweet. It was quite remarkable that, thus far, most of what Liu had encountered in this realm was something he could name. Even if he had not seen it firsthand in daily life, he had at least come across it on television or the internet, with the exception of those half-beastmen who retained some animalistic traits. Moreover, there was no magic here. Having only recently arrived, Liu was still uncertain whether this land known as Broad harbored any more peculiar creatures, perhaps due to his incongruous black suit. The seat beside him remained unoccupied during the meal, with no one daring to sit there, despite the other tables being filled to capacity. The Marquis's immediate family was small, apart from his wife. There were only 2 sons and a daughter. Yet, the Marquis's estate bustled with nearly 100 various individuals, including guards, attendants, cooks, grooms, the tutors for the 3 children in literature, swordsmanship, and etiquette, as well as the steward and accountant. Not to mention the sizable entourage brought by the Arias family. creating quite a lively atmosphere. This only served to accentuate Li Yu's solitude, as many cast furtive glances at the peculiar figure in the corner, their expressions complex. However, the subject of their scrutiny appeared unfazed by his situation, revealing no signs of discomfort, and simply continued to eat his meal that Liu was still unaccustomed to this crude manner of eating. With one hand gripping a knife and the other directly handling food, all the while being cautious not to smear oil on his suit. After all, suits cannot be hand-washed. If soiled, they must be taken to a dry cleaner. If he were ever to see a dry cleaner again in his remaining life, should he be unable to return, this outfit would likely constitute his most valuable possession, necessitating careful preservation that if in good condition. He could fetch a decent price for it in any case. Liu leisurely finished his first meal in this other world, and as he set down the ruby knife, a contemplative glimmer flickered in his eyes. Once Alicia concluded her luncheon, the Marquis's estate finally prepared for the day's main event, the determination of the inheritance of Greenfield. Following the unexpected demise of Blood-Eyed Russ, the Arias family found themselves bereft of their patriarch. With Russ's two offspring, the daughter Alicia and the younger son Blanco, both asserting their claim to the family domain of Greenfield, the supporters of each side clamored, unable to convince one another, long before the first emperor of the Red Lion Empire, Alessandro, took up arms. The ancestors of the Arias family had already sworn their eternal loyalty to the Figueroa family. Thus, this inheritance dispute ultimately reached the Marquis, who, out of respect for the Arias family, refrained from hasty judgments, suggesting instead that an election determine the final candidate, with the Marquis himself serving merely as a notary to ensure the election's fairness and impartiality. The 7 individuals entitled to vote were all elders within the Arias family, either held in high esteem within the family or wielding actual power. These 7 voters had also received the endorsement of the 2 candidates, for regardless of who would become the master of Greenfield in the future, their ability to govern the land well would undoubtedly rely on their assistance. Chapter 10. Family Election. The Marquis summoned everyone to the banquet hall. The servants and attendants had cleared the dining tables and dishes, and hung the purple banners embroidered with the Figueroa family crest upon the stone wall to the west. The Marquis took his seat at the head of the table, facing the entrance. With the financial officer of Roxnau City, Sir Romero from the Campos family, to his left. Sir Romero had arrived at the Marquis's estate only after the meal, initially intending to discuss some political matters concerning Roxnau City. However, at Alicia's request, he stayed on to serve as a witness for the election. To the right of the Marquis sat a seemingly languid young man, possessing a pair of strikingly beautiful phoenix eyes and an enigmatic smile that danced at the corners of his mouth, appearing to be both mocking and purely natural. His smile evoked a sense of mischief, yet when it came to a confrontation, one might doubt whether they had misinterpreted the situation. Nevertheless, the most striking feature about him was his fiery red short hair, bright and vivid like flames, with 2 small round ears peeking out from beneath. This indicated that he bore the blood of the Vespasian family, descendants of the great pioneers, conquerors, and the first emperor of the empire. The angry lion Alessandro. This royal member had been a guest at the Marquis's estate for some time, drawn by the prospect of excitement, arriving of his own accord without needing an invitation. The 8 individuals at the center of the hall were all from the Arias family, including today as 2 protagonists and the 6 core members holding voting rights, apart from Miss Rabbit. Liu had not encountered any of them before, and no one around seemed inclined to engage him in conversation, let alone provide the incessant repetition of character and quest backgrounds typical of NPCs in games. Liu had to rely on his own intuition. He first recognized the Marquis from his position. The Marquis was a slender, serious-looking short man, with a pair of short triangular ears atop his head, adorned with a small tuft of fur and amber-colored irises. Upon first seeing the Figueroa family crest, Liu had mistaken it for a cat, only to realize upon encountering the Marquis that it depicted a lynx. Although lynxes may resemble cats at a glance, they are significantly larger, considered medium-sized hunters in the wild, capable of hunting fawns that as the gathering reached a near completion with attendees. The Marquis of Curran nodded to his steward standing nearby. The steward struck a small bell, and with 3 prolonged chimes, the previously boisterous banquet hall swiftly descended into silence. The elderly steward, with graying hair that hinted at his advanced years, yet maintaining a remarkably straight posture, cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. At the request of the Arias family, today the Marquis shall preside over the election of the new Lord of Greenfield. This election shall adhere to the principles of fairness and impartiality. And we invite Sir Leo, Sir Romero, and all present to serve as witnesses. He continued, once the results are declared, and in the absence of irrefutable evidence of malfeasance, both candidates shall accept the outcome as the sole and final verdict, with no disputes permitted thereafter. After his proclamation, he turned to Iria and Blanco, the sibling duo, and upon seeing their nods of agreement, he slightly bowed and stepped aside. Next, Iria's aunt spoke first, offering a respectful gesture to the three dignitaries at the head table. Esteemed Marquis, Sir Leo, Sir Romero, I am Elisa from Greenfield, and I wish to extend my respects on behalf of the Arias family. Before the election commenced, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to the Marquis for his warm hospitality during their stay and for taking time from his busy affairs to hear their requests, assisting them in managing the family matters of the Arias clan. Your kindness and generosity are known throughout the Western Territories. Regardless of who becomes the next master of Greenfield, they shall uphold the sacred oath made by their ancestors, remaining loyal to you and serve as your sword and shield. The Marquis of Curran nodded slightly at her words. The loyalty of the Arias family has withstood the test of time. Your forebears followed mine in a battle 9 centuries ago. And even today, the descendants of the Arias family continue to fight for me and the Figaro family, aiding in the defense of the Empire's western front. Your allegiance is my greatest treasure, and I regard you as family. The loss of Russ has grieved me deeply, leaving me restless day and night. That as his lord, it is my duty to assist his heirs in properly attending to his affairs. And thus, no thanks are needed. Elisa bowed again, and then turned her gaze toward the other members of the Arias family. Before we proceed with the election, I must remind everyone that Miss Iria is my brother's second daughter, the only surviving child of Russ and his first wife, Yolanda. Yolanda tragically passed away 6 years after giving birth to Iria, and Russ and Yolanda were always devoted to one another, that he vowed before his deceased wife's grave that their child would inherit his lands. This matter is well known among the people of Greenfield, and many of you were present that day. Therefore, from my perspective, there should be no question regarding the inheritance of Greenfield. No sooner had she finished speaking than a light laugh echoed from the side. At that time, Russ and Yolanda's eldest son, Ramon, was still alive. The heir referred to in that agreement must be Ramon, not Iria. The speaker was another woman, clad in a green gown with an open collar that accentuated her curves, her ample bosom dazzling to behold. She sported a pair of long, gray ears that drooped rather than stood erect. In terms of beauty, she was undeniably striking, aside from her slightly thin lips, which lent her a somewhat harsh appearance. She seemed nearly flawless. She appeared to be of a similar age to Iria, though considering the longevity of half-elves compared to humans, it was unwise to assume her age. She was likely the stepmother Vanessa mentioned by Miss Rabbit. Pausing for a moment, the elegant woman continued. In fact, after Ramon succumbed to the plague, Russ never mentioned the agreement again. Just last year, he sent Iria to the temple of the Silver Moon Goddess. I'm sure everyone here understands the implications of such an action. Not to mention she is a woman. And what of it? We are not like those Wilders. The laws of the Empire equally recognize a woman's right to inherit, Elisa retorted. True, but according to the long-standing traditions of the Brattis continent, a woman's claim to inheritance ranks below all male direct heirs. Coincidentally, today we have a direct male heir of Russ present, so I will be blunt. The next Lord of Greenfield should be my son, Blanco. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the election commenced, with supporters on both sides standing firm. Iria cast a glance at her. Miss Rabbit appeared relatively composed, having resisted the urge to interject multiple times, a strategy that seemed department Iria lacked the gift of eloquence. Engaging in the debate might lead her to falter and expose herself to a counterattack that it was wiser for her supporters to voice her case, allowing her to maintain her poise and grace, at least creating an imposing presence. Yet her tightly pinned ears betrayed her true feelings. Compared to the elders in her family, she still seemed quite inexperienced. Fortunately, her opponent was even less composed. Blanco was merely a child, his height barely reaching his mother's waist, nervously tugging at her skirt, clearly betraying his anxiety. Chapter 11. No miracles left. Blanco is still quite young and lacks the capability to govern Greenfield, Iria's uncle Lucio stated, dabbing at the sweat on his brow with a handkerchief. That is not an issue that if Blanco ultimately inherits his father's lands. I, as his mother, will naturally guide him until he comes of age, Vanessa asserted confidently. Of course. We will undoubtedly rely on the support of all present. Or we could simply choose a more mature lord, Elisa suggested. Blanco may lack maturity, but Iria is no better. The only thing she will gain with time is age. A man with a hawkish nose and gray, drooping ears paused. And let us not forget, her mother was, mind your words, Dias, interjected the only elderly woman seated, her voice carrying weight as she had remained silent during previous debates. Iria possesses long ears and red eyes, signifying her as an Arius with rightful inheritance. Furthermore, your previous remarks were excessively crude, and I do not wish to hear anything of the sort again. My apologies. The man named Dias shrugged in acquiescence, readily conceding. The elderly woman surveyed the others and declared, "It seems all opinions have been expressed. Let us proceed to the voting. We have already taken up considerable time of the three dignitaries and our friends. It is time to determine the next head of the Arias family." Upon her words, the steward who had stepped aside earlier re-emerged, announcing, "We shall now conduct the election for the heir of Greenfield, that I hope everyone will prioritize their families and exercise their voting rights carefully and thoughtfully. Once declared, there shall be no turning back." He paused for over 10 seconds, then proclaimed, "First, those supporting Blanco, please raise your left hands." As the steward's words fell, Vanessa, Iria's stepmother, and her brother, the man named Dias, eagerly raised their hands that AS Blanco's mother and uncle, their allegiance was expected. Iria felt no surprise at this. Yet she instinctively bit her lip. Seeing no one else joining them, a flicker of delight crossed her eyes, though it quickly transformed into astonishment, for just beyond her, another hand had been raised. "Uncle Antonio." "You," Miss Rabbit exclaimed in shock, leaping up, but before she could finish, the steward interrupted her. With a grave expression, he addressed her. "Please mind your demeanor and maintain silence. Miss Iria, this is the voting phase. Candidates have no right to speak. Should you have objections to the outcome, you may voice them after the voting concludes, or I shall be compelled to disqualify you as a candidate." Miss Rabbit swiftly sank back into her seat, closing her mouth obediently, not daring to breathe. She reassured herself that it was of little consequence. Even if Antonio proved untrustworthy and betrayed his honor, Blanco would gather only 3 votes out of 7, which would not alter the final result. Indeed, when it came time for Iria's voting, she too received 3 votes, 1 each from her great-grandmother Ona, her Aunt Elisa, and her Uncle Lucio. This resulted in a deadlock of 3-3. At this juncture, Elisa retrieved a letter from her bosom and solemnly presented it to the steward, who meticulously inspected the wax seal before carefully opening it before the assembly. His eyes swiftly scanned the contents. Then he looked up at Iria. "It seems Lord Torres has made his choice." Miss Rabbit felt her heart racing as never before, nearly leaping from her throat. She had resolutely decided that upon becoming the Lord, her first act would be to find a justification to oust her uncle from the center of familial power. Last night, the latter had fervently assured her that he would certainly choose her today. Yet scarcely half a day had passed before he broke his promise that if the Arias family comprises such individuals, how could they possibly achieve revival? Fortunately, she had garnered sufficient support. Otherwise, she would have found herself utterly betrayed this time. Blanco. Lord Torres' choice is Blanco. The chief steward finally unveiled the final suspense. When Iria heard the first 2 words, she was momentarily oblivious, dazedly awaiting congratulations. However, her expression soon transformed dramatically, as if she had seen a ghost. And she exclaimed, "This is impossible. It cannot be. Uncle Torres would never choose anyone but me. Aunt Eliza, you told me Uncle Torres would stand by my side. Has this letter been secretly switched by someone along the way?" Eliza's countenance was equally grave as she took the letter from the chief steward. Reading it from beginning to end, her expression growing increasingly bitter as she spoke, "The handwriting is indeed that of Torres, and there are no signs of alteration. No, It cannot be. There must be some mistake. This cannot be real. We must suspend the election and send someone to the royal capital to seek out Uncle Torres and clarify this matter. Miss Rabbit was utterly unable to accept such a reality, her entire body feeling as though all the bones had been drawn out, murmuring as she collapsed. Had it not been for Eliza's quick reflexes beside her, she would have tumbled straight to the ground, which would have been quite the embarrassment, although she hardly seemed any better off at present. The chief steward gazed upon the young lady with pity in his eyes, yet having served as the steward of the Marquis household for nearly 2 centuries. He had assisted 3 marquises of the Figueroa family and dealt with similar matters countless times that in every election, where there are victors, there must be vanquished. Thus, despite his sympathy, he remained dutiful, inquiring, "Miss Irea, you claim there were issues during the election. Do you possess any evidence?" Irea opened her mouth to respond but found herself at a loss for words. She certainly had no evidence. After all, there were so many witnesses in the hall, and the entire electoral process had been conducted openly and transparently. She simply could not accept that she had lost this contest for succession, and what was worse, she still did not understand where she had faltered. "If there is no evidence, I must ask you to respect the final voting results," the chief steward reminded her. "For the sake of your family and yourself, it would be best to refrain from similar remarks in the future." At that moment, individuals in the hall had begun to congratulate Blanco, the freshly minted head of the Arias family, who appeared rather elated. Casting aside his mother's earlier admonitions and exclaiming, "Since I have become the head of the family, can I order the execution of Sister Irea?" "What nonsense are you speaking, Blanco? Regardless of the circumstances. Irea is your sister, your kin. You cannot harm her." Vanessa tenderly stroked her son's head. The latter expressed a hint of regret, while Vanessa then turned her gaze toward Irea that a victorious smile graced her face as she remarked, "You just stood there in silence. I thought you had matured. Irea. Yet, it seems you remain unchanged from your childhood. Once events unfold contrary to your desires, you begin to wail and throw tantrums that it appears that over the years, Russ has truly spoiled you." Irea's chest heaved violently as she struggled to maintain her composure, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability in front of those she despised. However, tears betrayed her, brimming in her eyes. She could hardly hear the chatter around her. The recent events felt like a nightmare. She longed for someone to awaken her from this dreadful dream, to assure her that all of this was false and that there was still a chance for redemption. Yet a flicker of rationality reminded her that it was over. There would be no miracles. Those preparations she had deemed foolproof, and her fervent prayers over the course of several days had ultimately yielded no assistance that in that fleeting moment, Irea felt a tremor of doubt in her faith in the divine. What were the lofty deities doing in their celestial realm when I needed help the most? Were they truly listening to my prayers? If they heard me, why were they so indifferent? The young girl pondered, filled with disappointment. "Please, anyone, respond to me. Just once. I shall repay you doubly in the future, building a grand temple in your honor, unconditionally devoting my faith to you." The young lady silently prayed, akin to a drowning person desperately waving for help, grasping at the last straw. Then she heard a somewhat familiar voice rise from the crowd. "We have evidence." "What?" "We possess evidence," Liu declared. Chapter 12. The cleanest boots. The chief steward turned towards the opposite end of the hall, where a completely unfamiliar face appeared, clad in an oddly styled black attire, adorned with a blue satin ribbon embroidered with indecipherable patterns. Having devoted his life to serving the Sigros family, he had encountered countless individuals, not only from within the empire but also from various elven and dwarven neighbors, and even guests from across the strait. These individuals hailed from diverse nations and city-states, each with their own traditions and etiquette, their garments reflecting a myriad of styles. However, due to centuries of trade, even the most eccentric attire could be traced back to recognizable roots. Yet the person before him remained an enigma. The style and fabric of the black clothing were entirely unfamiliar to him, defying categorization within any known cultural trend. This outfit undoubtedly clashed with the current noble dress codes of the Brattis continent. However, anyone with functioning eyesight could not dismiss it as barbaric. In fact, the peculiar short coat and the naturally draping trousers, with their cuffs visibly protruding from the boots, would easily invite ridicule if isolated. Yet when combined, they exuded an unexpectedly solemn dignity. The sky-blue patterned satin ribbon, reminiscent of a long tongue, resting against his chest, further elevated the air of this unexpected interloper at the Arias family election. Moreover, the chief steward particularly noted the boots the individual wore, like his upper attire. The boots were equally illogical, not only in material and style, but most astonishingly in their pristine condition. Apart from a few specks of mud near the soles, the surface of the boots gleamed like mirrors. Shimmering under the sunlight, in contrast, the boots of the assembled guests, even those as esteemed as the head of the Figueroa family or the noble Sir Leo, were dull and covered in dirt, even bearing traces of animal waste. And one understood the implications of this better than the chief steward. Firstly, the materials used for the boots were exceptional. Secondly, maintaining such footwear would likely require a dedicated servant. When the Red Lion Empire was founded, Emperor Alessandro had set an example, vigorously advocating for the virtue of frugality among the nobility. Thus, even the royal family would not indulge in such extravagance. Perhaps among the affluent merchants of the wealthy free cities across the strait, one might find such ostentation. But to what end? Boots were meant for walking, and simply taking a stroll in a city rife with muck and filth would quickly tarnish even the cleanest of shoes. Though perplexed, this did not prevent the chief steward from concluding that the individual before him hailed from an extraordinary background, a notion further confirmed by the absence of calluses on his hands and the cleanliness of his nails. Thus, the chief steward addressed him courteously. "Might I inquire as to your identity and the reason for your disruption of the Arias family election?" "Merlin," Liu replied, "I am Miss Irea's advisor." "Advisor?" Irea's stepmother hesitated momentarily, then seemed to recall something. "Oh, I believe I heard rumors this morning that Irea, in her desperation, sought the counsel of a human. Are you that individual?" Upon her words, a murmur spread through the hall. Irea's face flushed crimson as she frantically gestured to Liu, signaling him to cease speaking. However, Liu paid no heed to her gestures. Meanwhile, Diaz erupted into mocking laughter. A human advisor. They rarely live to see 100. What valuable advice could they possibly offer their lord? The victors of evolution are never those species that boast the longest lifespans, Liu replied coolly. Otherwise, turtles would rule the world. Diaz was rendered speechless. Sir Leo, reveling in the chaos, led the applause, exclaiming, "Well said." He then scrutinized Liu with keen interest. "You do not appear to be from the Empire. Did you traverse the storm from across the strait to reach Bradis? Perhaps even further. Wow, it sounds like you have endured a long and arduous journey. You must have seen and heard many intriguing tales along the way. When you have time, perhaps we can find a place in the city to share a drink." "My lord," the chief steward cleared his throat, interrupting the royal member's idle chatter. "Oh, of course, but before that, we should address the affairs of the Arias family." Before our eyes, Leo appeared to be quite intrigued by the enigmatic figure clad in black, and consequently, no one dared to invoke the latter's human identity any longer. Both Vanessa and Diaz fell silent. The chief steward continued, "You assert that you possess evidence of manifest injustice in this election. Given that you are not a Bratisian, I feel it necessary to remind you that defaming a noble in the Red Lion Empire is a grievous offense. Should your claims be substantiated, you would be compelled to publicly apologize and seek forgiveness from the defamed party, in addition to facing corporal punishment. Therefore, do you still wish to maintain your position?" Liu refrained from answering the question, instead retorting, "I have heard that the nobility on this continent places immense value on honor. Is that true? Indeed, honor is akin to life itself, that if I were to choose between the two, I would select the former over the latter 1,000 times over." Leo replied almost instinctively, appearing languid and seemingly indifferent to everything around him. The other nobles in the banquet hall, though silent, nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with his sentiment. "Interesting, yet from what I observe, this does not seem to be the case." "What do you mean by that?" Marquis Kieran inquired, his expression graved. Liu chose to remain silent. Moments later, a voice resonated through the hall. "Uncle, did you mean to say that you will support me in tomorrow's election? Is that true?" Miss Rabbit felt as though she had been doused with icy water upon hearing those words. For she had not spoken, From whence did this voice originate? Why did it sound exactly like hers? This was indeed perplexing. Soon, more people began to notice this anomaly, and they were all equally astonished. However, before they could fully process the shock of this miraculous scene, an even more momentous revelation followed. This time, it was Antonio's voice that rang out. Of course, even if you didn't seek me out, I would still vote for you, my dear niece. Everyone knows of the close bond one share with your father, Russ. We have been inseparable since childhood, after he became the Lord of Greenwild. He entrusted me with managing the estate's taxation and the family finances. No one knows better than I what he is truly thinking. In matters of succession, his favored choice has always been you, not Blanco. Is that true, Uncle Antonio? Elias seemed somewhat taken aback by the revelation. But my father sent me to the temple of the goddess of the silver moon. I too have a daughter. So I can truly empathize with such matters. Daughters often misinterpret their father's intentions. Russ did not send you to the temple of the goddess of the silver moon to become a priestess. Rather, he hoped you would cultivate a favorable relationship with the Silver Moon Church, as this would serve you well when you eventually rule Greenwild. I see now, Elia replied, her understanding dawning. Antonio was both astonished and enraged. For this was precisely the conversation that had transpired between him and Elia the previous night. The dialogue had occurred in his own chamber, and its content was profoundly private. He was certain that aside from himself and his foolish niece, there had been no third party present, in fact, he had felt secure in making such statements precisely because he knew Elia could not prove that those words had originated from him. Yet now, he noticed that the gazes of those in the hall were beginning to shift in his direction. But the storm was only just beginning. The conversation between the two was about to become even more explosive. Elia asked, Uncle, can you swear by the gods and our ancestors? Please do not misunderstand. I do not distrust you. But for some reason, I have been feeling quite unsettled tonight, that I have tried various methods to find sleep. Yet I have been unable to do so, or else I would not have come to you at this hour. I wonder if you might assist me. Antonio hesitated for a moment, then resolutely replied, No problem. I am willing to swear by the gods of the sacred mountain and the ancestors of the Arias family that I will cast my vote for my beloved niece, Elia, the future head of the Arias family, at tomorrow's election meeting. Tell me, has my declaration alleviated your anxiety? I feel much better now. Truly, I cannot thank you enough, Uncle. That is good to hear. Now go get some rest. Tomorrow you shall become the next head of the Arias family. This is a momentous day in your life. No, do not listen. Do not listen. This is false. It is sorcery. Yes, it must be some vile trick from across the strait. I have never uttered such words. That despicable foreigner has somehow fabricated the voices of my niece and myself. You must not believe him. He was not in my room last night, and there is no means in this world that could leave behind a voice. Antonio bellowed, his fury manifesting as he roared like an enraged bull. Yet despite this, many could hear the underlying fear and panic in his words this moment. He clearly portrayed the image of a man whose bravado was but a fade, and it was his own voice that ultimately betrayed him. No, do not listen, this is false. It is sorcery. Yes, it must be some vile trick from across the strait. I have never uttered such words. That despicable foreigner has somehow fabricated my voice. You must not believe him. He was not in my room last night, and there is no means in this world that could leave behind a voice. Antonio's hoarse cries echoed throughout the banquet hall, identical to his previous proclamations. It was as if an invisible specter were repeating every lamentation of this wretched man. Antonio was so stricken by fear that he could not even muster the courage to argue. He had been rendered utterly speechless, petrified that if he spoke again, it would result in an even more damning revelation. Regrettably, such methods do exist in my homeland, Liu remarked, his expression inscrutable as he withdrew his right hand from his pocket. What I just played was a recording of the conversation between Antonio and Elia during their meeting last night. This exchange was recorded with crystal clarity that if you all still wish to adhere to the honorable traditions of the Bratisian continent, treating oaths as sacred as life itself, then Antonio's vote should rightfully belong to Elia. Chapter 13. The Spirit of Integrity Among the Empire's People. What are your thoughts? Marquis Kieran inquired, slightly turning to the two individuals beside him, his brow furrowed, as though he encountered a dilemma. The golden finger, Romero, spoke first, stating unequivocally, Antonio has betrayed his sacred vow, an act devoid of honor, a disgrace to the nobility, and he will undoubtedly be scorned for eternity. However, Romero paused before continuing. This foreign friend of ours, I do not know how he achieved this, but it is clear he has summoned an otherworldly presence to manifest a miracle before us. Yet, while he had substantiated Antonio's dishonor, he could not prove that any injustice had occurred during the election process itself, that in the previous voting, it was indeed true that Antonio had chosen Blanco. This fact was indisputable. And thus, based on this fundamental truth, I remain inclined to uphold the original results. His words brought a collective sigh of relief from Blanco's supporters. However, before they could fully relax, a dissenting voice soon emerged. I cannot concur. An oath is an oath, Leo interjected, his captivating phoenix eyes blinking. Especially vows sworn in the name of ancestors and deities should never be violated. If the oath-taker is unwilling to uphold their promise, then the empire shall ensure compliance through law and the sword. Although Romero's remarks were more rational and objective, the majority in the hall favored Leo's stance, for the latter sounded more gratifying and embodied the integrity of the empire's people. Furthermore, most attendees had initially approached the public election of the Arias family with a mere spectator's curiosity. Whether Elia or Blanco was elected bore no significance to them, and they were indifferent to the final outcome. However, Antonio, with his shameless demeanor, had singularly tarnished Blanco's reputation, leading more individuals to lean towards Elia, the unfortunate maiden deceived by her wicked uncle, deity this moment. Miss Rabbit felt as though she had regained her strength, energized as if she had just consumed an abundance of chocolate bars, and no longer weary or despondent. She rose from Annalise's embrace, her small fists clenched in excitement, her gaze towards Liu brimming with joy and enthusiasm. Her long ears quivered with fervor, a clear indication of her elation. Liu later realized that this typically indicated Elia was thoroughly pleased. Nothing is more delightful than the taste of survival against all odds. Although, strictly speaking, Miss Rabbit had not yet fully turned the tide, considering that just moments ago she had been sentenced to death. Utterly dejected, more wilted than a cabbage left under the sun for a month, she could only watch helplessly as that detestable woman flaunted her triumph before her, overwhelmed with tears and powerless to act. One could say that at this moment, the girl was indeed in a realm of the divine. Marquis Kieran first listened to the opinions of those on either side before pondering for a moment and then speaking again. To everyone's surprise, he neither followed Romero's suggestion nor intended to act according to Leo's words, but instead chose a third course of action. Antonio has forsaken the sacred oath he was bound to uphold. This act is both shameful and unforgivable. In light of this, it is reasonable to assert that allowing him to participate in, or even determine, the selection of the next head of the Arias family is both unjust and irresponsible. Thus, I have resolved to revoke Antonio's voting rights, rendering his previous votes null and void. Upon the utterance of these words, the members of the Arias family exchanged glances of astonishment. Vanessa and others wore expressions of complexity, for the coveted prize had unexpectedly slipped through their fingers. The election, which they had thought was secured, had taken a sudden turn, as that foreigner, clad in strange attire, had astonishingly stripped Antonio of his voting rights. Now, Iria and Blanco found themselves back at square one, with the votes tied at 3 apiece, casting the outcome of this election into a state of uncertainty once more. The thought of this made the elegant lady seethe with resentment, her gaze upon Liu growing increasingly piercing, even tinged with a hint of menace. Yet at the same time, she felt a flicker of relief that a tie was preferable to a loss, at the very least. The worst-case scenario had not come to pass. Antonio's vote had not gone to Iria, which would have been truly catastrophic. As for the impending second confrontation with her stepdaughter, Vanessa felt little trepidation. Iria was but a simpleton, a fact known to all within the Arias family save for herself, that Antonio's deceitful words might fool an innocent young girl, claiming that sending Iria to the temple was a means to ally with the Silver Moon Church and pave her path to rule the Green Wilderness. However, any individual with even a modicum of political acumen would not easily fall for such outlandish assertions that in reality, as a noble, one ought never to place unreserved trust in others, even if they are kin or dear friends. Similar tales of deception and betrayal unfold daily across the continent, offering no novelty whatsoever. Although the attendees in the banquet hall now expressed righteous indignation over Antonio's breach of oath, many among them were hardly more virtuous than he. The difference lay solely in one being caught red-handed while the other had not. Antonio's downfall was not a consequence of Iria's prowess. Vanessa was well aware of her stepdaughter's limitations. Iria possessed neither the audacity nor the cunning to turn the tide in dire circumstances. Nor could she even grasp the nuances of pretense. The way she had just faltered was evident. She was visibly shattered by despair, nearly moved to tears, clearly not an act. Her escape from imminent peril had relied entirely on that enigmatic human advisor. Yet, while that individual might rescue her once, he could not be expected to do so repeatedly. Moreover, the peculiar figure hailing from a distant land could only possess a limited understanding of the Arias family. And therein lay the crux of the election's outcome. Having played his cards, it was now time for her side to counterattack. Vanessa remained resolute, determined to elevate her son to the throne of the green wilderness. The Marquis is just in his dealings and thoughtful in his considerations. Qualities we cannot match, mused the golden-haired advisor, recognizing the wisdom of this approach. However, this would result in a tie. It is not merely a tie. The Marquis of Curon began, intending to suggest that the Arias family could appoint another voter to replace Antonio. But the man claiming to be Merlin interjected. "What were you just saying?" "I stated it is not merely a tie," Liu replied. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding crept into Vanessa's heart. Having endured the previous events, she most wished to avoid hearing that foreigner's voice again. "What do you mean 3-3 is not a tie?" Diaz could not help but interject. "Because there is a very significant individual whose vote was never counted from the outset. What do you outsiders know? Aside from Torres, who is far away in the royal capital, all important members of the Arias family are present here in Rock Snow City, within this banquet hall," Diaz retorted mockingly. Yet, midway through his sentence, he noticed his sister's complexion had suddenly shifted. Blood-eyed Russ, Liu calmly uttered a name. As the former lord of the Green Wilderness, it seems rather inappropriate for him to have no say regarding his heir. Chapter 14. The Lucky Amulet. Russ is deceased. Romero reminded Liu otherwise. We would not need to hold an election to select the next lord of the Green Wilderness. Indeed, Russ has passed away, which is regrettable. However, in the misfortune lies a stroke of luck. He had already designated a favored heir before his demise. This is utterly absurd. Vanessa's face turned icy. No one knows what Russ truly thought while he was alive. Especially regarding the matter of his heir, he was still in his prime, never anticipating that misfortune would befall him. As for Antonio's previous claims, you have proven him to be a faithless, despicable scoundrel. His flowery words were merely to deceive Iria into believing he would stand by her side. And they hold no weight. The elegant lady had now resolved to disregard any concern for her ally's welfare. There was no choice. Once last night's secret meeting was exposed, Antonio was destined for disgrace. And he was already as good as finished. Although he remained in the hall, everyone regarded him as if he were dead, and the living could not afford to be dragged down by the dead. Thus, even though Antonio appeared pallid and vacant-eyed, kneeling in abject misery, Vanessa felt compelled to deliver another blow. Yet Liu shook his head. My basis does not rest on Antonio's words from last night. When people speak of Russ, they often extol his loyalty. I believe this loyalty extends not only to his sovereign, but also to his wife and family, that a man such as he, had he still lived, would undoubtedly honor his promise to his deceased wife. The supporters of Blanco were left dumbfounded. Is this even permissible? To drag the dead into the voting process is one thing, but now this wretched foreigner intended to take advantage of Russ's inability to respond. Vanessa hastily retorted. I have already stated that at that time. Russ's firstborn son, Ramon, was still alive, but that child later succumbed to a dreadful epidemic. The herbalists of the territory and the priests of the Silver Moon Church did their utmost, yet he could not endure. The elegant lady spoke rapidly, her agitation apparent. In contrast, Liu's expression remained nearly unchanged. However, that oath still holds validity, for the second daughter of Russ and Yolanda is still among the living, and the time has come to fulfill that promise. Vanessa felt as though her throat had been suddenly constricted, rendering her utterly speechless. Liu had intertwined Russ's honor with Iria's election, an unexpected maneuver, and the timing of this argument was even more critical. It coincided perfectly with Antonio's disgraceful breach of oath, which not only stripped him of all noble honor, but also, to some extent, tarnished the reputation of the entire Arias family, what Russ himself thought. Whether he truly wished for his daughter to succeed him as the next lord of the Green Wilderness had become irrelevant, in fact. Even if Russ were to rise from the dead and stand here now, he would have no choice but to acknowledge Liu's assertion. For at this moment, the Arias family could not bear the burden of yet another betrayal. This was not even a conspiracy, but a bold and open strategy. In Vanessa's mind, only one thought remained. Who on earth is this individual? Where did that simpleton Iria find such an extraordinary advisor? A calm intellect, meticulous analysis, and unparalleled eloquence combined to create a veritable monster. Not only in the Green Wilderness, but even compared to the top strategists near the great nobles of the royal capital, this man in black foreign garb would not be at a disadvantage, let alone considering his possession of those unheard-of miraculous methods. Such an opponent was indeed terrifying. In truth, it was not only the elegant lady embroiled in the situation. The onlookers, including the Marquis of Curon, gazed at Liu with a hint of something unusual in their eyes. Yet what they thought remained a mystery. Liu continued. Now that you have all exercised your voting rights, failing to distinguish a victor among the two candidates, rather than exhausting yourselves in search of another significant voter, it would be more prudent to respect Sir Russ's own wishes. After all, a member of the Arias family had previously remarked that aside from Torres, who resided far in the royal capital, all significant members of the Arias family were present here in Rock Snow City, within this very banquet hall. Diaz felt a surge of regret upon hearing this, realizing that his offhand remark had been seized by that individual and transformed into a powerful blow against all of Blanco's supporters. That scoundrel's memory was truly remarkable, ignoring the flustered Diaz. Liu continued. Considering Sir Russ's long-standing selfless dedication and remarkable contributions to the Arias family, even in death, his final wishes should be patiently heeded. Miss Iria has never harbored the expectation that you would act in accordance with her father's dying wishes. She merely seeks to reclaim the voting rights that rightfully belong to her father, and nothing more. Once Liu finished speaking, an enveloping silence settled over the banquet hall. Iria cast her gaze toward the figure at the head table, anxiously awaiting the final verdict, her nervous ears nearly at odds with each other. However, this time, Marquis Cullen did not keep the attendees waiting for long. He soon addressed them with solemnity, stating, Miss Iria's request is both just and reasonable. The final vote of the Arias family rightfully belongs to the late Sir Russ. And in accordance with his wishes, this vote will be cast for his sole heir, Miss Iria. Ultimately, the voting concluded with Blanco receiving 3 votes and Iria emerged victorious, poised to succeed her father as the next lord of the Green Fields. Marquis Cullen personally announced the election results, then softened his tone, gently saying, Congratulations, Iria. With the final results declared, the tumultuous election of the Arias family had finally reached a resolution. Yet the guests who witnessed this election had long since forgotten the 2 principal figures. Their attention was fixated on the enigmatic figure clad in black. For this foreigner had, single-handedly, transformed what would have been an unremarkable noble election into a performance that everyone would remember for eternity. Even the most discerning of spectators could not help but silently applaud, thoroughly entertained. Whether it was Liu's earlier display of extraordinary skill in recording and replicating a person's voice, or the subsequent debate where he single-handedly faced numerous opponents with clarity and precision. Each moment was worthy of prolonged discussion. He resembled a masterful assassin, quietly lurking within the crowd at the start of the election, observing his adversaries with keen eyes, searching for vulnerabilities, until the moment arrived when he sprang into action, plunging his exquisitely crafted jeweled dagger directly into the heart of his target. The entire sequence was executed with such finesse that it left no opportunity for retaliation. Cold-blooded yet elegant, it evoked endless admiration. Miss Rabbit, meanwhile, was utterly astounded. Had you asked her just a day prior who the future head of the Arias family would be, she would have confidently declared it to be herself. Indeed, until the election commenced. Iria had been certain of her victory, believing her triumph to be inevitable. The final outcome confirmed her belief, yet the journey to this moment had been entirely different from her expectations. In days. Miss Rabbit recalled the previous night, when a rather casually named individual had urged her to reconfirm the voting status with her supporters. Aside from inquiring about the local populace's stance on heretics and insisting that she ensure their oaths were made in the names of ancestors and deities. That person had also stuffed a strangely shaped, weighty rectangular metal mirror into her handbag. When she had asked him what it was, he explained, "It is a talisman of luck from my homeland. Once placed inside, do not remove it or handle it carelessly, lest its power be rendered ineffective." Chapter 15. An election without suspense? I won. I am the next Lord of the Green Fields? Iria exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. One cannot blame Miss Rabbit for her lack of composure. The swift transition from despair to elation was indeed overwhelming in that brief moment. Her emotions had taken her on a roller coaster ride, from a sense of assured victory to an inexplicable plunge into the depths of despair. Only to be catapulted back up into the clouds, the girl felt dizzy, struggling to catch her breath, until she saw Marquis Cullen nod affirmatively, confirming, yes, indeed. At that moment, she felt as though she had been struck by a wave of overwhelming happiness. Had it not been for the recently issued warning from the head steward, she would likely have leapt into the air in sheer exuberance. Nevertheless, even though she managed to keep her feet firmly on the ground, her excitement was palpable. Her chest heaved with exhilaration, hot breaths escaping her nostrils. She stepped forward with buoyant strides to pledge her loyalty to Marquis Cullen, then embraced her supporters warmly, celebrating their hard-won victory. Naturally, she did not forget to express her gratitude to the one person most deserving of it. Iria dashed toward Liu, but halfway there, she seemed to remember her new status, slowing her pace and adopting a semblance of the composure befitting the head of the Arias family. Well done. You performed admirably. Just as I instructed, Miss Rabbit declared loudly, seemingly fearful that those around her might not hear, while casting a discreet glance at Liu, signaling him to cooperate for a more candid conversation later. Liu took a subtle step back, safeguarding his eardrums. Just as he was about to speak, Iria gestured for him to wait. Her gaze drifted over Liu's shoulder to her half-brother, and she grinned, revealing a predatory smile toward Blanco. "You little one, what was it you said about executing me after inheriting the green fields?" If I were you, I would be weeping and fleeing this place right now. Hurry, hurry, dear brother, for the three-headed wolf is upon us." Since losing the election, Blanco had appeared increasingly terrified, cowering behind their mother and daring only to peek out with half his head upon hearing his sister's words. His face turned pale as a ghost, but he trembled, and those nearby noted a small, wet patch forming on his trousers. Miss Rabbit, satisfied as if she had indulged in an extra helping of meat during the festival, turned back to Liu and inquired, "What were you about to say? What does this mean?" Liu frowned. "Let me think. Oh, perhaps we could call it divine retribution. Did you hear what he said about me earlier? Why should he be allowed to trample over me, while I cannot frighten him in return? You should not threaten a mother in front of her child," Liu reminded her. "Fine, I admit I may have gone a bit overboard, but I am now the head of the Arias family. Even if Vanessa is displeased with me, she cannot do anything about it. Ha ha ha." The more Iria spoke, the more delighted she became. Unable to contain her laughter, she was still immersed in the thrill of winning the election when she heard Liu say, "If I were you, I wouldn't be so optimistic." "Why?" Miss Rabbit paused. Having learned not to underestimate this enigmatic foreigner after the series of events they had just experienced. This individual, who seemed to know nothing, requiring lessons even in the most basic knowledge of the continent of Broadis, nevertheless offered suggestions that were remarkably useful. His insights were astoundingly accurate, more reliable than even the most prophetic high priest in the temple. That it was he who had rendered Vanessa, the most eloquent member of the Arias family, utterly speechless, single-handedly turning the tide of the debate. Iria could hardly fathom how dire her situation would have been had she not encountered this peculiar foreigner the night before. Thus, she had completely forgotten that her interactions with Liu were merely a ruse. Instinctively regarding him as her true advisor, Liu surveyed the surroundings, This is not the place for such discussions. Then, let us return to my room, Miss Rabbit suggested. You go ahead. I'll join you once I've dealt with these people. Liu nodded. Approximately half an hour later, the girl and Liu reconvened in her guest room. Iria closed the door, poured herself a glass of honey wine to soothe her throat, then curiously asked, "What is happening? Why this secrecy? How many armed forces do you have in Rock Snow City?" Liu wasted no time, getting straight to the point. The family brought about 3 knights, along with 7 attendants, 12 warriors, and 6 archers. Additionally, it seems my stepmother has hired a mercenary group, Iria recalled. In the event of danger, some attendants and servants can also join the fray. Liu interrupted her. I am not inquiring about the Arias family's forces, but rather your own. Is there any difference between the family's armed forces and my own? Have you forgotten that I am now the head of the Arias family? The family's warriors owe their allegiance to me. And why do you need to count the armed forces? Rock Snow City is under the direct oversight of Marquis Cullen, and the security is quite stable, merely as a precaution. Precaution against what? The girl grew increasingly puzzled. A contingency for those unwilling to accept defeat. Liu no longer concealed his thoughts. Are you implying that my stepmother Vanessa might take action against me? Iria's eyes widened in shock. She can be quite deranged at times. I have believed that for a long time, especially since she would do anything for her son. But are you certain she would go this far? Miss Rabbit expressed her doubts. Even if she is greatly distressed today, mentally unstable, aside from my uncle Diaz, who else in the family would be willing to join her in madness? I have won the election, and Marquis Cullen, Sir Romero, and Sir Leo were all present, along with over 100 witnesses. Now I have taken my father's place as the Lord of the Green Wilds, and this matter has been settled, standing alongside Blanco at this juncture. Well, doesn't it seem a tad too late? And the risks too great? The question is, how do you know they're only now supporting your brother? Liu retorted, when they chose to support my brother is inconsequential. What matters is that I have triumphed, and they must realign their allegiances. Miss Rabbit, perhaps under the influence of too much mead, seemed somewhat disoriented. That is certainly significant. You harbor excessive suspicion towards others while placing undue trust in family and friends, Ilea contested. I admit, I may have underestimated you previously, and for that, I apologize that MY victory in this election is largely due to your assistance, and upon returning to the Green Wilds, I shall repay you as best I can. Oh, and regarding my uncle Antonio, I truly did not expect him to be a duplicitous scoundrel, especially considering how close my father once was to him. His betrayal is even more shocking and painful. But he is merely an anomaly and cannot represent the rest of the family. Is that so? Then what of your uncle in the Night Order at the capital? It is indeed peculiar that Uncle Torres supported my brother in his letter, given his closer relationship with my Aunt Eliza. Prompted by Liu, Miss Rabbit recalled this somewhat unusual occurrence that at the time, she found it hard to believe, even doubting if the letter had been swapped. For given Torres's closeness to Eliza, he had no reason to choose Blanco over her. However, this matter was later overshadowed by the hard-won, splendid victory, and Ilea's subconscious was reluctant to accept any dreadful conjectures. After much hesitation, the young lady finally stammered, "Do you think my Aunt Eliza?" "I do not know. I merely wish to convey that no one spoke to me until just before the election," Liu continued. "On that note, I have something to suggest. Is it possible that it is because you are a foreigner and dress rather oddly?" the young lady delicately hinted. "I am your advisor," Liu replied nonchalantly, "and your stepmother is aware of my existence." "Well, Captain Levin encountered you in the courtyard last night, and he subsequently had a maid arrange accommodations for you. In the noble households, news travels swiftly, so," Miss Rabbit shrugged, "it is not surprising that my stepmother heard about you this morning." "You are correct. And the same applies to the attendants and warriors of the Arias family. Many among them should also know my identity, yet not a single one has approached me all morning." Following Ilea's line of thought, Liu remarked, "Not even one person has taken the initiative to greet me, let alone extend a friendly gesture, for a group of individuals whose glory and lives are contingent upon the next family head. Placing a heavy bet on one side prematurely is both unnecessary and unwise, not to mention risking it all. The only possibility for such a situation is this: Liu looked into Miss Rabbit's eyes, enunciating each word. Although the election has yet to commence, it is evident that most of your family has already accepted your impending defeat. Chapter 16. The second path. The young lady sat in stunned silence at the edge of her bed, struggling to process Liu's recent revelations. The impact was overwhelming. Even when Blanco surpassed her in votes during the election, she remained convinced that the majority of her family supported her. It was merely her uncle Antonio's treachery that had nearly cost her the election. Yet now Liu was telling her that the truth was far from that. The outcome had long since ceased to be uncertain, and she alone was oblivious, confidently preparing to embrace a failure that was already predetermined. The thought sent a chill down Alea's spine, as if someone had plunged her head into ice-cold water during winter. And no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. The effects of the mead dissipated almost instantaneously. But what of those who supported me? Did they also know I was destined to lose? If that were the case, why would they still vote for me instead of Blanco? It doesn't add up. I have not been here long, and I am not sufficiently acquainted with this world or your family to draw any hasty conclusions, Liu said, pausing before adding. However, you mentioned that your aunt is closest to your uncle, and your uncle's change of heart at the last moment. At this point, Miss Rabbit understood, her ears drooping as she listlessly gazed out the window at a small tree. Resembling the despondent Emperor Chongjin of Coal Mountain, utterly resigned, the Liu fell silent. The room descended into a suffocating silence, broken only by the gentle swaying of a bouquet of irises in the vase. After a while, Liu noticed Alea's shoulders quivering. She was likely stifling quiet sobs. Seeing this, Liu returned the handkerchief the young lady had lent him to wipe his mouth the night before. I had the maid wash it before bed. Alea accepted the handkerchief, dabbing her tears as she said, "Why is this happening? Who can I trust now? My uncle? Or my great-grandmother Ona? The current situation remains unclear. I advise you to trust no one for now," Liu suggested. "So, I can only wait for my stepmother to take action against me. I came to Ice Snow City with my aunt and the others, but for the past 2 years, I have mostly been serving in the largest temple in Scale City. Devoted to the Silver Moon Goddess, my relationships with the accompanying knights and warriors surely are not as close as those with my aunt and her companions. Perhaps I could hire some mercenaries in the city. Can they be trusted?" Liu raised an eyebrow. "Not at all. Those fellows only recognize money, lacking any sense of honor. They could protect me for a price, but they could just as easily betray me for even more money." Miss Rabbit deflated before she could finish her thought. "Perhaps I should seek refuge with Marquis Current." "No, that won't do either. Seeking help from a lord right after winning the election would be too humiliating. It would only make me appear weak and incompetent, casting doubt on my ability to govern the Green Wilds. You could immediately summon your kin and publicly announce your abdication from the position of family head. At least that would eliminate the threat to your life," Liu proposed. "Not a chance," Alea exclaimed, jumping up from her bed as if her tail had been stepped on. "I will not yield to that woman. The Green Wilds is the legacy left to me by my father and mother. As long as I draw breath, I will never relinquish it." Though the traces of tears remained on her face, her tone was resolute that Liu was not surprised by Miss Rabbit's response. "Then the only option left is the second path. You were publicly elected by the core members of your family, and regardless of their private sentiments, hundreds witnessed the entire election process. Marquis Current accepted your fealty. Righteousness and legitimacy are your strongest weapons. You can use those to rally a group loyal to you. Completely take control of the Green Wilds, and then, whether it's your stepmother or anyone else harboring discontent, they will have no choice but to bow to you. Of course, this is predicated on your ability to return to the Green Wilds. Moreover, do you have anyone trustworthy there? Someone who, regardless of the temptations presented by others, would unhesitatingly choose to stand by your side?" "Alfred." The young lady uttered a name. "He was my mother's sworn knight, having watched over her since childhood. After my mother passed, he pledged his loyalty to my brother Ramon, but unfortunately, not long after, Ramon also died, and then Alfred became my sworn knight. Some fools say he has served 3 masters, 2 of whom died, and that he brings misfortune, but Alfred is the most loyal person I have ever known. Blaming those 2 unfortunate incidents on him would be unjust. After both my parents left me, He became the one person closest to me in this world. Alfred was originally supposed to accompany me to Ice Snow City, but his granddaughter was due to give birth recently, so I asked him to stay in the Green Wilds to look after his family. Excellent. You can write to him, instructing him to take swift action to secure the castle and hold it until you return. Until then, no one should be allowed entry, that if anyone questions his actions. He can tell them it is the command of the newly appointed head of the Arias family. No problem. I'll write it now. Alea finally regained her spirits, grabbing the feather quill from the table. Liu continued, since you cannot find reliable guards, it would be better to do without them altogether. Once you send the letter, we will set off immediately, leaving Ice Snow City before others can react. At the Marquis's estate, in another guest room, Vanessa called for one of her servants. I haven't seen Alea and her human advisor for quite some time. What are they up to now? I shall inquire right away. Milady. The servant bowed and left. Moments later, he returned at a brisk pace. I have inquired. Miss Alea stated that since she has become the head of the Arias family, she needs to acquire some new garments. So she went to the market to find a tailor. Look at her aspirations. Ha ha, Vanessa scoffed. Having tasted a bit of success, she begins to lose her head. How can the future of the Arias family be entrusted to someone like her? As she spoke, she waved her hand, but soon changed her mind and called out to the departing servant. What about that human advisor, Merlin? What is he up to now? He has gone to the market with Iria. The woman with drooping ears shifted her expression. During the election, Iria relied entirely on that fellow to speak for her. Is she now consulting her advisor, even for clothing? Your words remind me of something. Just before they left, Miss Iria seemed to borrow a black carrier pigeon from Chief Matisse. This is bad. They are making a run for it. Vanessa's expression changed drastically. The servant looked confused. Realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, Vanessa rephrased. It appears that the new head of the Arias family intends to abandon us and hasten back to her territory. Bring Captain Phagia to see me. Additionally, inform the others to pack their belongings swiftly. We shall depart for home today. Forget Phagia. I will seek him out myself. You just gather the remaining people. As the woman with drooping ears headed to the tavern in search of her mercenary captain, Iria had already slipped out of the gates of Yensno City with Liu. They followed a troop of gnomes, keeping their heads down and striving to remain inconspicuous. Considering Liu's eccentric attire drew too much attention, they had indeed visited the market beforehand to purchase a cloak. That very cloak now draped over Liu, concealing the elegant Jaeger suit beneath. Once outside the city, to evade any potential pursuers from behind, they opted to forsake the safer, more easily traversable main road, choosing instead to cut through the fields, wade across streams, and plunge into the dense forest. Miss Rabbit accidentally bumped her knee against a stony riverbank and whimpered for some time before rising to continue on, only to notice that Liu's exquisite trousers had been snagged by the bushes along the way, which somewhat balanced her feelings. However, after walking for a while longer, she could not help but voice her complaint. I was clearly the winner of this election. Why must I now flee in such a disheveled manner? Only those who survive can be deemed winners, Liu replied. Chapter 17. The ancient spirit of the Arias family. As dusk descended and the sky darkened, Iria felt fatigued and famished, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. She found a stone, disregarding the moss and dirt upon it, and sat down, then turned to Liu and said, That's enough. We have traveled quite far. Let us rest for today. Liu, too, felt weary, that as a city dweller. His usual exercise was scant, compounded by the relentless overtime at his previous jobs. Youth had sustained him thus far, but he was far from the condition he had enjoyed upon graduation, let alone during his initial days at school. After walking all afternoon on rugged paths, he felt the weight of fatigue. He had intended to walk a few more miles before resting, but seeing that Miss Rabbit had already settled here, he decided to stop as well. That he gathered some relatively dry twigs nearby and piled them on the ground, then rummaged through his belongings to find a hollow metal piece and a sharp-edged stone. These items, procured from the market, though paid for by Iria, were a fire striker and flint. Striking them together was supposed to produce fire, or so the history books claimed. However, after several attempts, while a few sparks flew, they extinguished quickly upon reaching the twigs. After 5 minutes of struggle, Liu's wrist ached, and still, no fire emerged. When he finally looked up, He found Iria gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Is something the matter? You claim to be a foreigner, having traversed to the continent of Bratis, yet you are unaware that kindling a fire requires tinder. I never stated that I journeyed all the way to the continent of Bratis, Liu replied, discarding the fire striker and flint and finding a relatively clean stone to sit upon. Moreover, why did you not remind me of this in the market? Ever since you displayed your prowess at the Marquis's estate at noon, single-handedly altering the outcome of the election and establishing me as the head of the Arias family, you seem to orchestrate everything as if omniscient and omnipotent. How could I have known you were unaware of such a simple matter? I assumed you carried tinder with you, which is why you did not purchase any, Miss Rabbit replied innocently. It has been ages since anyone in my hometown used such methods to start a fire, Liu stated. It is quite normal for my memory to be lacking. Where exactly is your hometown? Why do you persistently refuse to tell me? The girl inquired. I do not even know your true name. Merlin was merely a name I whimsically uttered, and now I have called you that all this time. It feels rather odd. Liu pointed to Iria's necklace. You have yet to inform me where that necklace came from. This. The girl removed the necklace from her neck, cradling it in her hands, and her expression darkened. This was a gift from my father on my 16th birthday that he said he found it while playing by the river as a child. Oh, and he also met my mother there. He mentioned that it harbors an ancient spirit of the Arias family. You are not from the Empire, so you may not have heard the ancient tales that circulate among the various families. It is said that our ancestors did not truly die, but transformed into ancient spirits, perpetually watching over us. When necessary, they may manifest as the animals depicted on our family crest, aiding us in times of crisis. This is why every family has similar customs, unless it is a matter of life and death. Descendants are forbidden from killing or consuming the animals depicted on the crest. Generally, this rule extends to the entire territory as well. So, your Arias family never consumes rabbit meat, and across the Empire, one cannot kill lions? Only when one's life is in jeopardy. That is indeed the case. Miss Rabbit nodded, then sighed. Unfortunately, the ancient spirit within the necklace fell into a deep slumber not long after. And besides my father, no one has awakened it. May I see it? Liu asked. This time, Iria did not refuse, handing the precious necklace to Liu, saying, I have consulted several artisans, and they all claim to have never seen similar materials on the continent of Bratis. Especially the 3 small dots in the center. Their texture is quite peculiar. I believe they may be the key to awakening the ancient spirit within. If I can unravel this mystery, perhaps I can guide the Arias family to achieve great things. The girl was filled with anticipation for the future, but Liu interrupted her reverie. It has run out of power. What did you say? I said that the electronic pet egg you are wearing around your neck has likely run out of power, which is why it cannot be activated. Did your father find anything else by the riverbank? Liu returned the pet egg to Iria. Nothing else, just this. Do you know what it is? Have you ever seen it? In your homeland. Miss Rabbit's expression was one of excitement, thrilled at the prospect of finally uncovering the answers she had long sought. Well, we used to have quite a few of these in my hometown, but sadly, they have become relics of a bygone era, Liu replied, noticing the girl's gaze towards him was filled with complexity. Before Miss Rabbit could speak, her stomach growled audibly to Liu rummage through his pack for some jerky and bread, as they had failed to start a fire. They could only nibble on the cold food to stave off hunger, washing it down with a few sips of stream water. To be why this time, darkness had fully descended. Fortunately, the moon was bright, and Miss Rabbit utilized the moonlight to find a relatively flat area in the woods, leaving the smoother section for herself and allocating the less even part to Liu. She cast a furtive glance at Liu, fearing he might discern her subtle intentions to her surprise. She found Liu unusually distracted, occasionally glancing at the round object on his right wrist. During their journey, Iria had also stolen a few glances at it. It was a metal disc marked with measurements, with 3 needles of varying lengths moving across the surface at different speeds. Quite fascinating, though she was unsure of its purpose. However, seeing that Liu did not notice that her sleeping spot was slightly better than his, Miss Rabbit felt a twinge of happiness, despite the fact that this place was outdoors, lacking a bed or blankets, and swarming with mosquitoes. Asa Noble, Iria had never spent a night in such dire conditions before. Yet happiness is comparative. Regardless, the place she would lie down was marginally more even than Li Yu's, and as the girl comforted herself with these thoughts, she suddenly noticed that Li Yu, who had been standing beside her, had inexplicably vanished, just as he had when he arrived the previous night. Chapter 18. Awakening. Welcome back. Room 8's doors swung open once more, and Li Yu saw Su Mingyuan step inside. How was your first business trip? How on earth did you manage to send me to another dimension? I am from the Human Resources Department, and I find it quite challenging to elucidate specific technical knowledge. However, I anticipated your inquiry, so I have preemptively sought out someone who could provide a clear explanation. Su Mingyuan smiled. Coincidentally, he has numerous questions he wishes to pose to you as well. Oh, Hephaestus, do not misunderstand. This is merely a nickname, a bad habit propagated by Alibaba. He is not truly the god of fire and craftsmanship from ancient Greek mythology. He simply insists that others address him as such. Like you and I, he is also an employee of the Third Epoch, responsible for research and development in the equipment department. Research and development. You have such positions here? Indeed, once resources are gathered, there is always a need for development and utilization. Li Yu refrained from inquiring further about what the resources were or how they were to be developed and utilized. He could save those questions for when he met Hephaestus. Thus, he merely said to Su Mingyuan, "Please take me to him." However, upon hearing this, Su Mingyuan did not move. Is there something else? Have you forgotten something? What? There is no overtime in the Third Epoch. It is already 5 o'clock, and we should be leaving. Let us reconvene at 9 tomorrow morning, and I will take you to see Hephaestus. After stating this, Su Mingyuan turned to leave, but Li Yu called out to her once more. Wait. Other questions can wait, but there is one thing you must answer immediately. What time is it right now? Li Yu said in a serious tone. Are you not wearing the watch I lent you? Is the answer not abundantly clear? If you still refuse to believe it, you can inquire with someone else after leaving, or simply connect to the internet to confirm. Su Mingyuan replied. Oh, and regarding the events of today, please ensure you keep them confidential. As you know, our business is rather specialized and not particularly suited for public knowledge. Remember to take a shower and get a good night's sleep when you return. We shall meet again tomorrow. After exiting the office building, Li Yu first borrowed a charging cable from a nearby convenience store to charge his phone, which had automatically shut down. After waiting for about half a minute, he pressed the power button, and moments later, the Huawei logo illuminated the screen, followed by Harmony OS. Then came the password input interface, but at that moment, Li Yu's attention was entirely captivated by the time and date displayed at the top of the screen. May 19, Wednesday, 15 p.m. This date was indeed the day he had come to the Third Epoch for an interview, despite having spent nearly an entire day in another world. However, on the watch Su Mingyuan had lent him, the hour hand had only moved approximately 7 ticks. That if that watch had been tampered with by the Third Epoch, the time displayed on his phone was synchronized in real time with the network. Once connected to the internet, it would automatically update, making it nearly impossible to falsify. Liu then opened the photo album, but regardless of the pictures he had taken in that other world or the recordings he had made for Miss Rabbit, he could not find any of them. That he unplugged the charging cable, thanked the clerk for their assistance, purchased a can of oolong tea, and then scanned for a shared power bank near the checkout. As he walked through the automatic doors, he noticed his reflection in the glass. The tear in his trousers, caused by the bushes, was still there, yet the mud spots on his dress shoes had vanished. After leaving the convenience store, Li Yu did not head home immediately. Instead, he took the subway to a small park in the southern part of the city. That he selected an empty bench and sat down, watching the elderly in the park as they strolled with children, danced, played chess, and sang Beijing opera, while he quietly finished the can of oolong tea in his hand. That he had never imagined that these mundane scenes, so commonplace, would one day be imbued with profound meaning. That Su Mingyuan had not lied. Once one enters the rabbit hole, their entire life would inevitably change. That in the brief span of just over 7 hours prior, the events that transpired had nearly upended all the perceptions he had held for over 20 years. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of that mansion would materialize before him. Those towering stone walls and wooden pillars secured with wedges. The white lime on the exterior walls easily smudged away with a fingertip. Cloaked warriors and attendants feasted together in the grand hall, while someone strummed a lyre made from tortoise shell. singing the legendary epic of Alexander the Great's warriors as they conquered Bratislava. Everything felt so tangible, for Liu was amidst it all that he could feel the heartbeat of his once-fading heart rekindling. It was a peculiar experience, akin to a child departing from their mother's womb, opening their eyes to behold a brand new world for the first time. Everything was so vibrant and alive. The mundane and tedious routines of adulthood now shimmered with brilliance, resembling treasure troves glistening with gold, awaiting his touch to unlock. That it was the innate human desire for exploration calling out. Even the looming threat of death from an unfamiliar environment could not diminish it. In fact, it was that omnipresent sense of crisis that hastened the awakening of certain aspects within Liu, reigniting a long-lost exhilaration. "Have you gotten into some trouble lately?" A voice called from behind, pulling him back from his reverie. Just being prepared, Liu turned to see a woman, dressed in a chiffon blouse and an A-line skirt, holding onto a golden retriever, standing behind him. She possessed a model-like figure and a stunningly beautiful face that could rival that of a star, complemented by naturally wavy light brown hair. Even amidst the throngs of beautiful women in art schools, she remained impossible to overlook. "It has been quite a while since we last met." "Yes, about a year or so." "How have you been over the past year?" The woman in the A-line skirt sat beside Liu. "Not bad. I've been busy with job hunting." "Is that so? What kind of job?" "Consulting. And you?" "Consulting. That seems quite fitting for you, considering you were always the most organized and diligent in our previous company." The woman in the A-line skirt tucked a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear. "As for me, I'm still living with my mom." "How is your mother's health?" "Still the same, except for some knee pain when going up and down stairs or during rainy days. Everything else is quite all right." "Is that so?" "Yes. My mom asked about you not long ago, wondering when you might have time to come over for dinner." After saying this, the woman in the A-line skirt handed Liu something wrapped in a black garbage bag. "Here, the item you requested. When you use it, push the switch all the way and press the red button." "Thank you." Liu accepted the garbage bag. "I'll take care of this urgent matter in the next couple of days, and will return it to you soon." "No need. You may keep it. I no longer have any use for it. By the way, I still have the seller's WeChat. Let me send that to you as well, that he has plenty of similar items. And if you need anything, feel free to contact him. But it's best not to overexert yourself." "Understood. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." The golden retriever is getting impatient. The woman in the A-line skirt pointed to the dog, which was waiting a short distance away, looking somewhat restless. "Take care," Liu said. "You too." The woman in the A-line skirt rose from her seat, leading the large dog along the gravel path. After walking about 200 meters, they stopped again, seemingly encountering an acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, the woman turned back towards Liu and waved before continuing on, disappearing with the golden retriever at the path's end. Chapter 19. Reborn, when did you arrive? Su Mengyuan inquired as Liu stood at the door. 5 minutes ago. It seems you are beginning to integrate into the corporate culture of the third epoch, though there remains room for improvement. Su Mengyuan smiled slightly as she swiped the electronic lock open at 8:57 a.m. The front desk staff usually arrive at the last minute, and as for the rest, as long as they arrive before 9:20, it is not considered late. That I came in a bit early for your sake. Come in. We have much to accomplish today. Liu followed Su Mengyuan into her office, a room No. 2. Unlike the previous room number 8, this one bore a typical office layout, complete with a desk, office chair, computer, printer, and filing cabinet. Everything appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary company department. Well, there were some differences. Liu noted that the ergonomic chair Su Mengyuan sat in was a Herman Miller. Such a chair typically retails online for between 10 to 20,000, and even with bulk purchases, it wouldn't be significantly cheaper. Even among leading internet companies, few would be generous enough to provide employees with such chairs. Su Mengyuan hung her shoulder bag on a pegboard on the wall and placed the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks she had bought from a downstairs breakfast shop on her desk. She then opened a drawer and retrieved a black folder, handing it to Liu. "According to your previous request, we'll discuss the contract after you finish your first day of work. So, do you have answers now?" Liu accepted the contract and found a chair to sit down, quickly scanning through the contents before reading it word for word twice, confirming there were no hidden traps or distasteful non-compete clauses. He set the contract down and looked up, Aren't you at all concerned that I might report you after returning yesterday? Recruitment entails an inherent element of risk, Su Mingyuan remarked as she lifted the paper covering off the tofu pudding. Since you have taken the initial step, we naturally wish to reciprocate your trust. By reciprocating trust, do you mean to confine me in room 8 when I least expect it? Liu Wuzlavia Inkira. I would rather not resort to such measures. However, every beginning is fraught with difficulty, that I have already informed you that unless you witness that world with your own eyes, no amount of my verbal persuasion will convince you of its reality. With one hand grasping a youtiao and the other using a plastic spoon to scoop a spoonful of tofu pudding, she blew gently on it before taking a bite. Moreover, even if you harbor no interest in this job and wish to part ways amicably, we have a public relations department dedicated to handling such matters. And how will you handle it? Will you kill me? Su Mingyuan shook her head. We are a legitimate company. We do not engage in illegal activities. But if I were to perish in that world yesterday, you will not die there, a voice called from outside the door. Well, to be precise, you may indeed die there, but fret not, you shall return, and not a piece shall be missed. Your divine sequence is akin to the legendary reborn, identical to that of the most renowned prophet in Christianity. The speaker was a mixed-race handsome young man, appearing to be around Liu's age, with chestnut hair, clad in a merchandise t-shirt from Forza Horizon 4, and flamboyant floral beach shorts that he seemed less like an employee and more like a dandy on vacation by the seaside. Upon entering, he extended his hand to Liu with enthusiasm, stating, Hephaestus, Equipment Department, my hair is natural, as my mother is Slavic ditto. And let me emphasize, I am not gay. Liu, he replied, shaking Hephaestus's hand. You mentioned something about reborn. Oh, your divine sequence first appeared in the Gospel of Matthew, with a reference in Mark 16:9, and also in 1 Peter. However, unlike other divine sequences, reborn is exceedingly rare. No one has possessed it since, to the extent that we could not even ascertain its existence until your arrival, which has put an end to this millennium-long debate. Hephaestus gazed at Liu with an intensity akin to that of someone admiring a shimmering limited edition character card just drawn from a pool. Thank you for informing me in advance that you are not gay, but I still do not quite understand. To put it simply, you possess a unique ability for infinite rebirth, Su Mingyuan interjected, biting into her youtiao. Interdimensional travel is already bizarre enough. Are you now attempting to convince me that the stories in the Bible are true? Liu frowned. Partially, yes, Hephaestus nodded. Although there may be some discrepancies in the narrative perspective. So far, we have verified the existence of over 60 divine sequences, spanning Norse mythology, Celtic mythology, Indian mythology. The Bible contains the most, as it was penned most recently, and is thus easier to substantiate. These divine sequences are precious legacies bestowed upon us by visitors from another universe. It is precisely due to their heritage that our company was established, venturing into this previously uncharted blue ocean, akin to the Mayflower's journey to the New World. What exactly are you trying to achieve? To plunder gold, resources, and energy from another universe? Liu questioned. No. That would be barbaric. The New World and the Mayflower are merely metaphors. We are not like those greedy and cold European colonizers. Moreover, you should have noticed that we cannot bring back even a blade of grass from that world, that in reality, we can only take one thing from there, faith. Faith. Isn't that merely an abstract concept? Faith exists in reality and is a highly valuable and unique resource that can transcend dimensional limitations. Flowing freely across different universes, Su Mingyuan stated, having finished her youtiao and wiping her hands. Since the company's inception, we have been dedicated to the extraction and utilization of faith. All our work revolves around these two objectives. Let me summarize, Liu said. If I understand correctly, you just implied that many myths and legends throughout human history are true and were left by visitors from other dimensions, with the aim of extracting faith as a special resource here on Earth. And now the Third Era has inherited their technological legacy through some means and is also collecting faith from other dimensions. What about Taoism? Does it also originate from another universe? No, Zhang Daoling is one of us, Hephaestus replied with admiration. He is my idol, entirely self-taught. Though his methods of utilizing faith are crude and primitive. They still inspire our research to this day. Chapter 20. The Fundamental Theoretical Principles of Interdimensional Travel. Given the current level of technological development and related policies and regulations, it has become exceedingly difficult to extract faith on a large scale from Earth. Since the path downward has been blocked, the company is left with no choice but to venture out to sea, Su Mingyuan stated. Next, let Hephaestus introduce you to the fundamental theoretical knowledge related to interdimensional travel. At your service. The mixed-race young man found a chair and rubbed his hands together. Where shall we begin? Have you heard of string theory, my friend? I've heard a bit. Excellent, that I shall be as concise as possible. According to the eternal inflation theory proposed by Soviet physicists Alexander Vilenkin and Andrei Linde, the universe we inhabit resembles a bubble triggered by quantum fluctuations. There are countless similar bubbles constantly forming and dissipating, with no beginning or end. Deity help you better grasp this theory. Imagine a bottle of Coke being shaken vigorously. One bubble represents our universe, while the others signify different universes. For the most part, our universe remains stable and solitary, expanding and growing on its own. However, there are times when we collide with other bubbles, a phenomenon we researchers refer to as interference. Typically, interference occurs without notice. The vast majority of beings in two universes are entirely unaware of its occurrence, neither knowing when it began nor when it concluded. Interference has almost no impact on the universe, until the founders of the Third Era unraveled the secrets hidden behind those ancient myths, discovering that we could utilize interference to traverse to another universe, a technique now referred to as descendancy. In the early days, descendancy was incredibly perilous, akin to plunging your head into a pool teeming with crocodiles. Due to the differing Calabi-Yau manifolds, the physical laws of different universes can vary immensely. Entering a universe with a different Calabi-Yau manifold is essentially tantamount to suicide. Fortunately, there are enough bubbles, and later researchers, through numerous trials and errors, and at an exorbitant cost, gradually developed methods to locate universes with the same Calabi-Yau manifold. Eventually, the selection criteria were further narrowed, leading us to choose new worlds that closely resembled our own. What does closely resemble mean? Liu asked. Quantitatively, it means worlds with a deviation of within 5, exhibiting familiar climates, geographical environments, flora and fauna. Most importantly, classical physics is entirely applicable, Hephaestus explained. We refer to these worlds as pure lands. However, merely finding a suitable dimension and mastering the technology of descendancy is insufficient, Su Mingyuan interjected. It's akin to setting a destination and preparing a vessel for navigation. Ultimately, you still need a captain to steer it. He is the key to it all. Indeed, only a minuscule fraction of individuals possess the ability to traverse the cosmos, to descend from one universe to another, Hephaestus continued. I dream of exploring another universe. And even if the price is my life in the next moment, I would have no regrets. Yet, I will never have that opportunity in my lifetime. The mixed-race young man sighed, his expression one of wistful longing. Ordinary individuals like me are destined to rely solely on a barren imagination and your descriptions to perceive its splendor, praying to encounter it in dreams. That place is indeed quite beautiful, Liu remarked. It resembles medieval Europe with a touch of fantastical elements. The most powerful empire there was established by a coalition of half-beasts. Humans and dwarves, though there is no magic or wizards. Half-beasts, like those in The Lord of the Rings, are those with animal ears, not much different in appearance from humans. Damn! Hephaestus exclaimed, uncharacteristically swearing. The one thing I cannot refuse in this world is furries. Now, a world full of furries is laid out before me, yet I cannot even catch a glimpse of it. This is unfair. It is utterly unfair. We can discuss your preferences later. Su Mingyuan glanced at the time. The next descent is about to commence. You should focus on the key points. All right. The mixed-blood handsome man was compelled to suppress the impulses within his heart. Next, allow me to introduce a few guidelines related to your arrival, although I believe you may have already noticed some of them. First and foremost, you are permitted to bring items from this world, but only those that my body can physically touch. Bingo! Wow, my friend, your powers of observation are truly remarkable, Hephaestus praised. Moreover, at this stage, the total weight of the items you can carry must not exceed 5 kilograms. Living beings are prohibited, as are uncooked seeds. The handsome man's words also clarified why. During Li Yu's first arrival, his phone, watch, and clothes remained intact, while his wallet and tissues were inexplicably absent. Fortunately, the latter two items were still in the room upon his return. What about bacteria? Li Yu queried again. Surely the bacteria and viruses I carry cannot simply vanish. Right? What impact might they have there? That is a rather intriguing question that I have encountered similar discussions on numerous forums. And I believe most individuals tend to overestimate the potency of modern pathogens to some extent, despite many citing the indigenous peoples of the Americas as examples. However, these individuals overlook a critical premise. The smallpox introduced by European colonizers was, in itself, one of the most devastating infectious diseases in human history. Akin to the influenza virus, the Black Death, and the currently rampant coronavirus, as well as our old acquaintance, HIV, among others. However, for a healthy individual, the bacteria they carry will have a limited impact on a similar new environment. In fact, well before the age of discovery, Eurasians had reached the Americas, and the pathogens they brought did not devastate the region. Noticing that Li Yu had no further questions, Hephaestus continued. Second, you cannot bring anything back from that world, whether tangible objects or photographic images, and each time you can remain there for no more than 7.5 hours of real time. Of course, you are also aware that the flow of time varies across different universes. Our 7.5 hours do not equate to 7.5 hours there. 3-1, Li Yu remarked. What? The comparative flow of time between the two sides is roughly 3-1. During my first arrival, I spent nearly a day there. You entered a universe where time flows differently? That's excellent, as it means you have more time to act. Although there is still insufficient research to conclusively explain why this occurs. Your watch and phone will continue to display the time of the real world, but if you make good use of this, you can master the timing of your return. Is the return a natural occurrence? Or, Li Yu inquired again. It is a natural occurrence that that universe. You are akin to a guest. Once the visiting hours have passed, the host will politely ask you to leave. Chapter 21. Return to Bratislava in that world. I encountered a young girl who wore an electronic pet egg around her neck, reminiscent of the popular ones from the 1990s, Li Yu described. How did she come by that thing? Has someone been there before me? UV noticed. That is a waypoint specifically placed by the company during the last intervention, intended to establish a connection with that universe, thus allowing you to arrive there smoothly. At this stage, you will always appear near the waypoint upon your arrival. So I strongly advise you to cultivate a good relationship with its owner. In response to your second question, no. You are the first Earthling to set foot on that land, a veritable Columbus. Every inch of her skin belongs entirely to you. Hephaestus concluded with a whistle. So, the owner of that electronic pet egg is not my benefactor? No, aside from coincidentally finding the waypoint we discarded, she bears no distinction from other intelligent beings in that realm. Su Mengyuan replied, your benefactor consists of your followers and all potential candidates for followers. To harvest faith there, you must first establish a religion that it should be entirely new, not based on existing ones. You will determine its name, the deity to be worshipped, and the rules to be followed, as well as how to develop it. The company is solely concerned with the final result, namely, how much faith can be collected that a portion of this faith will belong to you, which you can freely allocate, serving as the company's additional investment in you. The remaining portion will be forcibly collected by the company. However, we will convert this portion of faith into corresponding performance bonuses to provide you with extra compensation. In the future, once you earn faith, you can spend it in the equipment department, where we have plenty of fine items. Hephaestus had already begun to promote his creations. To enhance his persuasiveness, he retrieved a waterproof box from his backpack. By the way, I heard you don't have a watch. This is a welcome gift from the equipment department. Li Yu accepted the small box, opened it, and discovered a black wristwatch with a canvas strap inside. The Blancpain 50 Fathom Series 50-54-36-40-052B, my personal favorite model, features a rose gold case with a diameter of 43 millimeters and a thickness of 13.3 mm, utilizing the 6654 P.4 movement It is a diving watch. It possesses excellent waterproof capabilities, allowing you to dive straight into a river without concern for malfunction. The luminous hands ensure you can easily discern the time in dark environments. Yet all of this pales in comparison to its inherent beauty. It is a flawless work of art. No man can resist its allure. Furthermore, the equipment department has made a few minor modifications, transforming its full calendar moon phase function into a more practical faith-counting function. Faith counting. Indeed, it will become your best assistant. Each time you acquire a portion of faith, it will be displayed in the calendar position above, allowing you to monitor your progress in real time. The upper limit is 999,999. Once this threshold is exceeded, a star will rise in the position of the original moon phase below, after which the upper count will reset. Quite intuitive, isn't it? Hephaestus beamed until Su Ming Yuan's voice interrupted. The finance department wants me to remind you that your equipment department's budget has already been exceeded this month, that if you persist in creating divine-grade equipment with luxury items, the excess will be deducted directly from your future salaries. Hephaestus froze, momentarily contemplating retracting the watch to sell it instead. However, Liu had already strapped it onto his wrist. Thank you, this gift is exquisite. No. You're welcome, Hephaestus replied with a wry smile. That Liu donned the new watch and signed his name in the Party B section of the contract. Although I cannot fully trust everything you've said, this job does sound rather intriguing, and I am willing to give it a try. Su Ming Yuan appeared unfazed by this, taking the contract. I mentioned earlier that I have been observing you for quite some time. You have always been my favorite candidate. Possessing a calm mind, keen observational skills, and outstanding analytical abilities. However, more importantly, adventurous blood flows through your veins. Much like the most exceptional navigators, elite gamblers, and extreme sports enthusiasts in history. Yet you have consistently suppressed your true nature, allowing yourself to be engulfed by monotonous, mechanical work, gradually extinguishing your spirit. This is also why you have often felt trapped. Our objective is to liberate you from this cage of life, providing you with all the preparations necessary before your great journey, assisting you in setting sail. Every leader I have had during my employment has told me something similar. This time is different. Welcome to the third era. I hope you find the path you have long been seeking here. Su Ming Yuan shook Liu's hand once more before reminding him. Time is of the essence. You must prepare to depart. Upon hearing this, Liu refrained from further conversation, adjusted his tie, and rose to head towards room 8. Hephaestus slid his chair back into the corridor and called after Liu's retreating figure. Your divine sequence has been activated following your first arrival. But I personally advise against dying lightly unless absolutely necessary. For while resurrection is indeed possible, the pain you endure before death will not be diminished in the slightest. This has already been proven by your predecessor, and I believe you would not wish to experience what he went through. Understood. Drawing from his previous experience, Liu drank half a can of zero-calorie cola before his second arrival, although he still felt a notable dizziness during the intervention. The symptoms were considerably alleviated compared to his first experience. At least he did not vomit on the spot this time. However, he still took a moment to allow his eyes to adjust to the change in lighting. As before, he arrived in Bratislava at night, but approximately half an hour earlier than during his first arrival, which translates to an hour and a half in this universe. Liu noticed he was still in the wilderness, and before him lay a campfire. Just as he intended to turn his head to look elsewhere, a dagger had already pressed against his lower back. Speak. Whose man are you, and what is your purpose in approaching me? A familiar voice rang in Liu's ear. However, this time the sense of vigilance far exceeded that of their first encounter. Where have you been for the past 2 days? I can explain, Liu replied calmly. Oh, really? Then you had better clarify this first. The girl's tone resembled that of the aggrieved parties featured on local television segments, caught in the act by reporters and cameramen. After speaking, she tossed an object in front of Liu. It was a golden brooch, one end fashioned into the shape of a lion's head, exuding an air of majesty. Chapter 22. Listening is a virtue. This was given to me by Sir Leo. Liu did not conceal the truth. The lion's head was too conspicuous. There was only one family on the entire continent of Bratis known to bear such a crest that he had originally tucked the brooch into his suit pocket, unaware that he could not take it back to his own realm, and it must have fallen when he vanished. now discovered by the keen-eyed Miss Rabbit. So you admit it. You are his man? The girl's voice turned icy. Isn't it obvious? I assisted you in winning the airship contest of the Arias family. And Sir Leo was present at that time. That IT was then that he expressed his intention to recruit me. He had his servant deliver this brooch to me while you were busy dealing with the other nobles. In truth, it was not just him. The Golden Finger Romero, and even your stepmother, had sent people to inquire if I was interested in serving them. What surprised me was Marquis Cullen, perhaps out of respect for your lord. He refrained from trying to undermine you. What? There is more than one. Iraya's voice escalated in pitch. The Miss Rabbit grew, increasingly enraged, her ears nearly twitching with fury. You are my advisor, and if you didn't intend to abandon me for others, why didn't you confess this to me from the start? When have I ever been your advisor? Liu raised an eyebrow. You. The young lady was at a loss. It dawned on her that the title of advisor was something she had casually fabricated, and she had initially felt a twinge of regret, worried that it might be a source of mockery. It was only after Liu miraculously helped her turn the tide and reminded her that her freshly acquired position as head of the family was not as secure as it seemed that she had fully embraced this unexpected advisor and considered him a trusted confidant. This was why she was so furious upon discovering someone's betrayal. After all, Liu was the one she had picked up first. Yet, the Miss Rabbit never anticipated that the other party would deny it. It was akin to a scoundrel who had pursued you relentlessly, employing various means to win your affection, only to suddenly withdraw just as you were about to confess your feelings. But I saved your life. The Miss Rabbit's voice dwindled, her confidence clearly waning. Thus, I also did my utmost to assist you in winning the election. That way, we would be even. Is that all? You stand by my side solely because I saved you. Iraya felt inexplicably slighted at that moment. Then she heard him say, well, it's not entirely because of that. A flicker of indignation ignited within the Miss Rabbit, and she eagerly inquired, what else? When I first arrived in this world, I knew nothing about it and needed someone to provide me with protection. You were the first person to show me kindness, and a noble at that, Liu stated candidly. You were the most suitable choice for me, and this meant I had to prove my worth to you. Oh, Iraya huffed, retracting the small knife pressed against Liu's waist, her expression unreadable as she moved to sit by the fire, hugging her knees. Only then did Liu take in her current state, and he was momentarily taken aback. Unlike their last meeting, the Miss Rabbit now appeared utterly disheveled. Not only was her red cloak missing, but her oversized linen shirt, which had once reached her ankles, was now torn and ragged. Though it was not yet indecent, certain areas were clearly visible. That it was evident that during her time alone at home and studying in the temple, her diet had been quite satisfactory. Despite some areas not having gained weight, others had begun to show signs of it. Additionally, she was missing one boot, with dried blood scabs on her knees, and her once clean hands and face were now smeared with dirt, alongside welts from mosquito bites and scratches she had inflicted upon herself. Perhaps the only thing that could be considered a comfort was the small fire before her. However, to ignite it, the girl had evidently endured quite a bit of hardship, as her left index finger bore a blister from burns, short, during Liu's absence over the past 2 days. The Miss Rabbit had clearly suffered greatly. What happened to you? Liu inquired. Iraya remained silent, shifting her position to turn her back to him. I brought mosquito repellent this time. You should apply some, Liu said as he handed her a bottle of 6 Gods mosquito repellent. Yet, the girl remained motionless, as if turned to stone. Several large mosquitoes settled on her ears and arms, feasting on her, yet she showed no reaction, clearly irked. After a while, she finally spoke, her tone tinged with bitterness. You've used me up, drawing the attention of those high-ranking individuals. Why not seek refuge with them? Why come back to watch my misfortune? Liu did not respond immediately, but chose to sit beside Iraya. Earlier, when you asked why I stood by your side, I could have easily concocted a convenient excuse, uttering words you wished to hear, allowing the matter to fade away with a happy resolution for all. Then why didn't you? The Miss Rabbit muttered. Because I have always believed that one day you would grow into a mature leader capable of distinguishing between flattery and constructive criticism. Are you implying that I am not mature enough at present? Iraya's keen ears immediately caught the underlying tone in his words. Indeed, you possess numerous flaws: suspicious, petty, blindly confident, prone to acting impulsively, wearing your emotions on your sleeve, and lacking depth. Liu stated bluntly. You. Iraya's teeth ground together in frustration, ready to explode, but then she reconsidered. If she erupted, it would only validate his claims. Thus, she managed to suppress her anger, nearly causing herself internal injury. However, you also have many admirable qualities, Liu continued after a pause. You are kind-hearted, willing to extend a helping hand to others, even to strangers you have never met before. Moreover, you are quite adept at heeding the opinions of others. Most of my advice, you have followed through admirably. Do not underestimate this. I have served numerous clients, and those in high positions often tend to be egotistical, easily falling into the trap of stubbornness, walking a solitary path that in contrast, I prefer collaborating with those who understand the value of listening, even if their capabilities are not as stellar. Not to mention, you are capable of considering the needs of others. You noticed that I wasn't carrying a short knife, so you lent me your own during dinner that day. I've seen all of this, and that was the true reason I ultimately decided to seek your cooperation. Chapter 23, Divine Names. Who cares about collaborating with you? The Miss Rabbit muttered under her breath. Yet, despite her words, upon hearing Liu's compliments, her previously tense demeanor visibly relaxed, and she ceased her fidgeting. Seizing the moment, Liu pressed on, I wish to establish a more long-term and stable relationship with you. The girl flicked her long ears, revealing her inner joy, but having just been angry, she found it inappropriate to agree immediately. Therefore, she cleared her throat and said, I will consider your proposal, formally accepting you as my advisor. Of course, you must perform well. Before Liu could respond, she suddenly slapped her thigh forcefully, raising her hand to reveal a crimson palm. You just said you have a repellent for mosquitoes. Hurry. Bring me some. These annoying creatures have nearly drained my blood over the past few days. Upon hearing this, Liu directed the Six Gods mosquito repellent towards Iraya, spraying it onto her exposed skin. Initially, the Miss Rabbit was skeptical, but soon the buzzing around her ears diminished significantly, and those pesky winged creatures ceased to approach her. Wow! This is incredible, she exclaimed, marveling, then inhaling deeply, a look of bliss crossing her face. It smells so good. Is this perfume from your homeland? It can repel mosquitoes too. It must be quite expensive. $14.03 a bottle. The more you buy, the cheaper it gets. Liu replied. What is $1? And where did you run off to previously? Why do you always appear and disappear so suddenly? How do you manage that? I was just about to tell you, Liu said, his expression serious. I am not from this world. I know you are not from this continent. You told me that the first night we met. Miss Rabbit was currently indulging in the delightful scent of floral perfume, finding it far more fragrant than any perfume she had previously tried, even surpassing the luxurious offerings from the southern regions. She paid little heed to Liu's words until he elaborated. The world I refer to encompasses not only the continent of Broadis, but also the various nations and city-states beyond the straits. Then where do you hail from? Arya felt her geographical knowledge was lacking. In truth, since her birth, she had spent most of her time in the green wilderness, and it was only after being sent by her father to serve the goddess of the silver moon in the temple of Multiscale City that she truly ventured far from home, albeit still within the western territories. The young girl had never even visited the capital, possessing only vague notions of the world beyond, gleaned from hearsay, as for more distant places. She could scarcely fathom them. I noticed that your poetry mentions the gods residing in their golden divine realm atop the sacred mountain. Ah, are you implying that you come from there? Arya regarded him with skepticism. Can you name 5 or more deities from the continent of Broadis? I'm not familiar with them, Liu replied, but I do indeed originate from a similar realm. Boasting has its limits. You claim your hometown is in a divine kingdom. Miss Rabbit laughed. But as she observed Liu's unwavering expression, her amusement began to fade, especially when recalling the astonishing abilities he had previously demonstrated, such as his talent for recording sound and his elusive presence. Arya started to seriously ponder a certain possibility. Are you a god? I am not a god. I am merely a prophet. What is a prophet? A prophet serves as a spokesperson for the divine among mortals. My God differs from the deities you worship. He does not easily depart from his celestial domain. Then how does he respond to his followers? Through his earthly spokesperson. Miss Rabbit became increasingly skeptical, so it is entirely up to you. What is the name of your God? Saturday, Li Yu answered. In my homeland, everyone reveres him, eagerly anticipating his arrival while mourning his departure. Saturday? I've never heard of him. That's quite normal. We are all newcomers. The Red Lion Empire has always been quite tolerant and open-minded. While it does not particularly welcome foreign deities, it does not exclude them either. However, I must say, you have arrived late. Most of the inhabitants here revere the gods atop the sacred mountain. And we are quite devout. Do those deities respond to your devotion? Occasionally, but they are usually quite busy with their own affairs, ensuring the sun rises and sets, that plants can sprout, seeds can grow from the earth, and ships can navigate storms, and they may even quarrel out of jealousy from time to time. Arya recalled her own disheartening experiences of praying fervently without receiving any response from the goddess of the silver moon, and she felt a flicker of doubt. I came to this world for a reason, Li Yu continued. Is that so? What reason? Arya's intuition suggested that what he was about to say would be significant. Although she had triumphed in the election, numerous pressing issues still loomed over her, and she was reluctant to wade through yet another murky situation. Thus, she preemptively declared, I am merely a minor lord from the countryside. The Arias family is not an imperial powerhouse. So I fear I cannot assist you or the entity you represent. Sometimes things built from ruins can be even more resilient, Li Yu countered. However, you need not worry too much that if you prefer not to collaborate with me. That is perfectly fine. I shall not impose, and I do not intend to leave your company for the time being. Why? Li Yu gestured toward the necklace around Miss Rabbit's neck. Because it guided me here. The ancient spirit of the Arias family. Arya was taken aback. Though Li Yu had previously mentioned encountering similar entities, Miss Rabbit remained skeptical. Is the deity behind you connected to the ancient spirit of the Arias family? How could that be? You are entirely human, with no trace of the Arias bloodline. Our understanding of this matter may differ. Li Yu's words were interrupted by Miss Rabbit. Unless you can prove it to me, what kind of proof do you seek? You claim your arrival is due to this necklace left by my father. Therefore, you must possess the means to awaken the ancient spirit residing within it. At that moment, Arya appeared as if she had thrown out the Goldbach conjecture. After all, the ancient spirit was merely a legend passed down among noble families. And the necklace had been in the hands of the Arias family for so long that only her father, Blood-Eyed Russ, had ever claimed to have seen the ancient spirit within. Even Russ himself could no longer awaken it. Miss Rabbit sought to subtly dissuade this self-proclaimed prophet from spreading his teachings in the land of Broadis. Yet unexpectedly, Li Yu nodded and casually replied, Sure, just wait until I bring the battery next time. Chapter 24. A tinge faster than slow. Can you truly awaken the ancient spirit of the Arias family? Miss Rabbit was astonished. If you insist, it would be a simple task for me. However, it may not align with your expectations. The entity within is unlikely to offer much assistance. As long as I can see the ancient spirit with my own eyes. That would be an unparalleled honor for one of the Arias, Arya stated solemnly. Very well then, Li Yu paused before asking, How far are we from your fief, the green wilderness? It was merely a straightforward question. Yet for some reason, Miss Rabbit's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, Soon, very soon. What does soon mean? I cannot linger in this world for too long. So if you wish for me to accompany you back to the green wilderness, you must provide me with a precise date to arrange my schedule. Soon means soon a bit faster than slow. The young girl blushed deeply, struggling for quite some time to produce an answer that was akin to 5 rings being more than 4. Li Yu suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. I say, you wouldn't happen to be lost, would you? Before Arya could respond, her stomach growled audibly, watching Arya devour the compressed biscuits he had brought. Li Yu even suspected that had he arrived a moment later, this freshly minted lord of the green wilderness would indeed have been able to lay eyes upon her family's ancient spirit. What is this? It tastes quite good. The The first part of her statement was a compliment to the 21st century military product, while the latter half was an unfortunate consequence of her rushing and speaking while eating. Leading to her choking, Liu had to employ the Heimlich maneuver he had learned from a public account, instructing Miss Rabbit to lean forward, spread her legs, and place a fist 2 fingers above her navel, applying quick, upward thrusts. Ultimately, he successfully dislodged the morsel that nearly cost the young girl her life. It's 2D or why do you have anything more liquid? Find some stream water to drink. This isn't a 24-hour convenience store stocked with everything, Liu responded. What is a 24-hour convenience store? Miss Rabbit inquired earnestly. It's a small building filled with food and drink. Open at all hours, where you can take whatever you want whenever you please. Such places are abundant in my homeland. Abundant? The young girl was greatly astonished. What Liu described bore a resemblance to the artifact of the earth and grain god, Julius, the harvest jar, which was said to be filled with golden grains that never ran out, available for all deities and spirits in the divine realm to enjoy freely. However, the harvest jar only provided food, not drink, and most importantly, there was only one that it was impossible for such a thing to exist everywhere. Upon reflection, this Saturday in his divine realm did indeed seem quite commendable that as soon as this thought crossed her mind. Miss Rabbit hastily banished it from her head. After all, she was a devotee of the goddess of the silver moon, having spent so long in the temple, daily basking in the divine grace of the silver moon. She was nothing if not devout. And how could she be swayed by the words of a heretic? Forget it. She must forget it immediately. Liu was unaware of Arya's thoughts. He merely found it curious. How long has it been since you last ate? What happened to the provisions we purchased? I recall that when we departed from Rocksnow City, we stocked up on jerky and bread, and during my absence these past few days, did you consume all of it? Unlike the floral perfume, that small bag of compressed biscuits was merely a precaution Liu had taken. Realizing the conditions of his destination might be rather harsh, he had made some preparations upon returning home, visiting the supermarket to procure supplies which he brought to the company earlier that morning. However, due to weight restrictions, he could not bring everything and had to prioritize. The compressed biscuits were among the items of lesser priority. Yet unexpectedly, they were the first he had to utilize upon arrival. As soon as this topic arose, Arya's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears that Liu had not anticipated that during the mere hours of his absence. Miss Rabbit had endured quite an eventful time. Having lost her advisor and endured a night of incessant mosquito harassment, the girl, feeling the unevenness of the ground with every restless turn, resolved at dawn's first light to proceed towards her territory as originally planned. Walking through the morning forest, she trod upon soft earth and rustling leaves, with sunlight filtering through the foliage, cascading gently upon her hair and shoulders, the temperature just right. Coupled with the dew-kissed wildflowers lining the path and the melodious bird song resonating in the woods, Arya suddenly felt that this journey was not as arduous as she had anticipated. However, her fortune was soon to take a turn for the worse. As she passed a muddy swamp, she encountered a temperamental wild boar, which, for no apparent reason, chased her for miles. In her frantic escape, her clothes were snagged by the underbrush, leading to a torn garment, and she lost one of her boots in the process. Ultimately, cornered and with no options left, Arya was compelled to climb a small tree. Yet the boar remained stubbornly beneath, occasionally rubbing its robust body against the trunk. Clinging desperately to a branch, the girl cried out for help, her strength waning. Just as she felt she would succumb, a miracle occurred that a female hunter, who had been nearby, heard her cries and came to slay the wild boar, rescuing the nearly exhausted Arya. Upon learning that the girl was alone, the hunter graciously offered to accompany her for part of the journey. Gratefully accepting, Arya felt reassured with a local guide by her side, and until sunset, she encountered no further peril as night fell. The hunter even found a small cave free from wild beasts for them to rest in, generously sharing half of her fire-starting supplies with Arya. No wonder you can make fire, but where is she now? Liu inquired. Don't even mention it, the girl gritted her teeth, though she gave me flint. The very next morning, I awoke to find all my money and belongings gone. That wretched thief even made off with the cloak I had draped over me, that if I hadn't kept my dagger close, she would have found the opportunity to leave me utterly destitute. Regardless, at least she didn't take your life. She merely sought your wealth, Moreover, she did save you earlier and left you with the means to start a fire. So you haven't lost everything, Li Yu consoled. That's true, the rabbit girl drooped her ears. But if she wanted money, she could have simply asked me. I would not have denied her. If she were willing to escort me back to the Verdant Wilds, she could have gained far more than by robbing me. Sigh, mother was right. The world is indeed filled with scoundrels. No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Suddenly, a large black dog's head appeared. Chapter 25. The Black Beauty. It was an A-dog, entirely black save for a tuft of white fur on its chest. Its physique was remarkably robust, comparable to nearly two wolves, with a broad skull, sturdy bones, and well-developed muscles, resembling a modern-day cane corso, a quintessential large hunting dog. The sight of the dog startled Irea, who hastily drew her ruby-hilted dagger from her waist. However, the less than a foot-long blade offered her little assurance, prompting her to glance at Li Yu for help. She desperately signaled him, implying, "Aren't you the prophet? Hurry, summon your leader to vanquish this beast." Yet Li Yu seemed oblivious. After a moment simply draping his black suit jacket over her shoulders, that he noticed the dog's neck bore a patch of fur missing, likely due to a collar, indicating it was a domesticated hunting dog. This, however, was not necessarily good news for the two of them. Moments later, a voice called from the woods behind the bushes. "Black Beauty, come back." Upon hearing this, the A-dog abandoned the two by the fire and darted back into the thicket. When it returned, it was accompanied by a man. "Good evening to you both. Where might you be heading?" "To Duolin City," Irea replied, recalling her hasty escape from Shui Rock City and having just received a lesson from the hunter. She was particularly wary of strangers encountered in the wild. She hastily named a place to dismiss the man, but to her surprise, he exclaimed, "Duolin City. What a coincidence. I too am bound for that very destination. Why not travel together? A larger company ensures greater safety." Without waiting for Irea and Li Yu to respond, he approached the campfire and sat down with a thud, removing his hood to reveal his face. Irea was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inching closer to Li Yu. "My apologies for startling you, but I assure you, I mean no harm. This half of my face was mauled by a bear. The beast attacked me from behind while I was fetching water by the stream, pinning me to the ground and biting my right cheek until it was all but gone. At that crucial moment, it was Black Beauty who saved me, bravely leaping at the bear, barking incessantly and biting to divert the creature's attention, granting me a chance to escape. From that day forth, I vowed that as long as I have even half a meal, my loyal dog shall never go hungry." With that, Jude pulled a piece of jerky, made from some unknown animal, from his pack and tossed it to the waiting Black Beauty, who eagerly pounced and devoured it in one gulp. Jude then stroked the hound's head while looking at Li Yu and Irea. "Due to my appearance, no matter where I go, I attract trouble, which is why I must travel alone through the wilds to reach Duolin City. What brings you two to this desolate place instead of the well-trodden path?" Before they could respond, he again apologized. "Forgive me for prying. I've spent the past few days in the company of beasts and insects, and encountering others to converse with is rare, making it hard to restrain my tongue." Irea and Li Yu exchanged glances before responding. We've encountered some trouble. After a poor harvest, we sought a loan from the Lord, only to face disaster again in the fields, rendering us unable to repay. Not wishing to sell ourselves into servitude, we decided to flee to Duolin City to seek refuge with a distant relative. Is that so? Then I wish you the best of luck." Jude cast a half-smile at the girl, but did not linger on the topic. He prepared some beans over the fire, paired with bread to satiate his hunger, and soon lay down to rest, his large black dog lying quietly beside him. Before long, Jude's snores filled the air, while Irea stealthily moved closer to Li Yu, lowering her voice. "Hey, do you think he might be an assassin sent by my stepmother? That possibility cannot be dismissed. What should we do? Should we strike first and knock him out?" The girl glanced nervously at the large black dog. "We need to think of a way to separate him from his dog first. For now, it is best not to act rashly," Li Yu advised. "Your previous deception was so transparent that anyone with functioning eyes could tell we are not farmers, given our attire and demeanor, that if he suspects our true identities in this wilderness, it is either because he is not genuinely asleep or he is completely unconcerned about us attacking him. Whichever it is, it indicates he is not to be trifled with. Are we just going to leave it be? What if he? Irea made a gesture across her throat, her expression growing more anxious. Did you notice his right side? There is a bulge beneath his cloak. Earlier, when he was crouching to play with his dog, I caught a glimpse of a hand axe hidden there. Losing money and belongings is one thing, but I certainly don't want to wake up the next morning to find my head missing. Understood, Li Yu replied. You can rest easy. I will keep watch. After a good night's sleep in his rented room the previous night, he felt alert and wide awake now, accustomed to the late hours of work. Keeping watch through the night posed no great challenge. Irea glanced at Li Yu's arms and legs, then at the half-faced Jude and his sturdy hunting dog, letting out a soft sigh. Ultimately, she clutched her suit jacket and lay down beside Li Yu. The rabbit girl muttered prayers, likely beseeching the goddess of the silver moon, reminiscent of students burning the midnight oil in dormitory corridors before final exams. Filled with a fervent desire to survive, in contrast, Li Yu sat by the fire in silence. Irea was uncertain what the self-proclaimed prophet was contemplating, but seeing him remain as composed as ever. Without a trace of panic, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, began to ease slightly. After praying to the goddess of the silver moon, she grasped the necklace that hung before her chest, silently invoking the name of her ancestors in hopes of receiving their protection. Regrettably, the ancient spirit residing within her remained unresponsive. Perhaps she should attempt that certain Saturday once more. After all, preserving her life was paramount. Surely the goddess of the silver moon would not fault her for it. Thus, the young maiden closed her eyes, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Despite her lingering anxiety about the potential relocation of her very mind, these past few days had been anything but easy for Irea. As soon as her spirit began to relax, waves of fatigue would crash over her. Just as she was drifting into slumber, the ground suddenly trembled. Hooves, a rider was approaching. Chapter 26. The mistaken nickname Irea jolted awake. Sitting up from the ground, yet uncertain of what she could possibly do at that moment. The group arrived swiftly, evidently intent on her, not pausing along their path or altering their course. Before long, they appeared within her line of sight. Leading the charge was a stout man with brown, rounded ears and a long nose. His neck craned forward as he sniffed the air, upon spotting Irea. His beady eyes sparkled with excitement. He then whistled, but rather than slowing his steed, he galloped straight past Li Yu and Irea, only to circle back with the other 6 companions, surrounding the 3 who sat before the campfire. Irea, Arius? The stout man dismounted and called out to the young girl, then turned his gaze to Li Yu. Since Miss Irea is here, the individual accompanying her must surely be the renowned Merlin advisor, celebrated in the noble circles of Rock Snow City. No, I am not. I do not know anyone named Irea. You have mistaken the person, Miss Rabbit vehemently denied. The stout man grinned widely. It is futile. My honey bear nose is unparalleled. Anyone I have sniffed, I could never be mistaken about. I have never even seen you. How could you possibly have sniffed me? Irea queried in confusion. The honey bear merely smiled without a word, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. The other 6 followed suit, each drawing their weapons. One of them even kicked the half-faced man on the ground, saying, "Hey, stop pretending to be asleep. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Seeing his master kicked, the large black dog glared fiercely, crouching down as if ready to pounce. The one who had kicked raised his spiked mace, prepared to send the loyal hound to the netherworld. The honey bear frowned. He disliked unnecessary complications and was about to admonish his companion when, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. It was unclear where the crouched figure had procured a gleaming battle axe, but without uttering a word, he swung it down upon the leg of the kicker. The latter screamed in agony as his entire right foot was severed. Blood gushed from the wound, and he writhed on the ground in torment. The honey bear's smile vanished, a dangerous glint flickering in his small eyes. It seems I underestimated the situation. I did not expect a fierce opponent to be hiding here. The half-faced man remained silent, merely extending his hand to wipe the blood from his axe before slowly raising his head. When the honey bear and his companions beheld his face, they were momentarily taken aback. Damn it! Where did this ugly creature come from? one person cursed. The response was a swift axe strike. The half-faced man did not wait for the insult to finish before swinging his axe with blinding speed. The one who had cursed barely had time to raise his shield before the axe was already at his nose. Fortunately, his nearby companions reacted swiftly, saving his life just in the nick of time, preventing him from sharing the same fate as the unfortunate soul before him. Realizing that this ugly man was a formidable opponent, the others felt a sudden sense of urgency. The half-faced man, having missed his strike, did not pursue further. Instead, he stood before the fire, gripping his axe with a steady gaze locked on the honey bear and his companions. I despise being called an ugly creature, and I loathe anyone who harms my dog. He paused for a moment. But what I detest most is indeed bears. Are you mad? Where's the bear here? Someone could not help but exclaim. The honey bear is a bear too. The half-faced man sighed. This story teaches us that one should never adopt the wrong nickname when venturing out. The honey bear let out a cold laugh. Very well. It has been some time since I encountered someone so eager to court death. Soon, I shall personally sever your head and use it as my drinking vessel. Oh wait, I have changed my mind. Your face is simply too hideous to serve such a purpose. It shall have to suffice as a night pot. With that, he drew the half-sword from his waist, its design particularly menacing with sharp blades on either side and a blood groove running down the center, culminating in a spiked weighted ball at the end of the hilt. The honey bear turned to his two companions. Leave this one to me. You handle Irea and her human advisor. Upon hearing this, the two companions sighed in relief. They lacked the speed and strength of the honey bear and were quite wary of the half-faced man. It was certainly preferable to avoid confronting such a madman. As for Irea and Liu, they did not even register on their radar that a noble maiden paired with an ostensibly gentle foreigner. This combination's combat prowess was predictable. Likely less formidable than the geese lurking about the village entrance. As the two approached the young girl and her advisor, the half-faced man could only watch helplessly. Though he spoke nonchalantly, he was acutely aware of the strength of this group, particularly the stout man leading them. Known as the honey bear, the way he wielded his sword revealed a man seasoned in battle, far from being a novice, coupled with the innate physical prowess of a half-orc. He was evidently a formidable opponent. Even if the half-faced man remained confident in his ability to surpass the honey bear, he recognized that subduing him would not be quick, especially with three others eyeing him closely. Even with the dark beauty at his side, the half-faced man was still at a disadvantage, let alone extending help to Irea and Liu. Miss Rabbit seemed to sense the peril she faced. Trembling as if she were a leaf in a storm, she wished to stand and confront the enemy, but the foe before her was insurmountable, and in her desire to flee, her two legs could not outrun four. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her, rendering her immobile. Just as Irea racked her brain for a strategy to face their assailants, Liu suddenly stood and declared, "I surrender." The young girl gazed incredulously at her advisor, seemingly unable to fathom why anyone would abandon her in such a moment. However, before she could utter a word, Liu had already lowered his head and approached the two men before him. With the firelight illuminating them, it was clear to the two that this foreigner bore no weapons upon his person. Consequently, their expressions relaxed considerably, one of them even jesting, as expected of the most talented strategist, truly attuned to the moment. Liu appeared unperturbed by the mockery, his expression stoic as he continued forward. Upon nearing within 2 steps of the man, a distance that could nearly provoke suspicion, he halted and suddenly reached for his waist, withdrawing a small, flat, black box from his belt. The box was quite short, roughly the length of a hand, and not wider than 4 fingers. Atop it, 2 metallic protrusions jutted out, yet unlike the sharp points found on ordinary weapons, these were also flat, lacking any cutting edges. Thus, when the two first laid eyes on the black box, they saw it not as a weapon, but rather assumed it was a gift Liu had prepared for his surrender. Chapter 27. Internet addiction treatment. In another world, in Liu's hand was an electronic stun device, which he had borrowed from a former colleague after work yesterday. Such self-defense tools had once flooded the market on platforms like Taobao. But later, the government intervened to regulate the market, making them harder to acquire. Had he not found himself in this place devoid of cameras and with law enforcement sporadically enforced, Liu would not have thought to use such a device. For an ordinary person with only a night to prepare, An electronic stun device was likely the most potent and conveniently portable weapon available to them. Moreover, the one he borrowed was an imported model, featuring a stronger electrical output with a voltage range of 25-30 kV. When Liu struck, he initially aimed for the target's neck. However, the man before him was a battle-hardened warrior, keenly aware of danger. Sensing the impending threat, he instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Recognizing the opportunity slipping away, Liu knew he was facing armed assailants, trained in the art of violence, should he miss this strike. A fierce retaliation would undoubtedly follow, one far beyond the capacity of an office worker from a civilized world to withstand. Moreover, a companion stood nearby, so Liu's initial attack could not afford to fail. Seeing that the neck was now out of reach, Liu did not press the issue, instead advancing the electronic stun device forward. The civilian-grade stun device was somewhat less powerful than its law enforcement counterpart. And while its peak voltage reached tens of thousands of volts, the duration of the shock was typically very brief, primarily intended for self-defense and unlikely to cause severe harm. This was precisely why Liu had chosen the neck as his initial target. It was close to the brain, and if struck, there was a significant chance of rendering the person unconscious. However, as the opponent skillfully evaded the vital areas, Liu had no choice but to settle for a lesser option, thrusting the electronic stun device into the man's collar, ultimately pressing it against his clavicle. Initially taken aback by Liu's sudden ambush, the man regained his composure upon realizing what Liu held in his grasp. He even ceased his retreat, boldly meeting Liu's feeble strike with his chest, taunting, "Put in a bit more effort, will you, with that delicate frame of yours? I thought you were a woman." In response to his challenge, Liu pressed the red switch. The next moment, the once stalwart warrior let out a pained howl, feeling as if hundreds of tiny steel needles were piercing beneath his skin. The intense pain, unlike anything he had previously experienced, compelled him to recoil in haste. The physical harm was secondary. The more pressing concern was the terror induced by the unknown, that he could not fathom why a mere gentle contact from what appeared to be an innocuous little box could inflict such agony. Was there venom concealed within? Had he already been poisoned? The mere thought extinguished any desire to continue fighting. He yearned only to find a place to assess his wounds. Yet having finally seized the initiative, how could Liu merely strike once and retreat? He pursued the unfortunate soul who had just been tested by the device, disregarding all other considerations and relentlessly assaulting him with the electronic stun device. The man writhed on the ground, crying out in despair. At long last, Liu found an opportunity and struck the back of the unfortunate man's head, plunging the world into silence. Not only Miss Rabbit, but also Half-Face, who was poised for battle, along with Honey Bear and the others, stood in stunned silence. They had encountered numerous battles and a myriad of foes, yet they had never witnessed such a scene. Whether it was the weapon wielded by the foreigner or his unorthodox fighting style, it was utterly bewildering. There was no semblance of order. It was as if he struck wherever his thoughts led him. Yet every time he brought that black little box close, the opponent would scream and flee, devoid of any thought of resistance, especially for Honey Bear and his comrades, who were familiar with the man being electrocuted. They knew he was typically a competent fighter, often leading the charge with considerable courage. How was it that this time he displayed such disgraceful behavior, rolling on the ground for no apparent reason? Without a single wound or even a torn garment, seemingly lifeless, Honey Bear exchanged glances with another nearby individual. The tall, slender figure had originally teamed up with the unfortunate man to confront Liu and Irea, expecting an easy task, only to find his companion felled in an inexplicable manner. Several times he had contemplated intervening, but his inability to comprehend Liu's methods kept him hesitant, and in that moment of indecision, his ally was lost. Nevertheless, he had gleaned some insight. He understood that the little black box was something to be avoided at all costs. The tall figure believed he had discovered the key to victory. Thus, raising his sword high above his head, cautiously advancing towards Liu with nimble steps to Liu, having delivered 2 more jolts to the unfortunate man's head to ensure he remained incapacitated, straightened up and awaited his second opponent. Armed with the knowledge of previous events, the tall figure was exceptionally cautious this time, constantly shifting his footsteps and posture to confuse Liu, making it difficult for him to predict where the next attack would originate. As their distance closed sufficiently, the tall figure, having prepared himself, was ready to strike. Then a brilliant white light shot from Li Yu's palm, momentarily blinding him. At that moment, Li Yu, who had remained motionless until now, finally sprang into action, utilizing the blinding effect of the electronic stun device to deftly evade the tall figure's erratic slashes, maneuvering behind him. Thus, the second battle lost all suspense, employing the same tactics. Li Yu brought the tall figure to his knees, eliciting cries of despair and pleas for mercy. However, for safety's sake, Li Yu ultimately decided to bring him down as well. Honey Bear was genuinely astonished this time. Having witnessed both battles, he finally discerned the arc of light that flashed at the front end of the black little box to it seemed to be lightning, but wasn't lightning the exclusive weapon of the gods of thunder and rain? How had it come to be in the hands of this foreigner? And if he wielded the power of thunder, how could he also summon light? What connection did he have to the divine King Diogenes? The more Honey Bear pondered, the more fear enveloped him. He regretted taking on this task from Farja. Chapter 28. Where is Mother? Honey Bear initially believed he was merely intervening in a mundane struggle for power among noble heirs. Though such matters were typically taboo among mercenaries, considering his friendship with Farja and the generous offer made, he thought it permissible to take part occasionally, resolving to avoid the wilderness in the future. However, he never anticipated that once they pursued Irea, nightmares would commence. First, a grotesque-faced man appeared from nowhere, suddenly cleaving off another's right foot with a swift axe blow, given the speed and force of his strike. It was evident he was a hidden master. Honey Bear had no choice but to enter the fray himself, proceeding with utmost caution. Yet before the battle could fully commence, the individuals he had sent to confront Irea and Li Yu encountered their own troubles. It was only the day after the election that Farja found him at that time. Honey Bear had just helped a small mill owner locate his eloped wife and was returning from outside the city. Meanwhile, news of the events at the Marquis's residence had spread throughout the city, captivating both nobles and commoners alike due to its dramatic nature. Naturally, Honey Bear had heard of the advisor named Merlin, who, through the miraculous means of recording and projecting sound, had exposed the duplicitous nature of the old noble's false promises. However, he had merely regarded it as an amusing tale, not delving deeply into it. Even though the Golden Finger Romero had previously recognized Li Yu's actions as the miracles of a foreign deity, yet deities in the Bladus continent typically didn't have much power. Honey Bear believed that manipulating sound was the extent of Li Yu's capabilities. This trick might work against those hypocritical nobles who constantly prattled about honor while being cunningly treacherous. But it was utterly ineffectual against the rough men who valued swords and gold. However, Honey Bear now realized how wrong he was. Not only wrong, but vastly mistaken. That strangely dressed foreigner was not merely adept at manipulating sound. Even the lightning from the sky and the light that awakened the world from darkness were merely toys in his hands. Honey Bear felt himself ensnared in a terrifying conspiracy, one that seemed to involve the lofty gods, a matter far beyond the reach of a mere mortal like him. This thought emerged. He felt a desire to retreat. Yet before he could articulate a truce, the grotesque-faced man suddenly struck. The timing of the attack was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the moment Honey Bear and his companions were stunned by Li Yu's manipulation of lightning and light, instilling fear within them. Moreover, the man cunningly avoided Honey Bear, the strongest among them, opting instead for easier prey, swiftly decapitating a mercenary wielding a heavy sword, then unhesitatingly hurling his battle axe. The axe spun through the air, accelerating as it traced a graceful arc, ultimately landing on the face of the mercenary who had first shouted "ugly monster," his reflexes too slow to raise a shield in time. And this time, no companion was left to save him. His head was cleaved in two, his eyes wide with terror. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The time Honey Bear realized the gravity of the situation. It was too late. Even one of his comrades standing beside him was taken down by the Black Beauty, who shared an unspoken understanding with Half-Face. Thus, of their group of 7, only 2 remained capable of fighting. Honey Bear felt a mixture of shock and rage, yet the bloodshed and cries of his fallen comrades ignited something within him, momentarily distracting this cunning and seasoned mercenary from his unsettling thoughts. He raised his half-sword once more, charging towards Half-Face. The two soon clashed, and in the face of life and death, Honey Bear unleashed a remarkable fighting spirit, maximizing his half-orc strength and speed. The half-sword became a dazzling blur in his hands as he struck fiercely at his opponent. Half-Face, having just lost his most suitable weapon, had to resort to grabbing a heavy sword from the ground to defend himself. However, he struggled to adapt to the two-handed sword. The weight was secondary. But the change in weapon length required him to relearn distance control and movement. This left him appearing awkward and perilously exposed. Nevertheless, he managed to parry one of Honey Bear's powerful strikes, thrusting the sword towards Honey Bear's chest. However, Honey Bear swiftly stepped back with his left foot, deftly swaying his body to evade Half-Face thrust, then suddenly exerting force to push Half-Face heavy sword aside. Exposing his chest, a wicked grin spread across Honey Bear's face as he prepared to press the advantage and avenge his fallen comrades when suddenly, a blinding white light engulfed his vision. Honey Bear had never anticipated that the light illuminating all things could one day consume everything. Though his battle-hardened instincts compelled him to strike with the next sword, he soon realized that his opponent was no ordinary foe. Possessing battlefield instincts that matched his own, the Honey Bear's sword struck nothing but air, and in the next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck. His head rolled from his shoulders to the ground. "Thank you for your assistance," Jude gasped, driving his bloodied great sword into the earth beside him, while panting heavily towards Li Yu. "No need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort," Li Yu replied. That moment, the Dark Maiden had already bitten through the throat of the fallen foe, while the last remaining member of the mercenary group had long since fled in terror. While Honey Bear was still locked in a struggle with Half-Face, the coward had seized the opportunity to escape. Li Yu made no attempt to pursue. The danger was apparent, and he was acutely aware of his identity, that he was a cleric, not a berserker. Wisdom, knowledge, and modern technology were his true reliance, even with the divine rank of Reborn. Violence ranked last among his alternatives. Yet, Irea beside him clearly harbored a different perspective. The young lady had just witnessed someone wielding a divine artifact, laying waste to foes with thunder and light, mercilessly striking down enemies. Even when the adversary surrendered, kneeling and weeping for mercy, the man who claimed to be a prophet showed no sign of compassion. His gaze was cold, his features resolute, as the storm of lightning continued to rain down until the wretch was devoid of life. It seemed as though only in this manner could the evil soul beneath him be thoroughly purified. Such a display was utterly terrifying. With this thought, the girl discreetly shifted aside, creating a slight distance from Li Yu, only to soon catch sight of Half-Face on the other side, that he stood with one foot upon a corpse, reaching down to retrieve his earlier thrown battle axe from the unfortunate skull, wiping the blade clean of blood upon the lifeless body. Noticing Irea's gaze, he offered her a friendly smile. The young lady returned the gesture with a smile of her own, then turned her stiff neck, drawing herself tightly into a ball in the corner, trembling with fear. "Oh dear mother, where are you? Come and save your poor little daughter. The outside world is far too brutal." Chapter 29. Are you a god? During the skirmish, the adrenaline coursing through him kept Li Yu's focus razor-sharp, leaving little room for contemplation. However, once the battle concluded and he surveyed the field strewn with corpses and the overwhelming scent of blood, a wave of nausea washed over him. The sensation was entirely different from that of watching a movie or reading a novel, no matter how chaotic the scenes were on screen. One always knew it was fiction, a mere visual feast crafted by the director's hand. Yet, Li Yu had just witnessed a head roll, heard the dying wails of the fallen, and inhaled the metallic tang of blood on the wind. The amalgamation of sensory and psychological stimuli was overwhelmingly intense. With this in mind, he turned to glance at Half-Face, a veritable outlaw, explaining why trouble seemed to follow him wherever he roamed. Meanwhile, Half-Face scrutinized Li Yu with palpable curiosity. "Are you a god?" "No, I am merely a prophet. My deity is named Saturday, and I am its emissary upon this earth. I've never heard of it, but your god seems far superior to those useless idols atop the holy mountain. Does it accept followers?" Half-Face inquired. Hearing someone speak disparagingly of her deities, Miss Rabbit felt a strong urge to defend her beliefs, but soon silenced herself, realizing she stood no chance against either of these men. She pretended not to have heard. "What? Do you wish to worship Saturday as well?" Li Yu asked. "If I were to worship Saturday, Would it grant me the power to wield thunder and light? Half-Face smirked, squatting down to rummage through the corpses of those he had slain in search of valuables. Entirely unfazed by the stench. That depends on your level of devotion. Very well. Count me in, Jude replied readily. Liu cast a glance at the 50 fathoms on his wrist, noting that the calendar still read 0. Unchanged from before, that he was not surprised. Verbal promises held no true value, that it was akin to most people who visit temples, not genuinely believing in the deities, but merely seeking to grasp at straws for potential benefits. However, Liu was not in a hurry. Spreading faith was no easy task. His own foundation was still in its infancy, having only just conjured a divine name. With nothing else to offer, anyone determined to join would soon discover that beyond an empty facade, there was nothing of substance. Maintaining a sense of distance and mystery might be more advantageous. That Half-Face managed to scavenge 2 gold coins, 16 silver coins, a decent set of chainmail, and a pair of boots from the 3 corpses. Then, before Liu and Irea, he equipped himself as if playing an RPG game. However, the greatest surprise awaited him in the form of Honeybear. From the latter, he extracted a staggering 12 gold coins, 7 silver coins, a pearl necklace, and a pair of stockings. A veritable windfall. Upon spotting the stockings, the girl let out an exclamation. Isn't this the one I lost a few days ago? Half-Face readily returned the stockings to Irea, adding, I've heard of Honeybear before. He hails from the Boleslav family, but was exiled for some misdeed, subsequently becoming a mercenary in the Western lands. The Boleslav family had a keen sense for such matters. Honeybear was known for his tracking skills and had gained some notoriety in the vicinity. It seems you have attracted some unwanted attention. Miss Irea of the Arias family. Miss Rabbit's face flushed. She had not anticipated that her freshly spun, warm lie would be shattered so swiftly. We are currently being pursued and had to exercise caution. That much is evident, Half-Face remarked, retrieving Honeybear's dagger and plunging it into the chest of the unfortunate soul with a severed leg, ending his life. Once I engage, I make it a point to leave no survivors, lest they or their kin come seeking retribution. Jude explained. That is understandable. Irea endeavored to keep her voice steady, though her teeth chattered to Half-Face, perhaps intoxicated by the thrill of killing, gestured towards the 2 men Liu had dispatched. Do you need my assistance? Rest assured, I abide by the rules. Since you vanquished them, I won't touch their belongings. Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Liu replied. I still have a few questions for them. Half-Face shrugged. These individuals are merely hired hands. You won't glean much from them. However, it is your call, and I shall leave them to you. After a brief pause, he continued, we should find a different place to rest. The stench of blood here is too overwhelming and may attract nearby beasts. Irea was more than eager to leave this gruesome scene, quickly agreeing, yes, we shouldn't linger here. Honeybear's group, besides delivering wealth and gear to Liu and his companions, also provided 7 horses. Regrettably, Miss Rabbit could not ride, and Liu, an ordinary modern man, was no adept equestrian. Thus, in the end, Jude was left to load the spoils and prisoners onto the horses while leading 2 of them. Walking away, Jude asked the girl, Are you still heading to Multiscale City? Irea offered an awkward smile and admitted, We plan to return to the Green Wilds. Indeed. Family is always one's most steadfast support. Unfortunately, not this time. Perhaps due to their distance from the battlefield, Miss Rabbit felt her fear somewhat diminish, and her mind began to function once more. Though she had narrowly escaped death today, it did not imply her safety. Quite the opposite. Her adversaries might become increasingly frantic due to their foiled plans. With so few allies at her side, only Liu remained, while he was undeniably formidable. Capable in both knowledge and combat, wielding the powers of thunder and light, his elusive nature meant that he was absent 2 out of 3 days, leaving her to grapple alone in the wilderness, which was truly daunting. Compared to Liu, Jude, a local abroad appeared far more reliable. Not only was he skilled in combat, but he could also lead horses, navigate paths, and carry burdens. A veritable jack of all trades. Most importantly, he would not run off recklessly. The only downside was his somewhat ruthless demeanor. The mere thought of Half-Face's swift and decisive actions during the recent killing sent a shiver down Miss Rabbit's spine. Especially with Li Yu gone, she would be left alone with Jude, that if this murderer were to suddenly turn on her, swinging his axe without warning, where could she seek recourse? Yet, she recognized his talents. And crucially, her current predicament left her with little room for choice. Irea found herself at an impasse, pondering whether to seek the advisor's opinion. She discreetly tugged at Li Yu's sleeve, signaling for him to slow his pace. Chapter 30. I am here. You wish to recruit Jude. His skills are indeed commendable, and he possesses a sharp mind, not to mention a remarkable hound, Li Yu remarked. He is certainly the kind of talent you desperately need. I believe so too. But I worry he may not heed my commands, Irea whispered, casting a glance at the figure ahead. He is unlike the knights in my family. I sense that those oaths and notions of honor cannot possibly constrain him. Moreover, I always feel a sense of unease when I am with him. You witnessed it yourself. When he just dispatched that man, his eyes didn't even blink as if he were to find me displeasing along the way. Miss Rabbit said, unable to suppress a gulp. Indeed, those with great power often possess a rebellious spirit. Such individuals are typically reluctant to heed orders, and you lack any royal charisma that would compel others to bow before you. Thus, the notion of subjugation should be set aside for now. Li Yu paused. However, we could discuss the possibility of collaboration. Collaboration? The girl pondered for a moment, considering that it might not be unfeasible, but I am unaware of what he desires. Simply inquire, Li Yu replied. Turning to the man ahead. Friend, do you have urgent business in Duolin City? Would you be interested in taking on some tasks along the way? Greenfield and Duolin City are hardly in the same direction. Half-face stroked his chin. I am heading to Duolin City because I have a lover there. She wrote to me, expressing her longing for our once fiery and sweet days together. His woman is not as valiant as I, brimming with masculinity. Thus, she remains alone, weeping, eagerly anticipating my return, yearning to rekindle our past romance. You can read? You can decipher letters? Irea exclaimed in astonishment. No, I am not of noble birth, merely a farmer's son. I cannot read. That letter was illustrated for me. What sort of illustration can convey such profound meaning? My second son. She captured his likeness quite well, half-faced chuckled. However, if you are willing to pay me a bit more in golden lions, I believe she could wait a little longer. Safeguard me to Greenfield, and once I enter the castle, I shall compensate you with 20 gold coins, the girl declared. 30 coins. 20 is merely the price for hiring me. And the remaining 10 shall be for the Black Beauty, who is equally capable, Jude countered. 21. 10 for you and 11 for your dog. 24 golden lions. That is my bottom line, and you must pay me half in advance, Jude stated with a serious demeanor. 22. I recently encountered a thief and currently have no money on me. You must escort me home before I can compensate you. I am the head of the Arias family and can assure you, on the honor of the Arias family, that you need not worry about securing your payment. Half-Face furrowed his brow, contemplating for some time before ultimately conceding. Very well, 22 it shall be. Thanks to you, I made quite a profit tonight. Consider it a friendly rate this time. He then turned to the girl, his eyes brimming with admiration, sincerely stating, You are quite the negotiator. Irea felt her resolve waver. She was uncertain where her audacity had come from, daring to confront this ruthless killer head-on, though her heart trembled. Once money was involved, she could not restrain her tongue. That it was as if an invisible force surged through her, and in that moment, she felt akin to a war deity wielding a golden spear. Fearless. Even Li Yu regarded her with newfound respect, evidently surprised that Miss Rabbit possessed such talent. This fellow, is she a rabbit or a mythical creature? However, the girl soon returned to a state of trepidation, quietly asking her advisor, Do you think will he resort to violence against me for underpaying him by 2 golden coins? Then simply make up the difference, came the reply. Miss Rabbit was torn, and after a long pause, she reluctantly uttered 2 words. I cannot. Such a large sum of money. I will have to sell quite a few carrots, the girl lamented. Your concerns are not without merit, Li Yu replied. How about this? You two can establish a sacred oath. I do not believe he is someone who would honor an oath. We could invoke the gods as witnesses. Did you hear how he referred to the deities of the Holy Mountain? I doubt he would regard their testimony with any seriousness. I meant Saturday, Liu interjected. Saturday, what difference does it make? It makes a difference. My God will respond to you. How will he respond? Irea asked, perplexed. Will it be by shaking branches to make leaves fall or transforming flames into different shapes? Neither, Liu interrupted her. He will respond directly that I am a prophet and can contact him at any time. Miss Rabbit's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had spent a little over a day with Liu, yet the astounding occurrences she had witnessed surpassed the entirety of her previous years. The ability to record sounds and manipulate thunder and light was already extraordinary. Conversing directly with a deity seemed straight out of a myth. Having served the goddess of the silver moon in a temple, no one understood the rarity of a divine speaker better than she. Moreover, those divine speakers could only hear the soft murmurs of the gods by entering a trance-like state, and the deities would not pay heed to what mortals wished to convey. It was not truly communication, but merely the reception of divine revelations. Are you truly confident you can accomplish this? Miss Rabbit still found it hard to believe her ears. Liu glanced at his phone's battery. 85. He had not been in Bratislava for long, and the power was still ample, so he nodded. No problem. The trio continued their journey for a while, seeking a dry, level slope as their new resting place for the night. After a short while, Half-Face and Irea stood beneath a fir tree, watching as Liu used a small knife to inscribe a crooked depiction of a beach. Palm trees, lounge chairs, and umbrellas on the trunk. Miss Rabbit asked, which one is Saturday? None of them, Liu replied. This is merely a ritual to communicate with him. Oh, it's akin to how our priests appease the gods through offerings, the girl mused. Feeling enlightened. Roughly so. After waiting a bit longer, Half-Face grew impatient, asking Liu, is it not ready yet? Almost, Liu replied, finishing the final stroke, handing the knife back to Irea, then stating, now, let a drop of your blood fall upon this fir tree. Does this truly hold any significance? Jude expressed skepticism. Yet as he muttered, he cut his palm with his battle axe, applying his blood to the gnarled bark of the fir tree. Observing this, Irea steeled herself and pricked her fingertip, as they completed their respective steps. Liu raised his voice, calling, My Lord Saturday. After a moment, an elegant, resonant voice emanated from the woods. I am here. Chapter 31. A happy conclusion. Please witness the sacred oath being forged between these two individuals. Liu intoned with as much solemnity as he could muster. The unfamiliar voice continued. The network is unstable. Please check your connection. Liu momentarily stiffened but quickly turned to the astonished Irea and Jude, declaring, It is done. Saturday has granted my request. You may now vow to one another, and this oath shall be protected by Saturday. Miss Rabbit was the first to respond, adopting a serious demeanor. I, Irea Arius, daughter of Blood-Eyed Russ, head of the Arius family, hereby swear that if Half-Face Jude safely escorts me to my castle, I shall compensate him with 22 golden coins. Jude hesitated but placed his right hand over his heart. I, Jude Wilson, hereby swear to ensure Miss Irea's safe arrival at Greenfield, within her residence. Upon concluding, he was met with a dazzling flash and a crackle of sound. Jude instinctively closed his eyes, swiftly placing a hand on his battle axe. Yet no subsequent attack followed. Liu turned the camera toward Irea, capturing her likeness as well. Addressing both, he stated, I will take your portraits back to the divine realm. Those who breach their oaths, no matter how far they flee, cannot escape the divine retribution of Saturday. Irea leaned closer. Portraits? How can they be drawn in the blink of an eye? Liu displayed her photo for her to see, prompting Miss Rabbit to exclaim in wonder. Is this truly me? It is remarkably clear. Why is my face so dirty? When did I get bitten on my nose? Did I not apply perfume? Half-Face could not help but lean in as well. Upon seeing his own photo, he fell silent for a long time. Eventually, he reached out, touching his own disfigured right cheek. Now, I truly believe you are indeed the prophet of Saturday. Jude set aside his earlier nonchalance, regarding Liu with earnestness. By the way, what exactly did Saturday say just now? Liu's built-in translation function was exclusive to him, allowing him to automatically project the meanings contained in his speech into the minds of his targets and directly comprehend what those around him were saying. Though this did not include the smart assistant on his phone. Nevertheless, he complied with Jude's request, repeating the prior phrases from the assistant that Half-Face and Irea recalled the melodic sequence emitted by the unfamiliar voice. Although they did not grasp the meaning behind it, they could indeed compare it to Li Yu's voice, finding it equally precise. This time, they finally understood the two statements, at least the first, "I am here." The profound impact that these two simple words had on their souls was unparalleled. It marked the first time that a deity, exalted and distant, had responded to its followers with such clarity and precision, devoid of ambiguity or conjecture. As for the subsequent remark, "The network is not very good. Please check your network connection." Jude and Irea found themselves perplexed. Despite recognizing each individual character, the collective meaning eluded them. Thus, they humbly sought clarification from Li Yu, who merely replied with a nonchalant, "One day in the future, you will understand." In truth, when Li Yu heard those words, a chill ran down his spine that he had checked that the smart voice assistant was operational, yet had overlooked the fact that many of its functionalities would be limited in a no-network environment. He had come perilously close to making a blunder. Fortunately, his prior experiences in similar situations, particularly when taking over projects left by his predecessor, had often involved extinguishing fires and patching up holes. Therefore, upon realizing the unexpected turn of events, Li Yu remained composed, managing to salvage the situation with his steady demeanor. The authority over all explanations regarding Saturday lay firmly in his prophetic hands, as long as he maintained his poise. No one could question him. Ultimately, the matter concluded satisfactorily. Through Li Yu's deft handling, Jude found himself bound by constraints that should not have existed, while Irea received a protection that was entirely illusory. Meanwhile, Li Yu took a significant step closer to gaining 2 followers, leaving all parties in a state of mutual satisfaction. Miss Rabbit, in particular, breathed a sigh of relief, her tension dissipating as she grew increasingly fond of her new protector. She inquired of Jude, "With your remarkable skills, do you truly find yourself in need of funds?" Jude chuckled softly. "With my visage, I must invest considerable effort to win a woman's favor. Wouldn't you agree? Where did you reside before?" the girl asked again. "I have no home. I have roamed the world with my dog," he replied. "Have you ever considered finding a place to settle down?" Half-Face glanced at Irea. "Are you attempting to recruit me for your service?" "I advise against it. I detest constraints and have no interest in honor." "Is that so?" The girl appeared somewhat disappointed, but chose not to press further. With Jude's addition, Irea's journey home finally found its rhythm. After parting ways with Li Yu, the girl had quickly lost her way, wandering aimlessly in the woods. 2 days passed, and instead of nearing her domain, she had drifted further away, now with Half-Face leading the way. Such misadventures were a thing of the past. Jude spoke no falsehood. His wilderness survival skills were extensive, excelling in firemaking, cooking, and hunting, and he could find shelter from the impending rain well in advance. Irea even suspected that he had spent more time in the wild than in the city. The woods and marshes, which posed dangers for many, felt as familiar to him as his own bedroom. Perhaps due to their hastened pace, they encountered no pursuers in the following days, that as they drew closer to the verdant fields, Miss Rabbit felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Approximately 20 days prior, she had embarked on her journey from there to Rock Snow City, merely a helpless girl mourning the loss of her father. Now, upon her return, she was poised to become the new mistress of the land. Of course, this was contingent upon her first addressing the dissenters, including those within her own family. The thought weighed heavily on her heart. It had been 5 full days since she sent that letter, and she remained uncertain whether Alfred had received it. She also wondered if the old knight had indeed taken control of the castle as she had instructed. What would she do if she returned to find the gates firmly shut and the inhabitants of Teacup Castle harbored malice towards her? Should she turn back and seek the Marquis of Curin for assistance, or devise a way to secretly rally a loyal armed force to reclaim her home from her stepmother? Miss Rabbit suddenly realized her appalling lack of experience in such matters. She had never faced anything like it and had received no guidance. She glanced at Jude ahead of her, recognizing that this son of a farmer could not offer her any valuable advice either. Did I in that moment? Irea longed for the presence of her human advisor. How she wished he were there. No matter what transpired, he would surely have a strategy. Surely, there was nothing in this world that could confound him. For reasons unknown, the thought abruptly struck Miss Rabbit's mind. The good news was that, calculating the time, he should be returning soon. Chapter 32. Good news and bad news. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Jude adeptly slid down from a cedar tree, shaking off the wood chips and leaves from his cloak before speaking. The good news. The good news is that your guardian knight has successfully seized your castle. Is that true? Irea exclaimed with joy, ready to set off for home, only to be halted by Jude's voice. Aren't you curious about the bad news? What is the bad news? He and your castle are currently surrounded. Half-Face explained, there are approximately 200 to 300 fully armed soldiers outside. Mostly infantry, with a small number of archers and about 17 or 18 cavalrymen. As of now, no siege equipment has been discovered. Miss Rabbit felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, chilling her to the core. Enemies? Where did they come from? Did you catch a glimpse of their banner? Whose emblem is it? I did see it. It bears the rabbit insignia of the Arias family, Jude replied. My stepmother. Irea gasped in disbelief. Has she lost her mind? To mobilize troops and besiege the family castle without authorization. Whether she is mad or not, I cannot say, but I do know that with just the two of us and a dog, taking on those 300 men outside would indeed be folly. Half-Face, having assessed the situation, began to reconsider. I've delivered you home. Please settle my payment, and from here on, I have no further involvement. How can that be? Our agreement was for you to escort me into the castle, and I haven't even laid eyes on the castle gate yet, Miss Rabbit reminded him. Our oath is protected by Saturday, and I informed you earlier that I have no money. All my funds are within the castle. You wouldn't want to make the journey in vain, would you? I could simply hand you over to your stepmother. I'm certain she would be more than willing to clear my debts on your behalf, Jude muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing, Jude deflected. When will Merlin return? He has been gone for 2 days and nightfall is approaching. It may be difficult for him to find us in the woods. Fear not. He has Saturday's guidance. No matter where we hide, he will easily locate us. Aren't you a follower of the Silver Moon Goddess? Why do you place more faith in Saturday than in your own deity? Hearing Jude's words, Irea was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, she crafted a rationale for herself. It's not that I have faith in Saturday. Rather, I trust in the ancient spirit of the Arias family. Merlin once said it was the ancient spirit that guided him to me. I often tell women that it is love that brings us together. But in reality, it is their alluring bosoms, Jude shrugged. Did you not claim to have faith in Saturday's existence? I did say that, but prior to that night, I had no belief in such supernatural matters. I don't know how those noble lords and ladies who dwell in castles surrounded by servants perceive this world. To me, a rough wanderer scraping by, it appears as a pile of dog droppings that I've encountered both good and bad people. Believers and non-believers. They are no different. When my axe falls, regardless of whether you worship Julius, Pythia, or Diogenes, believe me, they cannot save you. If the gods truly existed, how could they allow scoundrels like me to run rampant? Every priest in the temple claims their deity is immensely powerful, yet how many have been fortunate enough to witness a miracle? This is why I have always placed my faith solely in those golden, jingling coins that reside in your purse. At least they are pure and do not lie. Of course, Merlin and his Saturday are different. You have witnessed his abilities firsthand and heard how that distant, unknown entity responds to him. He possesses genuine power. Half-Face shifted the conversation. However, because of this, you should be cautious around him. Why is that? One person approaches another for a reason. I draw near to you for money, and Merlin undoubtedly has his own motives for approaching you. Jude instructed the Black Beauty to keep watch, while he found a spot beneath a tree to rest, concerned about being discovered by the soldiers outside. They refrained from making a fire. As the sun sank into the valley, Jude's face gradually faded into the darkness, though his voice remained audible. A foreign deity, who has never set foot on the continent of Bradis, has connections to the ancestors of your Arias family. Have you never found it odd that these two are linked? Are you suggesting that Saturday has no connection to the ancestral spirit of the Arias family? and that Merlin's assertion is merely an attempt to persuade me. Irea pondered. I never said such a thing, Half-Face remarked as he removed his new boots, diligently clearing out the pebbles and dirt within. I merely suggested that if I were in your position, I would keep my eyes wide open, for this world is both mad and perilous. Miss Rabbit reflected on her previous conversations with Li Yu, her expression growing increasingly complex. I had always thought you to be a brash and reckless fellow, driven solely by greed, devoid of familial ties, that to my surprise, you exhibit far more cunning than meets the eye. You are correct. It was I who first informed him of the ancestral spirit. At that time, Merlin seemed utterly oblivious to it. Yet upon our second encounter, he claimed it was the spirit of the Arius ancestors that guided him to me. Jude chuckled softly. I would not have survived to this day relying solely on an axe. Arius sighed, casting a glance at the necklace adorning her chest, which remained eerily still. The young woman mused, her family now teetering on the brink of ruin, observing how treacherous individuals were poised to usurp power. Why, then, did the ancestors remain so unperturbed? They offered no assistance to their rightful successor. Miss Rabbit found herself disheartened, even nurturing a dreadful thought. Could it be that the ancestors of the Arius family favored Blanco over her? Jude retrieved some provisions from the supplies on his horse, sharing them with Aria and the Black Beauty. Afterward, no further words were exchanged. The young woman, consumed by worry for the besieged castle and Jude's earlier remarks, lost all interest in speaking, sitting quietly upon a wooden stump. She was unaware of how much time had passed when a familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. Have we arrived? Chapter 33. A boost of encouragement. Jude opened his eyes in astonishment. He had experienced Li Yu's sudden disappearance once before, but that instance had occurred while he was asleep, only to awaken and find Li Yu gone. This time, however, he had merely been resting beneath a tree, remaining vigilant to his surroundings. Yet, he had heard no footsteps before Li Yu's arrival. Not only he, but Jude also noticed the same look of confusion on the face of the Black Beauty nearby. This large black dog had been on guard, but had failed to discern from where Li Yu had materialized. Ah, we have arrived. Just ahead is my family's teacup castle, Aria chimed in, coming back to her senses. So, why are you still here? Have you encountered some sort of trouble? The castle is surrounded, Half-Face replied. There are likely 300 heavily armed soldiers opposing us, and we are no match for them. Your stepmother's men? Li Yu inquired, turning his gaze to Miss Rabbit. For some reason, despite being at her doorstep, she now appeared less enthusiastic, her ears drooping, exuding an air of despondency. Indeed. Do you have any plans? What? The young woman seemed distracted. Plans? How do you intend to resolve the predicament at hand? Li Yu reiterated. Oh, I have no plan. Miss Rabbit lowered her head, feeling a twinge of shame, before adding, Actually, I have been contemplating something. What is it? It pertains to my father sending me to the temple, where I encountered many other young nobles of my age. Unlike me, many chose to go there voluntarily. In their words, if one cannot inherit the family estate and does not wish to be wed off, becoming a priest is quite a commendable alternative. Not only does it grant a high status and respect, but it also ensures a life free from want, as families value their priests highly. Even a lord must engage with the temple, and one can never tell when the church's assistance might be required. At such times, the kin within the temple would prove invaluable. What exactly are you trying to convey? Li Yu frowned. Aria hesitated. Do you think it's possible that my father truly favors my brother, desiring Blanco to succeed him as the Lord of Greenwild? Everyone knows this, which is why they are reluctant to support me. What relevance does that have now? Back in Rocksnow City, I asked you whether you wished to give up. How did you respond then? Because I was completely intoxicated by the prospect of victory and hadn't considered these matters, Miss Rabbit lamented. And it is not too late now. I could publicly renounce my claim to the inheritance and return to the temple. She clutched her ears. In truth, I am aware of the whispers behind my back. Many deem me a mere fool, incapable of handling anything since childhood. Should someone like me become the head of the Arius family, I would undoubtedly lead the entire clan into ruin, and I would be branded a traitor. Miss Rabbit's expression was one of anguish. Liu comprehended the situation. They were encountering obstacles at the project's inception, and some team members were feeling daunted and contemplating withdrawal. Criticism at this juncture would yield no positive results. Rather, it would erode confidence, leading to a self-perpetuating cycle of fear and hesitance. The appropriate course of action was to offer encouragement, dispelling doubts and restoring confidence to advance the project. Liu pointed to the necklace adorning the young woman's chest. "Hand that to me. I previously promised to assist you in awakening the ancestral spirit of the Arias family." Miss Rabbit was taken aback. After Jude's reminder, she realized that Liu's connection to the Arias family was not as profound as some had claimed. This was merely a tactic employed by the self-proclaimed prophet to get closer to her and gain her trust. Arya thought that if she were in Liu's position, she would delay the awakening of the ancient spirit as much as possible. She never expected Liu to bring it up himself. Could it be that this man truly possessed the means to accomplish it? But how could that be possible? He lacked long ears and red eyes. He was just a human, though her heart remained skeptical. Miss Rabbit nevertheless removed the cherished necklace from her neck and handed it over. There was no choice. This man had achieved feats that seemed impossible for others, and perhaps this time he could work wonders once more. The young woman's heart, which had previously quieted, began to race with anticipation. Meanwhile, Half-Face leaned in curiously, eager to witness this historic moment. Without further ado, Liu accepted the electronic pet egg and examined it. After returning, he had researched and discovered that this was not the authentic Tamagotchi from Bandai, but a later knockoff. Nonetheless, the basic structure was largely the same. That Liu used a screwdriver to remove the screw on the back cover. Effortlessly taking off the plastic panel to reveal the battery compartment, that he replaced the old button battery with a new one he had brought along, reattached the panel, tightened the screw, and completed the repair. The entire process took merely seconds. Next, Liu turned the electronic pet egg back to its front. Fortune favored him, despite the passage of decades according to the time on the continent of Bratist. The components within the pet egg had not fully deteriorated. After replacing the battery, the previously blank display screen revealed a gravestone, with a cross planted atop it. Clearly, its last owner had not understood how to care for it. Liu picked up a slender twig from the ground and pressed the reset button at the back. Moments later, accompanied by a beep, the gravestone and cross vanished, replaced by a pet egg that began to bounce energetically. While the pet egg hatched, Liu completed the date settings. Then came the naming. Since he could only use English, he casually selected the initial of the Arias surname. After a brief wait, the egg cracked open, revealing a somewhat abstract little creature that wiggled about on the screen. Liu returned the electronic pet egg to Miss Rabbit, providing her with guidance on how to feed, treat, train, and enhance its happiness. He then addressed the dazed young woman. "Take good care of your, ancestral spirit. It will soon transform into the familiar form you know." Chapter 34. The Clockwork Tin Frog. The young woman gazed at the squirming little creature on the screen. Initially in a daze, before her eyes began to glisten with tears, her trembling hands clutched the necklace. She reminded herself to remain composed during such moments. She was now the head of the Arias family, destined to succeed her father as the protector of this land, whose inhabitants would rely on her for safety. She could no longer hide beneath her parents' wings, crying at the slightest provocation. Yet in the next moment, her nose tingled and tears fell helplessly upon the surface of the electronic pet egg. Plop, plop, they landed on the screen. Arya, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, hurriedly moved the necklace aside, using her sleeve to delicately wipe away the tears. Finally, she pressed it tightly against her chest. When she reopened her eyes, the confusion had dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. The ancestors of the Arias family have rendered their judgment. Greenwild is mine, and none shall take it from my grasp. Miss Rabbit's voice rang with solemnity and authority, each word resonating with conviction. Often, matters are surprisingly simple. The young girl lost her mother at a tender age, followed by the successive loss of her brother and father. She had once believed that her family members would serve as her steadfast support, yet she was unprepared for the day they would abandon her. In such moments, it is not uncommon for her to experience self-doubt, to waver, and ultimately to succumb to despair. It was not until Liu revealed his trump card, awakening the ancient spirit slumbering within the necklace. that a surge of vitality was injected into Irea's fragile heart, a potent elixir. This revelation was far more exhilarating than hearing from Marquis Cullen that she had become the rightful ruler of the Green Wilderness, as it signified her inheritance had been validated by the ancestors of the Arias family. That in comparison, the opposition from her stepmother and other relatives seemed trivial, as this monumental endorsement swept away the shadows in her heart, bestowing upon her boundless strength. Miss Rabbit became akin to a wind-up tin frog, springing back to life with renewed vigor. Jude, who had been observing the entire spectacle, expressed his astonishment while silently committing to memory the intricate steps to awaken the ancient spirit for future reference. Regrettably, he was oblivious to the whereabouts of the crucial, round, flat divine stone, which he suspected was the key to the entire ritual, worth its weight in gold. However, his opportunity soon presented itself when Liu casually tossed the old divine stone extracted from the necklace into a nearby thicket. Jude seized the pretext of needing to relieve himself, edging closer to the spot, and then squatted down to search alongside the Black Beauty. By now, night had fully descended, leaving only a smattering of starlight above. And Jude could not light a fire. Thus, he and his canine companion fumbled around in the darkness. Although he eventually succeeded in retrieving the stone, upon his return, he noticed that Miss Rabbit regarded them with newfound eyes. Fortunately, the understanding young girl chose not to mention this embarrassing incident again. After all, everyone possesses their peculiarities. It is only natural, especially for someone like Jude, who often wanders alone in the wilderness, to develop certain eccentricities that ordinary folk might find difficult to comprehend. The kind-hearted Miss Rabbit had already devised an excuse for Jude in her mind. Soon, she redirected her attention to the current predicament, contemplating for a moment before addressing her guard and advisor. I need to find a way to enter the castle swiftly and meet with Alfred and his men. Aren't you concerned about being trapped inside? Half-face inquired. The girl shook her head. The castle has sufficient provisions to sustain its inhabitants for over half a year. Vanessa wouldn't dare besiege us for that long. In fact, the longer this drags on, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for her. After all, I am the rightful owner of the Green Wilderness, publicly elected by all. Conversely, she is currently without legitimate backing, and the soldiers she can summon rely solely on her identity as the former lord's wife. Hoping to exploit the time difference before news of my election as head of the family fully circulates. However, the truth cannot remain concealed forever. So many witnesses were present on the day of the election. Marquis Cullen, Romero, and Lord Leo can all attest to my legitimacy, and the truth will eventually come to light. Yet the people within the castle remain unaware of this, as long as my stepmother is not foolish. She will undoubtedly exploit this to her advantage, twisting the narrative to portray my request for Alfred to seize the Teacup Castle as a desperate, futile struggle against defeat. Thus, the most pressing matter is to stabilize the hearts of those within the castle. Clutching the necklace. Irea's mind was clearer than ever that if this were a game, she would undoubtedly be adorned with a powerful buff proclaiming, blessed by the ancestors, intelligence 100. However, Jude soon doused her enthusiasm with a cold reality check. How do you plan to return? Your stepmother has stationed heavy guards at the gates. But then again, you are from the Arias family, so you must know of some secret passages or back doors, right? I do know of them. But they are of little use because my stepmother is also aware and will surely keep a close watch on those areas, the girl replied, furrowing her brow. Just then, Liu, who had been silent until now, interjected. You've been discussing for quite some time, yet I have yet to see what the castle looks like. That would not hurt to take a look before making a decision. Jude glanced at his employer, and upon receiving a nod, he readily offered, then I shall lead the way. The three of them lowered their bodies and softened their footsteps as they stealthily traversed the edge of the woods. As the scenery opened up before them, Liu finally caught sight of the Teacup Castle that had occupied Miss Rabbit's thoughts throughout their journey. Contrary to his expectations, the castle of the Arias family was quite aesthetically pleasing. The main stone fortress, shaped like an inverted teacup, stood atop a small hill, boasting a splendid view. The steep slope ensured that any would-be attackers would face considerable difficulty reaching it, thereby restricting their avenues of assault and rendering this stronghold all the more defensible. The fortress was encircled by enormous white stone walls, which appeared to stand at least 5 meters tall and looked remarkably sturdy, with flanking towers constructed at intervals. These towers projected outward, allowing the archers stationed upon them to launch lateral attacks while coordinating with allies on the walls and nearby towers, thus forming a formidable three-sided encirclement. Such a fortress would undoubtedly provide a significant sense of security to those within during the age of cold weapons that Liu had seen numerous medieval castles in photographs and films. Yet upon his first glimpse of Teacup Castle, he could not help but be entranced by its beauty, especially as the ancient castle basked in the starlight, accompanied by a gentle evening breeze. Liu felt as though he had stepped into a fairy tale. Chapter 35. At a loss, anyone wishing to seize this castle must pay a heavy price, Half-Face remarked, turning his attention to Irea. Your guardian knight seems unexpectedly capable. Mother always said that while Alfred speaks little and is sparing with his words, he never disappoints. He is the epitome of chivalric spirit, Miss Rabbit replied proudly. There are still such fools in this world. You've piqued my curiosity to meet him, Jude said, ruffling his wind-tousled hair. But that is only if your stepmother permits us entry. Jude was not intentionally trying to dampen morale. He simply could not conceive of a method to stealthily infiltrate the castle without circumventing the outer guards. Vanessa had assembled an armed force of fewer than 300, most of whom were militia, and such a small contingent seemed inadequate for besieging a castle. However, Vanessa's advantage lay in her extensive familiarity with the castle's layout. Having lived there for many years, that as long as she could block the main gate and guard the secret passages, she could effectively sever the contact between those inside and the outside world. As night fell, Vanessa divided her available personnel into 2 shifts, one to guard the first half of the night and the other to take over in the latter half, maintaining a well-organized operation. Yet this seemingly composed woman was not as tranquil as she appeared. In truth, her agitation had been mounting over the past few days. Although Irea had yet to reveal herself, there had been no further news from Faja. Vanessa was unaware if the bear team had succeeded. Those individuals had vanished without a trace after taking her money. Despite Faja's repeated assurances that the young man from the Paleswa family was a master tracker who could unearth even the deceased as long as they had not turned to ash. The longer the bear remained hidden, the more her unease grew. Moreover, with the castle now under the control of a man named Alfred, Vanessa's frustrations deepened. She had never anticipated that the usually taciturn old man, often ridiculed as the knight of final rites, could be so ruthless. After receiving Irea's letter, he had taken only 3 people and managed to seize Teacup Castle. That it was said that he had feigned delivering wine to the castle, deceiving the guards at the entrance, and subsequently took the steward Foster's elderly wife and 2 sons hostage. He coerced Foster into luring the knight responsible for the castle's defense, Knight Pablo, into an empty room, where they ambushed him, incapacitating and binding him with little effort. They then systematically eliminated any potential resistance within the castle, ultimately taking control with ease. Vanessa had learned of this through a stableman who had miraculously escaped the castle, and her first reaction was to question her own hearing, for it seemed utterly absurd. The seemingly impregnable Teacup Castle, which had withstood numerous assaults throughout history and had ultimately aided the Arias family in repelling invaders, had been effortlessly taken by a man over 100 years old, accompanied by a handful of accomplices that if word of this spread, it would be a disgrace to the Arias family. Yet, the situation did not end there. Upon receiving the news, Vanessa denounced Alfred as a traitor and swiftly rallied an armed force within her territory to besiege Teacup Castle for 3 days, only to discover that it was impossible to reclaim it. Vanessa had initially believed she possessed a righteous cause, with numerous allies among the castle's old guard. She thought that with her forces positioned at the gates, a mere call would suffice for the occupants to bind Alfred and open the gates to welcome her. However, she had not anticipated that Alfred had already prepared for such an eventuality, preemptively dividing the castle's inhabitants into 2 categories, those with family nearby and those without. The latter group was promptly imprisoned in the dungeons, while the former were selected by Alfred to serve as defenders atop the walls. They once again isolated their relatives, subsequently informing those guarding the city that, should the walls fall, their kin would be the first to perish. With such a sharp blade hanging precariously above their heads, coupled with Alfred producing Alicia's handwritten letter for the steward Fausto to examine personally and recite aloud, the gathered crowd unwittingly boarded the old knight's ship of misfortune, agreeing to assist in the city's defense. Thus, Vanessa found herself once more at a loss. She had hoped to compel surrender through intimidation without resorting to battle. However, in the event of an actual assault, she was woefully unprepared, lacking siege equipment and sufficient personnel. After a tentative attempt, 2 militia members lost their lives, while for sustained injuries. Sir Javier, overseeing the front line, narrowly escaped a surprise attack from Alfred, who was concealed behind an arrow slit, nearly struck by a hidden arrow. Fortunately, his armor absorbed the lethal blow, or else Sir Javier would have become the first noble casualty of this siege, faced with the futility of a direct assault. Vanessa had no choice but to encircle the Cup Fortress for the time being. Yet, time was not on her side, despite her strict orders forbidding anyone from disclosing the events of the previous election. The multitude of eyes witnessing the ordeal made it inevitable that whispers would spread. Among them were many attendants of the Arias family, who had returned to green fields alongside Vanessa, and it was only natural that some would disregard her decree, sharing the tale with their friends. This information would then ripple through their acquaintances, and soon enough, over half of Vanessa's army had caught wind of the incident. While they maintained a semblance of restraint in the presence of the fair-haired lady, a variety of speculations began to proliferate in private. The hearts of the people were restless. Vanessa, acutely aware of the brewing discontent, resolved to launch a full offensive at dawn, regardless of the casualties, to reclaim the Cup Fortress, for she could no longer afford to delay. Meanwhile, Miss Rabbit and her 2 companions were diligently seeking a way to infiltrate the castle. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, they found no viable opportunities. It was not until Liu pointed to a towering section of the wall and asked Alicia, "If someone were to lower a basket from here, could we not sit inside and be hoisted up?" "While that notion holds merit," Alicia replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "the real challenge lies in how we would communicate with those inside the castle to arrange for the basket's descent." She continued, "Moreover, although the soldiers outside are focused on the gates and secret passages, as you have observed, there are still patrols nearby. We must reach the base of the wall and ascend before they discover us, and time is of the essence." Alicia, too, found Liu's idea somewhat impractical. However, the latter countered, "What if I could establish communication with the castle's defenders?" Chapter 36. The Maiden's First Flight. As the propellers whirled rapidly, the drone ascended gracefully from the meadow, soaring to an altitude of approximately 10 meters. Where it came to a halt, the Liu gripped the remote control, gently nudging the joystick to test the drone's ascent and lateral movement capabilities. The signal transmission between the drone and the remote did not rely on the internet, but rather utilized its own antenna in urban areas, where electromagnetic interference and environmental obstructions were prevalent. The effective transmission distance would be significantly curtailed. Taking the DJI Mini 3 Pro in Liu's possession as an example. Under FCC standards, the official strong interference flight range was approximately 1.5 to 3 kilometers, while in the outskirts and coastal areas, this distance could extend to 7 to 12 kilometers. AS for green fields. Devoid of Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or other signals competing for bandwidth, it offered an ideal flying environment. Of course, there were drawbacks. Without GPS assistance, the drone struggled to achieve precise hovering, and route planning became unfeasible, greatly increasing the risk of crashing. Nevertheless, Liu had no other options. He disabled the drone's obstacle avoidance feature, maneuvering it to a height of 100 meters to ensure it remained inconspicuous to those below, before directing it towards the castle. As night fell, a gentle breeze would occasionally sway the drone, causing it to drift in the air. During such moments, Liu had to adjust the controls to correct its trajectory. Fortunately, despite the surrounding darkness making visual tracking challenging and the absence of GPS, the drone still provided basic attitude mode, aiding in stability and significantly reducing the risk of a crash. Ultimately, Liu successfully guided the drone over the high walls of the Cup Fortress without alerting the outside soldiers. The inhabitants of the castle remained blissfully unaware of this uninvited guest's arrival. Even if someone happened to glance skyward, they would likely dismiss it as merely an odd bird passing at great height. Liu reviewed the real-time images transmitted from the drone's camera. Scanning for the guards on the wall, Miss Rabbit stood beside him, tasked with identifying Alfred among them. As Liu adjusted the drone's zoom camera, faces were magnified, eliciting gasps of surprise from Alicia. However, Miss Rabbit had already begun to feel somewhat numb to the spectacle. This night, Liu had awakened the ancient spirit slumbering within her necklace, summoned the metal bird, and with the bird's keen eye, surveyed everything around them. The young lady was constantly in a state of astonishment. Even if Liu were to suddenly exclaim, the great Sun Wukong, am off, and then leap into the clouds, she would likely not be too taken aback, perhaps only calling out below, "Great sage, do curb your divine powers." Not far off, Half-Face fared no better. When the drone took flight, Jude appeared to have his soul momentarily detached. He stood rooted in place, fixated on the tiny black dot in the sky, unable to tear his gaze away, muttering, "There must be a soul inside." Yes, there is definitely a soul. Liu circled the drone above the castle. Yet he could not locate the old knight. Alicia volunteered to guide him into the stone fortress, but after some consideration, Liu ultimately declined the offer. Once inside the stone fortress, the thick stone walls would undoubtedly weaken the signal, heightening the risk of a crash. Additionally, in the cramped spaces, any unforeseen incidents would make it difficult for the drone to evade danger. Therefore, Liu opted to maneuver the drone down in front of a soldier. As it descended to around 20 meters, the noise from the 4 pairs of propellers roused the drowsy soldier. He rubbed his eyes and turned towards the sound, only to freeze in shock. To allow him to better discern the drone, Liu lowered it further. The soldier let out a startled yelp, carelessly dropping his spear and shield before hastily fleeing, not knowing where he had dashed off to. Liu had no choice but to direct the drone to another soldier atop the wall. This individual displayed considerably more courage, drawing his weapon and brandishing it in an attempt to scare away the wingless flying contraption. Liu was obliged to watch his antics for a while. Fortunately, upon realizing that his reach was insufficient to threaten the drone, he made the prudent decision to remain vigilant while summoning a comrade to inform those inside the fortress. Just as Liu had begun to relax his guard, an arrow suddenly streaked towards the drone from an unknown source. Taken by surprise, Liu had no time to react, but a gust of evening wind fortuitously blew the drone a short distance away, narrowly avoiding the deadly shaft. Without hesitation, Liu elevated the drone's altitude and began maneuvering it erratically in the air, causing the subsequent arrows to pose no significant threat. After a brief wait, an elderly man clad in armor, appearing to be around 50 or 60 years old, emerged from the castle and ascended the stone wall. He squinted, scrutinizing the object in the sky. Liu, in turn, observed him through the drone's camera. The newcomer was tall and robust, his gaze resolute. Though his face bore wrinkles, he did not appear aged. His silver hair was meticulously groomed, and his armor was polished to a shine. Yet, unlike the ostentatious attire many nobles donned to accentuate their valor, this armor showed signs of wear, with numerous dents marking its history of fierce battles, while the rabbit crest on his right arm signified his loyalty to a noble family. He held a longbow made of yew, nearly 2 meters in length. After receiving a battle arrow from a nearby attendant, the old knight nocked the arrow, its narrow, dagger-like tip glinting coldly in the night. However, he ultimately refrained from releasing the arrow. Lowering his bow once more, he gestured for the surrounding archers to lower their weapons as well. The soldiers exchanged glances, but eventually complied. Liu turned to Alicia, who nodded at him. "That man is Alfred, my guardian knight." Upon hearing this, Liu maneuvered the DJI Mini 3 Pro, carrying the dangling ruby and Alicia's handwritten letter, to descend. Chapter 37. The Three-Eyed Divine Bird. Previously, Liu inquired of Irea whether she possessed any items that could verify her identity. In response, she drew a small knife from her waist, stating that it was a keepsake left to her by her mother, one that Alfred would surely recognize. However, when Liu subsequently tested it, he discovered that the DJI Mini 3 Pro could not bear such a heavy object. This diminutive drone weighed only 249 grams. And with the battery, its total mass was less than 360 grams. When folded, it could easily fit into a pocket, which was precisely why Liu had chosen it. Initially, his intention was merely to use it for reconnaissance around the vicinity of the castle, to ascertain who was in control of the Teacup Fortress, and to avoid falling into a trap. Unexpectedly, it had now transformed into a means of transport. Ultimately, it was Half-Face who took action. Extracting the ruby set in the knife's hilt, and with Iraea's handwritten note, written in charcoal on a small strip of cloth, they successfully conveyed the message, agreeing upon a rendezvous point and method with the other party. Upon witnessing the old knight's slight nod of acknowledgement, the drone, having completed its mission, soared back into the sky, returning safely, while Iraea and her companions retreated to the woods for their final preparations and rest. Liu approached the horse bearing two captives and conducted a brief inspection, only to discover that one of them had ceased to breathe, while the other remained in a deep, unconscious state. It appeared that his earlier attempts to ensure stability had led to excessive electric shocks to vital areas, resulting in the dire outcome of one dead and one severely incapacitated. Liu held little hope for the unconscious individual. Nearly 3 days had elapsed since the battle that night. And given the medical conditions on the continent of Brades, it was highly improbable that he would awaken again. After stowing the drone back in his pocket, Liu closed his eyes, standing silently for a moment before returning to the side of Miss Rabbit and Half-Face. The two were now readying their belongings, discarding unnecessary provisions and utensils, retaining only essential valuables. Just as they were about to set off, the young lady suddenly called for a halt. "Wait! The spirit of our ancestors is hungry. I must first attend to it." Half-Face and Liu stood aside, observing as Miss Rabbit knelt on one knee, her hands clasped in prayer, fervently beseeching in her heart. Following her devout supplication, she respectfully pressed the button on the electronic pet egg to dispense food. Once she had completed her ritual, the trio and their canine companion resumed their journey, stealthily making their way up the hillside toward the castle under the cover of night. Having learned from previous encounters, Half-Face had discerned the patrol routes of the soldiers and their blind spots. With the aid of the Black Beauty, they crouched low, pausing intermittently to avoid detection, successfully evading all enemy soldiers along their path, ultimately reaching the base of the wall. Meanwhile, Alfred had been observing Iraea and her companions from atop the castle wall. Upon seeing them approach, he lowered a basket secured with ropes, as per their agreement. However, due to the limited size and questionable weight capacity of the basket, it was deemed prudent to transport only one individual at a time. Miss Rabbit was the first to ascend. Once she was securely seated, Alfred immediately commanded his men to hoist her up. The empty basket was then lowered once more, but just as it reached the ground, a figure rushed toward Alfred, breathless, exclaiming, "It's bad news. The lady's people are heading this way." "The patrol?" Alfred inquired. "No. It's another group, all mounted riders. They seem to have noticed the commotion on the wall and sent someone to investigate." At that moment, Jude below also sensed the urgency, as the Black Beauty assigned to keep watch returned in haste. This signaled the approach of enemies, and their arrival was much sooner than anticipated. In other words, it was likely that either he or Liu would be able to enter the castle safely. But if the other attempted to ride in the basket, there was a significant risk of being discovered and becoming a target. That Half-Face abruptly turned to Liu, his dark eyes glinting with a dangerous light in the night. One hand discreetly resting on the axe at his waist. While he felt regret, this was not the moment for the display of virtue. Despite his deep-seated apprehension towards Liu, whom he could not fully comprehend, and having had the fortune to witness the latter's extraordinary capabilities firsthand, Jude was reluctant to become adversaries unless absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, the situation had reached a critical juncture. Any hesitation could cost him his life. Liu regarded Jude with an unruffled demeanor, devoid of panic, and calmly stated, "You go first." Jude understood that this was not a time for selflessness. He nodded at Liu and replied solemnly, "I owe you one." With that, he scooped up his large black dog and settled into the basket. Sensing the impending danger, those above exerted all their strength to pull the rope with urgency. Meanwhile, Half-Face noticed that Liu had once again retrieved his divine bird from his pocket. Extending its limbs, without placing it on the ground, he cradled it in his palm. In the next moment, the previously motionless bird sprang back to life, opening its eyes in the darkness and emitting a humming sound. Liu piloted the DJI Mini 3 Pro into the air, this time keeping it at a height of approximately 3 meters above the ground, flying forward to create as much commotion as possible. His strategy quickly bore fruit, as the mounted riders' gazes were instantly drawn to the flying contraption. Having lived for so long, they had never encountered such a peculiar creature. It possessed no wings yet soared through the air, and at a remarkable speed. With two eyes situated on its shoulders and a third eye below, that eye moved with uncanny agility, appearing exceedingly bizarre. By the gods, what on earth is this thing? All were awestruck, momentarily forgetting their original purpose, simply staring vacantly at the shadow in the sky. The shadow, in turn, circled them, poised as if preparing to strike. The riders, seeing this, dared not let down their guard, dismounting and drawing their weapons, readying themselves for confrontation. However, just as they positioned themselves, the creature suddenly ascended, climbing higher and higher until it became a mere black dot, vanishing into the castle. This left the riders exchanging glances, still enshrouded in the astonishment of the earlier spectacle, unable to recover for some time. Once they remounted and circled to the other side of the stone wall, they found it utterly deserted, save for the grass swaying in the night breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Chapter 38. Homecoming. Vanessa had not slept a wink throughout the night. As dawn broke the following day, she ordered her servants to kindle a fire and prepare breakfast, making the final arrangements for the assault on the Teacup Fortress. Meanwhile, the drooping-eared beauty assisted her son, who had just awakened, in dressing within the tent. Ever since losing the election, Blanco's mental state had raised concerns. He had lost considerable weight, appearing timid and reluctant to make eye contact, often bursting into tears at the slightest disturbance and seeking refuge in his mother's embrace, which pained Vanessa greatly. The drooping-eared beauty first helped her son out of his nightclothes, replacing them with riding trousers and an oversized long shirt, followed by carefully slipping socks onto his small legs, tucking the trousers into them, and fastening the ties of the socks around his waist. She then draped a long robe over him, securing it with a belt adorned with a metallic rabbit motif, and topped it off with a cloak that Vanessa pinned a silver brooch onto her son's attire. She reassured him, "Do not worry, Blanco. Today we shall surely return to the castle, and you will become the master of the green fields, just like your father." But my sister Irea, the mention of her name made the young boy tremble. She has already been appointed the head of the Arias family by Marquis Kirin. Are we to defy the Marquis's orders? Of course, the Marquis's words must be heeded. The Arias family has been loyal to the Figueroa family for generations, and your generation shall be no exception. However, even the wise Marquis can be deceived by treacherous individuals. Thus, it is the duty of a vassal to speak frankly and offer counsel, and even to take action to rectify matters when necessary. After much hesitation, Blanco summoned the courage to voice the thoughts he had harbored. "Mother, I no longer wish to be a lord." "Why?" Vanessa paused her actions, her gaze growing cold. "Who taught you to say such things? Your great-grandmother, Sir Javier, or—" "No one." Blanco gritted his teeth. "It is my own desire, mother. Cannot you refrain from this, as long as sister is willing to let us stay in the castle? Wouldn't it be better for our family to return to the life we once had? You do have feelings for sister, do you not? You previously told me that she has no mother and that I should not anger her." "Foolish child, you speak nonsense." The drooping-eared beauty slipped boots onto her son's feet, stepping back to examine him, nodding in satisfaction. She then lifted her gaze and said calmly, "Once such matters are set in motion, they cannot be halted. You shall become a good lord in the future." "Blanco." She intended to say more, but at that moment, a deep, resonant male voice called from outside the tent. "Madam, may we speak?" "I shall be right out, Sir Javier." Upon the conclusion of Vanessa's words, she turned to Blanco and said, "You remain here and avoid any unfounded thoughts. Shortly, we shall return home." As she stepped out of the tent, the woman with drooping ears immediately spotted her military advisor pacing restlessly, nearly wearing a patch in the grass at the entrance. The moment Vanessa appeared, he eagerly approached her, exclaiming, "My lady, I have heard that you—" The woman gestured for him to follow her a distance of 20 meters before halting once more. "I have heard that you have had the wife, son, granddaughter, son-in-law of the knight of the final rites bound, and even brought along their newborn child." The somewhat portly knight remarked while wiping the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, is there a problem with that? I have also heard that you intend to use them to threaten Alfred, should he refuse to open the city gates. You would order the execution of those individuals." I have indeed voiced such intentions. Are you serious? Sir Javier inquired, his expression grave. Of course, Vanessa replied. Do not question my resolve merely because I am a woman. I do not doubt your determination. But I believe this course of action may be somewhat inappropriate. In what way is it inappropriate? If that rogue Alfred can do it, why can't I? Let us not forget he initiated this perilous game, using his own kin as hostages to coerce those within the castle into aiding his defense. The woman with drooping ears stated coldly. Alfred's actions do indeed tarnish the honor of knighthood. Javier contemplated his words. However, at least from the rumors circulating within the city, he has not truly harmed anyone. Even the unyielding Sir Pablo has merely been imprisoned, receiving his daily meals without fail. What are you attempting to convey? Vanessa fixed her gaze upon her military advisor. The latter, sweating profusely, managed to articulate. What I wish to express is that, given your esteemed position, such actions may be somewhat unbecoming, particularly with an infant involved. Many below have begun to voice their concerns. Do you think I take pleasure in this? If you could fulfill your duties effectively and seize the castle ahead of us, none of this would have transpired. Vanessa interrupted the knight. Since your methods have proven ineffective, I shall now resort to my own means to resolve this matter. As for the rumors, once we capture the Teacup Castle, I shall instruct them on what respect truly entails. Sir Javier sighed, aware that persuasion was futile. Vanessa was resolute in her intention to conquer the castle today. Regardless of the infamy it would bring her, in truth, his relationship with Alfred was not particularly close. Their interactions had been minimal, and just 3 days prior, Alfred had even shot an arrow at him. However, that aside, witnessing Alfred's family on the brink of peril evoked a sense of sympathy within Javier as a fellow knight of the Arias family. Upon his return to the military camp, several other knights approached him, inquiring about the outcome of his meeting. Javier shook his head and told his comrades, "The lady's mind is firmly set. We should consider how to persuade Alfred to open the gates." If Alfred were to open the gates, he would no longer be Alfred, remarked a knight known as Purple Flower. That old fellow is quite obstinate and adheres strictly to his principles that he is the protector of Irea and will heed only the words of that young girl. Even if the lives of his family are at stake, even if he were to decimate his family until he stood alone, he would not yield, Purple Flower asserted. Good heavens! Another knight, known as Golden Snake, exclaimed. Are we to merely stand by and witness this tragedy unfold? There is no alternative. Alfred initiated this madness by seizing Teacup Castle, which rightfully belongs to the Arias family. Lady Vanessa has branded him a traitor, and even if she were to execute all his kin, it would be deemed justifiable, offered one dissenting voice. From Lady Vanessa's standpoint, that may be accurate, but if you were to consider another perspective, he is merely acting on the orders of the true master of Greenwild, having taken control of the castle ahead of time. I believed we had reached a consensus on this matter. Irea is unsuited to manage this land. And thus, Luce sent her to the temple. Another knight interjected. However, it now appears her stepmother is not much better. Purple Flower remarked. I do not know how you all perceive this, but to be frank, I would prefer to choose foolishness over madness. Madness coupled with desperation, Golden Snake added. She realizes she is losing this war, which drives her to gamble everything. Chapter 39. The False Traitor. Gentlemen, as the discussion spiraled further into chaos, Sir Javier felt compelled to intervene. Is it not a tad late to contemplate shifting allegiances? Particularly those who accompanied me to Rock Snow Castle. We all believed this election would be without suspense, thus no one extended goodwill towards Irea beforehand. Should she ascend to lordship, she will undoubtedly remember this slight. And what of it? We can simply admit our faults, Purple Flower replied. We require her, and she likewise needs us. Even if Miss Irea is currently incensed and oblivious to this fact, her foreign advisor will remind her. Moreover, I believe we must not persist in viewing individuals through antiquated lenses. Miss Irea reversed the tide of an almost certain defeat in the election, astutely recognizing the lurking dangers, vacating Rock Snow Castle in advance, and allowing Alfred to successfully seize Teacup Castle. Each step was executed brilliantly, warranting a re-evaluation of her capabilities. Is this not the merit of her advisor? Someone questioned. To recognize and utilize talent is indeed a remarkable skill. Another lamented, "Had we known, we should have feigned illness like Trinidad, avoiding this quagmire." Javier, incensed, slammed his palm upon the table, causing a resounding thud. "I summoned you to contemplate how to rescue Alfred's family, not to conspire on how to betray him. Since you have responded to Lady Vanessa's call to arms, your focus should be on how to secure victory." Alfred managed to capture Teacup Castle with just 3 companions. We number nearly 300, having besieged this place for over 3 days with no progress. So do not be surprised if Lady Vanessa becomes exasperated and resorts to extreme measures. Sir Javier's gaze swept across his colleagues, lingering particularly long on Purple Flower and Golden Snake, causing both to squirm uncomfortably until, after a time, he emitted a derisive grunt. "Should any of you wish to seek a new lord, I shall not hinder you. But you would do well to consider one question. Where is your new lord at this moment?" As his words echoed, both Purple Flower and Golden Snake fell silent. Indeed, those contemplating defection to Irea faced the paramount dilemma of not knowing her whereabouts, alive or dead. The girl had departed Rock Snow Castle with her advisor days prior, and now, nearly 8 days later, there was still no sign of her, inviting dark speculations. Present were nobles, all too aware of the ruthless nature of succession disputes within noble families. Given Vanessa's resolute demeanor and inherent madness, it was not impossible that she could turn against her own stepdaughter, that in fact, the mercenary named Faja, who had been by her side upon her return, had mysteriously vanished. With this thought, no one dared to vocally express a desire to defect any longer, dispersing to prepare for the impending siege that a mere 300 souls attempting to conquer a formidable stronghold was akin to chasing a mirage. However, Alfred had even fewer defenders at his disposal, totaling barely over 20, not to mention, within their ranks lay Vanessa's potential informants, and it remained uncertain how Alfred might react upon witnessing the slaughter of his kin. Such unpredictability warranted caution. Following a hearty pre-battle meal, the knights, shrouded in the morning mist, undertook their formation. Though termed a formation, it was essentially a mere scattering of men across the plain, as the majority were militiamen with limited training. Unable to execute complex maneuvers, they would charge forward collectively. The scant cavalry was organized separately, stationed near the city gates to guard against a sudden sortie by Alfred Deas for the archers. They positioned themselves behind the infantry, ready to rain arrows upon the enemies atop the walls. Although firing from below is more challenging than from above, and hitting targets behind battlements is no easy feat, Vanessa's advantage lay in numbers. As long as they could suppress the enemy's counterattacks, the infantry could ascend the walls via ladders, ultimately seizing the castle. Naturally, this would entail casualties, hence the optimal strategy would be to compel submission without bloodshed. Soon, Alfred's wife, son, granddaughter, and son-in-law were brought forth to the foot of the castle, with Alfred's granddaughter cradling an infant. The child seemed to sense the impending tragedy, wailing loudly, eliciting sympathetic expressions from many soldiers. Sir Javier, clad in his heavy plate armor, thoroughly encased, rode forth to the castle gates and called out with a loud voice, "Traitor Alfred, I have brought your family. Do you not wish to see them?" From above, there was no response. In fact, the place was eerily vacant, devoid of any presence. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sensation suddenly gripped Javier's heart. Nevertheless, he forcibly suppressed the ominous premonition and continued with the original plan. "Madam and the young master are benevolent, should you choose to surrender now. Not only can they guarantee the safety of your family, but they may also show leniency regarding your treasonous acts, considering your years of service to the Arias family." After Javier finished speaking, he waited, but silence persisted from within. The knight's composure began to falter, prompting him to raise his voice further. "Alfred, do not remain stubbornly ignorant. Even if you do not consider your own fate, think of your wife, your children, especially that newborn grandchild. Surely, you do not wish to see them." Before Javier could finish his sentence, the tightly shut city gates suddenly swung open, startling the knight. Deep down, he had already accepted the notion that threats held no sway over Alfred. The impending bloodshed and subsequent siege were unavoidable. His reason for visiting the city front was merely to exhaust all possibilities, never anticipating the gates would part. However, Javier was not concerned about Alfred suddenly charging out to rescue anyone. Though there were only a handful of men responsible for escorting Alfred's relatives, merely a dozen. Each one was an elite warrior, more than capable of detaining the old knight and his 20-odd men, while cavalry nearby would rush in to assist. That moment, Alfred would comprehend the futility of his resistance. Yet, as Javier peered closer, he was taken aback to find no troops lying in ambush behind the gates, only Alfred standing alone. The old knight, mounted yet unarmored and unarmed, sauntered slowly from the city. Javier had never anticipated Alfred would act so foolishly, although the assault involved 4 individuals. Everyone knew Alfred was the mastermind. Capturing him would render the remaining conspirators insignificant, and the teacup fortress would soon return to its rightful owners. As this realization struck him, Javier's breath quickened, eager to issue commands for capture. However, his gaze shifted to the old knight's hands, which were raised high, cradling a wooden tray adorned with a silk cloth. Upon that cloth lay an egg-shaped object, having often been in the company of Russ. Javier immediately recognized it as Russ's necklace, said to house the ancient spirit of the Arias family, now dormant for various reasons. Aside from Russ himself, none had been fortunate enough to behold it. And this necklace had later been gifted to Irea. This tale had become common knowledge in the Green Wilds. The sight of the necklace intensified Javier's unease that he had intended to have Alfred captured first. But to his surprise, the latter spoke up first, ignoring Javier and the captured family members. 7 days ago, in Roxnau City, before witnesses including Marquis Curin, Sir Romero, Sir Leo, and over 100 others, Miss Irea was chosen as the Lord of the Green Wilds. This is now common knowledge in Roxnau City. After speaking, his gaze turned to the flustered Javier. You witnessed all this, yet you insist on distorting the truth, gathering troops to assault the teacup fortress. What are your true intentions? The old knight's words struck at the heart of the matter. Before Javier could respond, he continued, this perverse act has angered the ancestors of the Arias family. The ancient spirit within the necklace has awakened, blessing Miss Irea and proclaiming her the rightful ruler of this land. All others are but false rebels. This is impossible, absurd. Javier's tone became shrill. The ancient spirit is merely a legend. How could it truly exist? If you doubt, then go witness it for yourself. Not just you, but all who harbor skepticism may come forth and see. A voice called from the battlements. Javier raised his head, and perhaps by coincidence, the morning fog began to dissipate. The dawn light illuminated the towering walls of the teacup fortress, revealing a figure that appeared particularly imposing in the morning glow. It was Irea Arias, the long-absent new head of the Arias family. The blood-eyed daughter of our U.S. To her right stood a tall man wielding a battle axe, his grotesque face breaking into a grin directed at Javier. On her left stood a foreign man clad in peculiar black garments, holding a small square box, behind whom a wingless white creature emitted a strange buzzing sound as it ascended. The riders who had endured the chase the previous night instantly recognized the creature and gasped in unison. The three-eyed monster. Chapter 40. A hard-earned victory. The Golden Serpent and the Purple Sparrow exchanged a glance and were the first to step forward, riding down to the base of the city. They initially believed this was merely a display by Irea to bolster her own standing, perhaps having inscribed something on the necklace and declaring herself the recipient of ancestral approval. This was a clever maneuver. Irea's sudden appearance had already tipped the scales of victory in her favor, and adding a token, even if merely superficial, would accelerate the process. The stage was set. It was merely a matter of who would take the stage. Before departing, they resolved to firmly assert that whatever they witnessed would be deemed the ancient spirit, solidifying Irea's claim and serving as their declaration of allegiance. However, upon approaching the electronic pet egg, both the Golden Serpent and the Purple Sparrow could hardly conceal their astonishment. The awakening of the ancient spirit was indeed real, although neither had ever seen the ancestors of the Arias family nor knew their appearance. They could discern that the wriggling little object before them was a living being, not a mere fabrication. By the gods, could it be that the legend, which had endured for millennia, was truly manifesting in this young scion of the Arias family? The expressions of the Golden Serpent and the Purple Sparrow shifted to one of reverence as they turned to face Irea, and moments later, both knelt on one knee. Their actions incited a stir among the army, prompting more and more individuals to approach in curiosity. Javier, the military advisor, found himself unable to maintain control. Despite his fervent shouts, only his own entourage paid heed. Before long, the crowd had densely packed the area before the gates, all straining to catch a glimpse of the ancient spirit. Even Javier himself could not resist stealing a few glances that he had been one of the closest observers to Alfred, witnessing the object in the necklace early on. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his heart had ceased to beat, as if struck by a hammer to the chest, standing frozen in place, a chill racing up his spine. Only one thought occupied Javier's mind. Could it be that Irea was indeed the chosen one, favored by the ancestors? Yet, out of loyalty to Vanessa and Blanco, he did not submit like the golden serpent and the purple sparrow. He still wished to resist. However, he no longer aspired to seize the teacup fortress. Javier understood the tide had turned. He merely sought to negotiate for some leverage for himself and his followers. His gaze darted around until it landed on the captured family of the old knight. Drawing his sword from his waist, he prepared to gallop toward them, but hesitated upon seeing the infant. The honor of a knight instinctively filled him with shame for his intentions, and in that moment of hesitation, he lost his final opportunity. The crowd surged forward to behold the ancient spirit, blocking Javier and his horse from any movement. As they beheld the miraculous little object within the necklace, recalling the whispered rumors circulating in the army. They cast aside their weapons and prostrated themselves, a gesture of submission that a great battle had yet to commence. Yet it dissipated into nothingness. Seeing the situation settled, Liu retracted the drone that had been supporting the scene in the air, which was now left with less than 10 battery. Without a recharge, it would soon become unusable. Nevertheless, it had accomplished its mission splendidly, and Liu folded it away into his pocket. Miss Rabbit, still immersed in excitement, gazed at the throng of soldiers below. Hearing them collectively call her name, it was only at this moment that she began to feel the weight of her status as a lord. Particularly considering the arduous journey she had undertaken, fraught with trials and near-death experiences, yet ultimately realizing her dream of becoming the ruler of this land. The sweetness of this hard-won victory was all the more profound. Unfortunately, this idyllic scene was shattered by half-faced remark. "It seems your stepmother has run away with your brother." "Ah!" Irea gasped, tearing her gaze from the crowd to look back, only to see 3 riders escorting Vanessa and Blanco fleeing toward the distant woods. Instinctively, the girl shouted, "Quickly pursue them!" However, neither of the two beside her reacted. Liu remained still as it was beyond his purview, while Jude was inactive due to the expiration of his contract. "I have escorted you into the castle. Please settle the previous payment first," Half-Face said, resheathing his battle axe beneath his cloak while ruffling the dark-haired beauty's hair. Miss Rabbit sighed softly. Her earlier shout had merely been a spur-of-the-moment exclamation. Vanessa and Blanco had managed to escape quite a distance, accompanied by their steadfast guards, while the city gates were now thoroughly obstructed. Even if Half-Face were willing to assist in pursuit, the likelihood of catching up was slim. Fortunately, this event bore little consequence. Following this confrontation, it was unlikely that anyone in the Green Wilderness would question her legitimacy as the Lord. Vanessa, being astute, should take her young son and flee to distant lands, running as far as possible, should she fail to recognize the situation. Well, that would be another matter altogether. The young woman snapped back to reality and beckoned to Jude. "Come, I shall take you to collect the funds." The trio descended from the city walls and arrived at the room where the steward, Foster, was detained. Foster, a half-orc, did not belong to the Arias family. His ears were a muted brown, small and short, yet his beard was notably long. At the venerable age of 196, he had served 3 generations of the Arias family. It would not be unreasonable to consider him one of their own, as every inhabitant of the castle, including Irea, regarded him as a family member. However, Foster's demeanor appeared quite grim, his countenance more aged than before, with his wife and son by his side attending to him. Upon seeing Irea, Foster still rose to pay his respects, though his face was devoid of expression, causing Miss Rabbit to feel a wave of unease. The elder inquired, whose idea was it for Alfred to launch a surprise attack on Teacup Castle? I devised it myself," the young lady declared, chest out. Yet the steward shook his head, redirecting his gaze towards Half-Face, whose fierce appearance suggested he was no benign character. Before he could voice his suspicion, Liu interjected. It was my idea. Foster frowned, scrutinizing Liu. In my long life, I have never encountered one so attired as yourself. Where do you hail from? From a very distant land. And what brings you to Broadis? To instill faith here. But faith already exists here, the elder replied. Puzzle. Your deities cannot aid you in your troubles. Mine can, Liu stated calmly. And how does it achieve this? Through me. I can attest to that. Half-Face chimed in. Chapter 41. The returned Foster regarded Liu intently before turning to Iria. It appears, Miss, that you have someone trustworthy by your side. Thus, I have little to fear. Steward Foster, what do you mean by that? Miss Rabbit asked, taken aback. I have served the Arias family for over 160 years. My age has rendered me frail. And I humbly request permission from Miss Iria to retire to my homeland. The elder paused momentarily before continuing. Your great-grandfather saved my life in a great battle, and I vowed to repay his kindness to the best of my ability. After that dreadful war concluded, I left my homeland and followed him to this land, serving him and his family until today that I am the steward of this castle. I have diligently served the successive heads of the Arias family for over a century. I believe this suffices to settle the debt owed to your great-grandfather. Considering that the tricolor violets of my homeland are nearing bloom, I wish to return while I am still able to travel and see my family. What? You intend to leave me at a time when I need you most? Iria exclaimed in disbelief. Steward Foster, do you truly believe my brother is more suited to be the lord of the green wilderness than I? Oh, and by the way, you may not be aware, but Vanessa has been defeated. She fled with Blanco, leaving only 2 or 3 loyalists behind. They cannot rise again. Since I have received the favor of our ancestral family, specifically the necklace given to me by my father, I have awakened the ancient spirit within it. If you doubt me, I can show it to you, the elder interrupted. My desire to leave has nothing to do with Lady Vanessa or young Master Blanco. Then what is the reason? Iria inquired, confused. You have been here since my birth, managing everything with such meticulousness. Without you, how would I handle so many matters? I can remain for 1 more month, so that you may select a new steward for this castle, Foster replied. But I do not want a new steward. I want you. Miss Rabbit's eyes glistened with tears. If it is due to Alfred's actions, I can apologize on his behalf. Sir Alfred merely performed what was required of him at that time. I hold no resentment towards him, Mississippi. The elder sighed with a hint of resignation, glancing at Liu and Half-Face. May we speak privately for a moment? Of course, Jude shrugged, stepping out of the room, with Liu following silently behind. Approximately 15 minutes later, Iria emerged, her eyes swollen and red, as if she had just wept, her nose sniffing. She shut the door behind her and approached Liu, stating, Earlier, you asked if I had any candidates in mind for the new steward. Did you already know Foster intended to leave? Liu nodded. You may be reluctant to accept. But Teacup Castle was indeed lost under his watch. He succumbed to the invaders for the safety of his wife and son. While this is a common human sentiment, he ultimately chose familial ties over the greater good. An undeniable fact. Moreover, Alfred's actions this morning starkly contrasted with his own. Burdened with such a stain, he is no longer fit to serve as the steward of Teacup Castle. Otherwise, should this castle face another hostile assault, the subordinates will recall the steward's previous betrayal, leading them to prioritize self-preservation over defending their home, rendering even the strongest walls ineffective. Foster is a wise man. Thus, upon meeting you, he expressed his desire to retire, which is for the best. Had he not mentioned it, I would have done so on his behalf. Iria gazed intently at Liu for a long moment before wearily conceding. You are correct. Foster can no longer remain in this position. Yet I do not wish for him to leave the green wilderness. Miss Rabbit explained, I have never been a lord before, nor have I managed even a small village. Though I have triumphed over my stepmother, my mind is still a bit muddled, and I do not even know what to do next. Foster, conversely, has assisted 3 heads of the Arias family and possesses ample experience to guide me on when to take action. It sounds as though he should be the new head of the Arias family, while you merely serve as his puppet, Half-Face summarized. No, it is not like that. Iria shook her head. I wish to retain him as my advisor, offering me counsel, much like you do, but ultimately, the decision to accept that advice will rest with me. The last part of her statement was directed at Li Yu, and she was uncertain why. Though it was simply an entirely reasonable request, it felt somewhat shaky when voiced at in the Red Lion Empire. Families of even modest power would recruit advisors, and larger families typically had more than one. This was merely her rightful privilege. Miss Rabbit comforted herself with this thought, only to hear Li Yu say, "I am not your advisor." "Do not be so petty," the young lady replied. "I am sure I would still heed your counsel more often." "I am not your advisor," Li Yu reiterated, slightly emphasizing his words. Miss Rabbit faltered, akin to a newlywed caught in an affair, stammering, "Then shall I not seek other advisors?" "This has nothing to do with whether you seek other advisors," Li Yu stated. "I have already told you that being your advisor was merely a temporary arrangement, a pretense to appease others. But later, you mentioned wanting to establish a more enduring and stable relationship with me," the young lady exclaimed, her ears standing upright in alarm. "Indeed, but I did not say I would be your advisor." Iria recalled that at that moment, Li Yu had not explicitly stated any intention of being her advisor. It was merely her own assumption that he would stay by her side to provide counsel. "Then what do you wish to be? A noble? Well, I could indeed bestow upon you the title of knight. Oh, and I could grant you land as well. You could assist me in becoming the lord of the green wilderness. I had always intended to repay you. I may indeed have use for land in the future. But the title of knight is unnecessary," Li Yu responded. "If you genuinely wish to repay me, simply grant me one request." "What request?" "Permit me to establish a congregation within your territory." Chapter 42. Memories of the Western Territories establish. "A congregation?" Miss Rabbit appeared taken aback. "But I am a devotee of the Silver Moon Goddess, and most of the people in the Western Territories share my faith. It may be quite challenging for you to attract followers for your Saturday." "That is my concern," Li Yu replied. "You need only provide me with some necessary support when required." The young lady's expression was conflicted, caught in a struggle between opposing thoughts. She was not trying to intimidate Li Yu. The devotion to the goddess of the Silver Moon in the Western Territories had a long-standing history, even predating the establishment of the empire itself. The inhabitants of this land had mostly been worshippers of the Silver Moon Goddess long before the fierce lion Alexander led his troops to conquer it. It is said that the battle known as the Weeping Blood Dragon was exceptionally brutal, with countless casualties on both sides. Ultimately, the victory of Alexander's forces was not solely attributed to the timely reinforcement of the Snow Claw, Count Philip from the Fagrova family, but was also significantly influenced by the defection of the Silver Moon Church. The church spread word among the faithful about the heinous acts committed by the Enriquez family during their rule over the Western Territories, leading to a swift loss of popular support for the latter. Consequently, both conscription and the gathering of provisions became exceedingly difficult, and the morale of the troops plummeted. Upon Count Philip's arrival, he decisively acted, resting for merely half a day before launching an assault on the Enriquez family's stronghold, Dragonflame City. The ensuing battle at the city's gates raged for a full 7 days before Count Philip finally breached the gates and seized Dragonflame City. Following this, the Count ordered the execution of all members of the Enriquez family within the city, regardless of age or gender. When this news reached the front lines, the head of the Enriquez family, Zhou, fell into despair, and his forces were swiftly defeated by Alexander. Thus, the Enriquez family, which had ruled the Western Territories for over a millennium, was utterly obliterated. However, for the ultimate victor of this conflict, the threat had not entirely dissipated. The Enriquez family had cultivated a vast network of followers and allies, both overt and covert, over the years. With Zhou's defeat, many among them chose to lie low for a time, outwardly pledging fealty to the empire while secretly awaiting the return of the true king of the West. On the other hand, although the Enriquez family faced catastrophic ruin, their bloodline had not been completely extinguished. The remnants of their faction raised the banner of rebellion, rallying scattered troops to wreak havoc and pillage. Furthermore, the complicity of local noble lords allowed them to turn a blind eye to such actions, even going so far as to deliberately leak the movements of imperial forces sent to quell the unrest to these bandits. As a result, the Western Territories descended into chaos, with common folk living in constant fear, nearly unable to engage in productive activities, and the ensuing famine exacerbated the turmoil, that in order to thoroughly pacify the Western territories and dismantle the immense influence of the Enriquez family on this land, as well as eradicate the various kings of the West scattered throughout, Alexander conferred the title of Marquis upon Philip, who had distinguished himself in the Weeping Blood Dragon battle, that he commanded Philip alongside the Fagrova family to safeguard the Western territories for generations, ensuring the empire's borders remain secure. The ancestors of the Arias family also followed Marquis Philip during this time, becoming the Lords of Greenfield. It is said that neither Marquis Philip nor the ancestor of the Arias family initially worshipped the Silver Moon goddess. Both were devotees of the winter god Salona. However, due to the overwhelming influence of the Silver Moon goddess Pythia in this land, they ultimately conformed to local customs and converted to her worship. Undoubtedly, the Silver Moon Church was quite pleased with this outcome, reciprocating by providing steadfast support to the Fagrova family and their vassals in their governance of the land for centuries thereafter. Thus, for a noble lord like Iria, the question of faith was never simply a matter of whose soul belonged to whom. It was a profoundly complex political issue. Miss Rabbit furrowed her brow in distress for quite some time before glancing at Liu with a pitiful expression, saying, If I cannot agree to your request for the time being, will you no longer offer me any advice from now on? Not at all, Liu replied. I want to be leaving Greenfield anytime soon, so you can still come to me with any questions you may have. Upon hearing this, the young lady let out a sigh of relief. Then, I will think it over some more. Yes, that is perfectly fine. Negotiating projects is always like this. One should never expect the initial proposal to be accepted by the client right away, leading to an immediate transaction. Such miraculous clients are a rarity. Most, like Miss Rabbit, are hesitant, comparing options, and unable to make a firm decision for a considerable time. However, as there was currently no one else competing with Liu, he felt no urgency, that as long as he could discern the young lady's core demands, securing this deal would merely be a matter of time. Until then, Liu had no reason to sever the hard-won communication channel they had established. Ultimately, he was unconcerned about being taken advantage of by Iria, that a good business transaction is never merely about how much one party profits. It should be about both parties fulfilling their needs, where everyone obtains what they desire, naturally fostering a tendency towards closeness based on shared interests. Once one realizes this, it often becomes impossible to part ways, and the relationship solidifies into an unbreakable bond. Although Miss Rabbit did not verbalize it, it was evident that she felt quite pleased after hearing Liu's response, as her lips involuntarily curved upwards, making even the act of paying her seem more generous. She instructed Fausto to retrieve a sack of gold coins from the storeroom to hand to Half-Face, who opened it and counted, discovering there were indeed 23 coins, one more than agreed upon. Oh, who would have thought you, this stingy rabbit, can actually be generous at times, Half-Face remarked, seeing how hard I've worked. You even added an extra gold lion as a reward. That is not a reward. It's your salary for your new job, the young lady replied. I wish to employ you for a while longer. Rest assured, this task is quite simple. You only need to stand beside me. Half-Face scoffed. You think a single gold lion is enough to hire me as your bodyguard? Are you dreaming? Not a bodyguard, Iria patiently clarified. I said you just need to stand there, put on a show, and intimidate those with ulterior motives. You know, I've just become a lord, and at such a young age, some might try to take advantage of me, that if you stand there with that scowl you currently wear, they will think twice before acting recklessly. 7 days for 1 gold coin, and for every week that passes, an additional coin, all paid up front, including food and lodging. The duration will not exceed 1 month. This salary is quite generous, without any fighting or danger involved, that if you miss out on this opportunity, you won't find another easy way to earn money like this again. This time, Jude's expression turned conflicted. After a moment, he cursed, Damn it! How do you always manage to hit right at my breaking point? Chapter 43. Iria's new job. Fausto, who had long served as the steward for the Arias family, assisting the lord with various territorial affairs, had subtly warned Iria upon her ascension to Teacup Fortress that her upcoming days might be exceedingly full. Iria was mentally prepared for this, bolstered by the protection of the ancient spirit and having just triumphed over a formidable foe. The young lady was brimming with enthusiasm, already itching to embark on her endeavors. However, when she truly occupied the position and endeavored to emulate her father as a beloved and exemplary lord. She began to grasp the difficulties involved, and it wasn't too long before she felt on the verge of collapse. How can there be so much to do? I remember my father was never this busy. He could still go hunting and play games with my brother and me. The circumstances were different when Sir Russ took over as lord compared to when you, Lady Irea, assumed the role, Fausto explained. You essentially conquered Teacup Fortress yourself, so, in any case, I have categorized the tasks you need to address based on their urgency. Some require your immediate attention, as soon as possible, while others can be postponed slightly. What are the tasks I can defer? The young lady inquired. Oh, for instance, your Uncle Dias, your stepmother, and your younger brother left rather abruptly this morning without taking him along. The Knight of the Purple Sparrow found him drunk at the tavern and brought him back to the castle, awaiting your judgment. Can that matter be postponed? Well, Lord Dias will need some time to sober up. So, I believe it would be prudent for you to question him tomorrow. Then let us push it to tomorrow. I haven't decided how to handle him yet. Irea sighed. Now, tell me what I must do today. First and foremost is your security. This is of utmost importance. The knight Pablo, who was originally responsible for guarding the castle, has been incapacitated and imprisoned by your guardian knight, Alfred. Along with him, his attendants and those soldiers have also been confined. Currently, the castle is under Alfred's control, but he lacks sufficient manpower to oversee it. Why not just release Pablo and his men to continue guarding the castle? Irea suggested. That is precisely the issue. Knight Pablo was defeated by Knight Alfred through rather disreputable means, and there exists a personal grudge between them. Knight Pablo refuses to work with Knight Alfred. Additionally, after the fall of Teacup Fortress, Knight Pablo felt a sense of responsibility for the loss and has grown despondent, merely wishing for you to release him to return to his own estate. Does Alfred have any suggestions on this matter? Knight Alfred suggests that you keep Knight Pablo and his men confined for a while longer to see if they harbor any resentment. Irea found herself in a dilemma, instinctively wanting to seek Liu's counsel. However, recalling that she had just refused his assistance, she felt embarrassed to ask again on this, her inaugural day as the Lady of the Green Wilderness. She harbored a desire to prove her capabilities, hoping to earn the admiration of those around her. Thus, with a determined resolve, the young maiden proclaimed, "Let us set this matter aside for now and proceed to the next topic. I have just received word that your great-grandmother and aunt, along with their entourage, are en route to the Green Wilderness and are expected to arrive this evening. How do you intend to welcome them?" Miss Rabbit's expression was a tapestry of emotions. She remained uncertain about the number of family members supporting her versus those who favored her brother, Blanco. Especially considering Liu's words, many of her relatives had known the election's outcome long before her. Leaving her in ignorance, like a fool, she pondered whether these individuals were aware of Vanessa's attempts on her life. Had they delayed their return to afford Vanessa ample time to act? This thought deepened Irea's distress, prompting her to wish to tell Foster to bar them from entry. The old steward, seemingly privy to her thoughts, sighed and reminded her, "They are, after all, your kin. Without their support, ruling this land will prove exceedingly difficult." Miss Rabbit bit her lip in silence, contemplating for a long moment before stating, "Next matter." The next issue is indeed interconnected with the previous one. How do you plan to address the troops besieging Teacup Castle? Led by Sir Javier, 6 knights have rallied to your stepmother Vanessa's call, assembling an unauthorized force of nearly 300 to besiege your stronghold. As the situation deteriorates, they have even kidnapped Sir Alfred's kin. What course of action do you intend to take with them? Foster rephrased. After a brief pause, he added, "I recommend you do not view them as a singular entity." What do you mean? Knights like Sir Golden Serpent and Sir Purple Orchid, while initially responding to your stepmother's summons, evidently wished to serve you. However, during that time, your absence led many to believe you had perished, causing unrest even within Teacup Castle. Upon your appearance, they were among the first to pledge their loyalty to you and subsequently assisted in apprehending Lady Vanessa's allies. I think it unwise to equate them with Sir Javier, who has resisted until the bitter end. That makes sense, Miss Rabbit nodded. I should reward them, but do temper your generosity, Foster cautioned. They were still within your stepmother's ranks at the time, and such an action might be perceived as betrayal. contrary to the chivalric code. The maiden massaged her temples, feeling overwhelmed. Foster, why must everything be so complicated? Is there not a clear delineation of right and wrong? A straightforward opportunity to punish the wicked and reward the virtuous? For a lord, such clarity is a rare luxury, the old steward replied. Your father once expressed similar sentiments that in his youth. He believed that mastering martial skills would enable him to vanquish all foes. Yet, after some time as a lord, he discovered that balance and compromise wielded greater power than sword and blade. Balance and compromise. That sounded like the kind of platitude often uttered by the elderly. Well, there is a reason why the elderly have lived so long. Foster redirected the conversation. I mention the connection between these matters because they fundamentally revolve around a singular issue: manpower. Manpower? Precisely. To governed the green wilderness. You require manpower. If you choose not to place your trust in your kin, then you cannot impose heavy penalties on those knights participating in the siege, lest you find yourself without allies. Who says? I can recruit loyal subjects from among the common folk. Iria retorted. Are you certain? They're mostly illiterate, and the majority cannot ride. Miss Rabbit felt her head throb even more, as though it might split. What other dire news do you have? Please share it all at once. After Iria spoke, she noticed the old steward hesitating and leapt from her chair in shock. You cannot be serious. There is more. Recently, the family's expenditures have been considerable, and the treasury is dwindling. Even if we refrain from hosting any banquets or incurring significant expenses, we shall run out of funds within a month. Furthermore, Sir Trinidad, stationed at the westernmost edge of the territory, has reported unusual activity among the lizard folk in the marshes that he fears they may emerge again to pillage. Additionally, your father. Before the steward could finish, Iria's vision darkened, and she slumped back into her chair. Chapter 44. The Power of Symbols. While Iria struggled with the burdens of her new responsibilities, Liu was accompanied by a maid to his quarters. According to her, this was the most comfortable and spacious guest room in the castle. Located on the top floor, adorned with the finest furnishings, the room featured a feather mattress, a complete walnut set of tables and chairs intricately carved with the Arias family's rabbit motif, silver candle holders, and even a meticulously crafted chamber pot. It was clear that considerable effort had gone into the decor. However, in terms of comfort, it fell short of even a budget hotel room. Moreover, due to the room's orientation towards the castle's exterior, it boasted only a narrow, elongated window, resulting in mediocre lighting even during the day, not to mention the unique chill of the stone structure, which, while tolerable in summer and autumn, would surely be discomforting in spring and winter. Liu had never quite understood why protagonists in fantasy novels adapted so swiftly to their new environments, immersing themselves in grand pursuits without a trace of nostalgia for their previous lives. One would expect modern individuals to experience significant withdrawal symptoms after a mere day without their phones. Fortunately, he did not intend to reside there long-term. For a business trip, one need not be overly particular. Liu removed the battery from his drone, placing it alongside a lighter, screwdriver, and other assorted items into a large iron box beside the bed, which he then locked. These were items he had gradually brought over during his workdays. Due to weight restrictions, he meticulously considered what to pack before each departure. Beyond essentials like his electronic defense device that required recharging, he typically left behind items such as his phone to avoid taking up weight allowance on subsequent trips. 5 kilograms may seem ample, but that figure included his clothing and footwear. Of course, he could opt for lighter garments, thereby allowing for more supplies and equipment. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose to abandon that tempting notion. For he knew that nearly all religions worldwide had specific dress codes, and this was no coincidence. Like Bruce Wayne, who could easily buy every clothing factory in Gotham City and don a new outfit daily. When he transitioned into the role of Batman, he would always wear black armor, a black mask, and a black cape, driving his black Batmobile. Not because he disliked other colors or styles, but because only in that guise would criminals in Gotham feel fear when the bat signal illuminated the sky. This exemplified the power of symbols. From an advertising perspective, uniformity in attire also aids in the dissemination of information. When Liu first appeared at the Marquis estate, he wore the suit from his interview, leaving a lasting impression on all, including Marquis Cullen. Now, should the residents of Rock Snow City discuss his exploits and the extraordinary feats he performed, they would undoubtedly refer to him as the foreigner clad in peculiar black attire. Indeed, in a world devoid of photographs or the internet, individuals could only capture key characteristics when describing others. In other words, if Liu changed his clothes, he would be unrecognizable to them. Thus, Liu resolved to consistently present himself in a suit, as many companies required formal attire for work. After securing the box, he sought out the maid named Clara, requesting her to show him around the castle to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Initially, Clara felt quite anxious, as Foster had instructed her to cater to the needs of this guest from the Arias family, despite him not being a nobleman. She was to accommodate all his requests, and any that could not be met were to be reported immediately for Foster to address. Seeing Liu as a foreigner, Clara feared he might make outlandish demands. The eldest maid, Granny Marina, had once told her a story of a dwarf prince visiting Teacup Castle, who upon arrival, insisted on having the maid accompany him to bed, requiring 7 attendants at once. That he even had a peculiar habit of cutting off his body hair, mixing it into bread with jam, and forcing the women around him to partake, as this was the dwarven way of expressing affection. Consequently, Clara was apprehensive that Liu might share similar tendencies. However, she soon realized her concerns were unfounded. Liu merely lingered in his room for a short while, allowing no one else to enter, before summoning Clara to explore the castle with him. This foreigner, dressed in his odd black attire, paused to inquire about the tasks of every worker he encountered, asking them what they were doing, how they were doing it, and what results they had achieved. The more detailed the responses, the more satisfied he appeared. Clara guided him through the kitchen, the stables, the bakery, the workshop, and the shop before they both ventured outside the castle and approached the nearby farmlands. Liu engaged in extensive conversation with the farmers and their wives, often assuming the role of a listener while occasionally posing questions. Their discussions transcended mere topics of cultivation and harvest, delving into various facets of life. Many of Liu's inquiries revolved around matters that Clara considered trivial, and a significant portion consisted of common knowledge widely known across the continent of Brattis. This rendered Clara somewhat drowsy, while Liu remained thoroughly captivated. Eventually, they shared a modest dinner at a farmer's home, where the hostess, despite her earnest efforts and the uncharacteristic offering of smoked meat, managed to provide a rather meager meal. Clara felt concerned that Liu might not enjoy the food, and indeed, he ate sparingly, merely sampling a few bites before putting down his utensils. Nevertheless, Liu expressed his gratitude for the family's hospitality and instructed Clara to ensure that the payment for the meal was arranged. By the end of the day, Clara had grown more familiar with Liu, her demeanor more relaxed than before. Upon leaving, she remarked, "You see, I told you earlier there isn't much to eat outside." "It's of no concern," Liu replied. "I merely wish to understand their way of life. As for dinner, I can eat when I return." Clara naturally assumed that Liu meant returning to the castle, and just then, the sun dipped below the horizon, prompting them to head back. However, they were unexpectedly halted just before the castle gates by a man. He remained silent, scrutinizing Liu with a gaze rife with provocation. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. "Are you the one known as Merlin?" Chapter 45. Illiteracy unacceptable. As the roadblock scrutinized Liu, he too took note of the man before him. He was a tall, middle-aged fellow, nearly 2 meters in height, yet remarkably slender, appearing to weigh no more than 70 kilograms. That a pair of antlers adorned his head, branching out to the sides. That he held no weapon, merely a thick tome, and his eyes were filled with hostility as they bore into Liu. "Teacher Anton," Clara interjected hastily, stepping between them in an attempt to defuse the tension. "Are you out for a stroll as well?" Yet the man named Anton disregarded her, continuing to fixate on Liu. "What book are you holding?" Liu inquired, pointing at the hefty volume in Anton's grasp. What?" Anton stammered, clearly taken aback by Liu's focus on the book. After a brief pause, he replied, "This is the Compendium of Primary Education, compiled by the High Priest Agaliki of the Church, specifically designed to instruct young children in the common tongue of the continent of Brattis." As he spoke of the church and High Priest Agaliki, Anton's tone grew imbued with pride. "So, you are the instructor sent by the Silver Moon Church to teach the Arias family the common tongue," Liu deduced. I am also here to spread the light of the silver moon goddess across this land, Anton added, to protect the people from being deceived by heretics like you. Who have I deceived? I. Anton nearly blurted out Irea's name, but quickly caught himself. Miss Rabbit was a devout follower of the silver moon goddess, having even undergone advanced study at the temple, though perplexing how she ended up associating with this heretic. It was far from grounds for expulsion from the faith. Moreover, Irea was now the mistress of the wilds, and the Silver Moon Church had always preferred to allure noble families rather than antagonize them. Should he inadvertently provoke Irea, leading her to abandon her faith for this man and his mysterious figure known as Saturday, it would spell disaster for him. Without mentioning Irea, Anton found it challenging to name another individual whom Liu might have misled. After all, Liu had only recently arrived at the castle. He could hardly claim to have deceived that disfigured man who had hardly any face left, setting aside the truth of that matter. The fellow was certainly not part of the Arias family, and Anton had no authority over whom one chose to believe. Ultimately, the primary school teacher could only huff disdainfully. Just because you aren't deceiving anyone now doesn't mean you won't in the future. As long as you remain at Teacup Castle, I will keep a close watch on you that I shall see when you finally slip up. Very well. Then teach me the common tongue, Liu proposed. Anton wore a look of utter confusion that Liu clarified. If you wish to monitor me until I reveal my true self, what better way than to stay by my side? And why should I teach you the common tongue? Anton retorted. To closely observe me and identify my weaknesses. You must be willing to invest a little effort yourself. Despite his disdain for the foreigner clad in black, Anton couldn't help but acknowledge the soundness of Liu's reasoning, but he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After a moment of silence, Anton continued, Though I am unsure how you achieved it, you can both speak and comprehend our language, correct? That is indeed the case, but I still cannot read, Liu replied, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. His built-in translation feature was limited to spoken language and did not extend to written text, rendering him essentially illiterate in this land. This was a matter of considerable significance. After all, the literacy rate in the Red Lion Empire was rather dismal, with commoners largely illiterate, and even among the nobility, some deemed reading too arduous and chose to remain idle. Yet, as a modern individual, Liu understood the paramount importance of literacy. Given the tasks ahead of him, acquiring reading skills had become imperative. Anton pondered, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, before finally meeting Liu's gaze once more. It seems you have considerable faith in the deity backing you. Indeed, for I am sufficiently devout. Anton's face flushed with rage at this remark. What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that I do not dare associate with you due to a lack of piety? Very well. I shall teach you the common tongue and simultaneously expose your pathetic facade. I will ensure that Miss Irea and everyone else in the castle sees your true nature. Then it is settled, Liu stated. Anton wasted no time, pointing at Liu and commanding, Follow me now. I will first teach you some commonly used words. He strode forth proudly, his demeanor and tone resembling that of a challenger rather than an instructor. Liu nodded. I appreciate it. Clara stood frozen, watching the two figures retreat into the distance. She found herself momentarily at a loss as to who emerged victorious from this exchange. Teacher Anton appeared brimming with enthusiasm, while Merlin seemed to have attained his objective. However, the true victor was undoubtedly the little maid herself. Literacy was likely a time-consuming endeavor, and the task entrusted to her by Forstow was to attend to Merlin, which meant she could now indulge in her leisure. The thought of this brought a smile to Clara's face, and she skipped away in search of someone to play games with upon returning to room 8. Liu bore an uncommon expression of fatigue. It felt as though he had reverted to his final year of high school, frantically studying English, while Anton played the role of that incessantly talkative English teacher, disregarding the pleas of the entire class, dragging on lessons, and assigning a mountain of homework. Nevertheless, Liu had gained substantial knowledge, learning a plethora of commonly used words that he intended to jot them down on the subway to prevent forgetting them later. As he stepped outside, he spotted Su Mengyuan standing in the corridor, preparing to clock out, 2 cups of lemon tea in hand. That Su Mengyuan handed him one, saying, Here, this is for you. You've been quite busy lately. It's perfect timing for you to take a couple of days to rest and rejuvenate. Today is Friday. Noticing that Liu still seemed somewhat bewildered, Su Mingyuan added, tomorrow and the day after our holidays. Oh! Although he had named Saturday as his divine figure, Liu had not truly observed a normal Saturday in quite some time. He often worked on Sundays as well, to the point of forgetting it altogether, even neglecting to inform Miss Rabbit before leaving. May I come in for a bit of extra work tomorrow? Liu inquired. No rules are rules, Su Mingyuan replied firmly. Moreover, the equipment used for the descent requires maintenance and care, that we shall see each other again on Monday. All right, see you Monday. Chapter 46. Unnecessary interference. Liu exited the subway station and inquired with a grandmother walking her child nearby, quickly locating a market close to the residential area. Inside, he purchased a sea bass, weighing approximately 1 kilogram, which the vendor freshly killed and cleaned. He also acquired 2 kilograms of beef brisket, 2 kilograms of minced meat, along with vegetables and seasonings. After leaving the market, Liu stopped by a nearby convenience store to buy a pack of chopsticks, a bag of rice, and a jug of peanut oil that he initially intended to purchase some grains for porridge, but found himself unable to carry any more. Thus, he trudged back to his residence, laden with a hodgepodge of items that as he passed by an internet cafe, Liu noticed 3 young men outside. One of them, dressed in the uniform of the 27th middle school, was being cornered against the wall by the other 2 that the older boys, both barely under 20, were intimidating the high schooler. One, with a buzz cut, poked the student in the forehead with a finger, saying, "What did I tell you, steal more? You only managed to swipe 20 bucks. Do you want to get beaten up or what?" The high school student lowered his head, muttering, "My mother has already noticed that money is missing at home. I'm afraid she might suspect me, so I dare not take too much. Are you not afraid that we might beat you?" Another boy, clad in a yellow champion t-shirt, pulled out a small box adorned with a ghostly face from his pocket and took a deep drag from the transparent mouthpiece. He then exhaled 2 streams of white smoke, which billowed directly into the face of the high school student. Subsequently, he made a fist with his right hand and gestured threateningly at the boy's abdomen. "Just give me a little more time," the latter pleaded. "We've already given you a 2-day extension. Your constant delays are making it difficult for us," the buzz-cut boy retorted. "Ah, come on, can't you muster some courage? Just steal the money if your mother finds out, so what? You're her son. She won't do anything to you." The high school student stammered in fear. That moment, a voice called out from the side, "Is something the matter?" The 2 boys turned around to see a well-dressed office worker with several large bags standing behind them. "Mind your own business," the buzz-cut boy warned. The boy in the yellow champion t-shirt took another drag from his vape, looking curiously at Liu. "Do you live around here? Which neighborhood? I haven't seen you before." "I used to get off work quite late," Liu replied. "Ha ha ha." The boy in the yellow t-shirt chuckled. "Wow. A corporate drone? How pitiful. Coming in early and leaving late, dancing to the whims of your company and boss, plastering a smile on your face for clients, worrying daily about social security lapses, overdue mortgage payments, and your wife splurging on expensive cosmetics while pondering how to get your child into a good school. That kind of life just sounds excruciatingly painful," the buzz-cut boy interjected. "Don't say that. If it weren't for all these outsiders flooding into the city, who would your family rent those 2 apartments to?" The boy in the yellow t-shirt chimed in, leaning closer to Liu's ear. "Hey, since you're so busy at work, you probably don't want to stir up any new trouble, right? We have plenty of time to have some fun." Liu ignored him and turned back to the high school student, asking again, "Do you have a problem?" "How could there be a problem? We're good brothers," the buzz-cut boy said, tightening his grip around the high school student's neck. "Right." The latter displayed a look of fear and nodded. Yes, we're all friends here, just having some fun. Are you satisfied now?" Liu remarked, not saying anything further, and continued to walk towards the residential complex with his groceries. Behind him, the boy in the yellow champion t-shirt continued to exhale clouds of vapor. Those who cannot save themselves shouldn't be so preoccupied with saving others. Upon reaching the security door of the apartment building, Liu was about to set down the bag of rice to free his hands for opening the door when someone beat him to it, swiping the access card and holding the door open for him. "Thank you," Liu said. Perhaps it was just the right time as school had let out, for the person was also a student, dressed in a school uniform. However, judging by her height and build, she seemed to be in junior high. Her appearance was rather unremarkable, her hair in disarray, and she wore a pair of headphones, perhaps lost in her musical reverie. She did not respond to Li Yu's words, merely following him in silence as they walked into the building, reaching the elevator just as she pressed the button to go up. They stood quite close in a relatively quiet corridor, allowing Li Yu to easily hear the cacophony of heavy metal rock music emanating from her headphones. During this time, neither of them spoke. The elevator, for some unknown reason, remained stubbornly halted at the 7th floor. The girl suddenly removed her headphones and said, "Why are you meddling in matters that don't concern you?" "Excuse me? I saw you outside the internet CAF earlier. You were trying to rescue Wang Jiechi." "Wang Jiechi? Oh, that's the name of that boy, right? I just happened to see him and asked a question," Li Yu replied. "Playing the savior must feel quite gratifying. But unfortunately, your meddling will only lead him to endure another beating," the girl said coldly. "Are you quite close to that boy named Wang Jiechi?" "Not particularly. I just know a little because his mother is friends with mine. His father was killed in a car accident a few years ago, and the driver's family was poor, so they didn't receive much compensation. After that, his mother fell apart. She began to indulge in gambling, playing day and night, neglecting Wang Jiechi completely. She stopped working and didn't attend school meetings, leaving Wang Jiechi to either order takeout or eat at the beef noodle shop across the street. Those small-time thugs have a keen sense. They can sniff out who they can bully and who they cannot touch. Children like Wang Jiechi, who are left unattended, are their favorites. Have you ever reported it to the police? For this level of harassment, the police mostly just give verbal warnings. Even if they are caught, they won't stay in for long since they aren't yet 18, the girl explained. Once they are released, their revenge will be even more severe. With a ding, the elevator finally descended to the ground floor. The girl fell silent, putting her headphones back on. After a family of 3 and a food delivery person exited the elevator, Li Yu stepped inside. The girl pressed the button for the 14th floor and then asked Li Yu, "What floor are you on?" 13. As the 2 large doors slowly closed, the elevator began its ascent once more. The girl removed her headphones again and asked, "Uncle, once you start earning your own money at work, will you be able to live the life you desire?" Hard to say. Chapter 47. The Smell of Life. Li Yu searched for steamed sea bass on Bilibili, favoring the most bookmarked recipe, and clicked on the top video titled "Chef Teaches You How to Steam Sea Bass." He had previously dabbled in cooking, not limited to just tomato scrambled eggs or boiled noodles. He could handle most home-style dishes, with his specialty being sweet and sour ribs. Unfortunately, after starting his job, he became too busy to cook, and his culinary skills had languished significantly today as he played the video on his phone. He discarded the moldy bamboo chopsticks that had been sitting and used in the holder for far too long. He then began cleaning the stovetop, knives, and cutting board that it had been approximately 6 months since this little kitchen had last seen any action. That had been a Saturday when several friends visited Li Yu, bringing vegetables and meat from the supermarket. They all cooked together and later played werewolf. Since then, Li Yu had not touched a spatula for Wang Guowei. This guy preferred convenience so much that he didn't even buy instant noodles in bags. According to him, he had never cooked a meal from birth, viewing the kitchen merely as a place to boil water and store items in the fridge. Due to the prolonged neglect, many areas had accumulated a thin layer of grease. Li Yu spent nearly half an hour cleaning everything, yet he did not feel particularly fatigued. With music playing in the background, he worked, watching steam rise from the kettle, filling the small kitchen with a nostalgic aroma of life. Once he had stewed the beef brisket and placed the sea bass in the steamer, he brewed a pot of tea with some leaves he had bought ages ago, removed his apron, and sat on the sofa. He didn't turn on the television, but instead gazed blankly at the ceiling while cradling his teacup, eventually retrieving a book from the bedroom. About 50 minutes later, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Wang Guowei rushed in energetically. "Did you get fired from the new company? Why are you home so early?" Before Li Yu could respond, he continued, "Where's the food? Hurry up and bring it out. I practically risked getting chewed out by my supervisor to sneak out early for this meal, and I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon that I'm about to starve." "Coming right up," Li Yu replied. "Why don't you have a cup of tea first? The beef brisket should be nearly done, and the fish will be ready in 7 minutes that I can stir-fry some greens, and we'll be eating in no more than 10 minutes. "Great, great," Wang Guowei exclaimed. "I could smell the meat from the doorway. It's making my mouth water." 10 minutes later, Li Yu brought the dishes to the table, while Wang Guowei had already served himself 2 bowls of rice, eagerly poised with his chopsticks. The moment Liu sat down, Wang Guowei impatiently picked up a piece of beef brisket and stuffed it into his mouth, not caring about the heat while exclaiming, "Wow!" He then grabbed a piece of sea bass. "Wow, this is delicious, so fresh." "Is it really that exaggerated? You've had meat before," Liu commented. "Can the greasy, overly salted food from outside compare to homemade dishes?" Wang Guowei replied, "How long has it been since I've had such comforting home-cooked meals? But speaking of which, what's been going on with you lately? You've been getting off work so early every day." "Early? I just leave when my shift ends. Leaving on time is the problem," Wang Guowei said between mouthfuls. "Is your company going under? Or is the industry struggling?" "The company's operations seem fairly stable." "Is that for real? Did you join a foreign enterprise? I've heard that they generally don't work overtime, but the pay is lower." Wang Guowei took a few more bites of beef brisket, but then suddenly paused, sighing, "I've come to think that earning a little less might not be such a bad thing. Why is it that you used to say that wherever the pay is higher, that's where one should go, and to work oneself to the bone as long as one doesn't drop dead?" Back then, I had just graduated and was still young, believing my body could endure anything. However, after a recent health check, some of my indicators aren't looking too good. My cholesterol levels are elevated, and I occasionally experience palpitations. Moreover, there's someone in our team who worked himself to cardiac arrest, only a few years older than I. And he seemed perfectly fine on the surface that we even played Monster Hunter together. And although he was saved, many of us were quite shaken. "Are you considering changing jobs?" "I have thought about it, but I'm reluctant to part with my current salary," Wang Guowei confessed. "In our industry, finding a job without overtime is quite a challenge that I plan to save up a bit more money. If that doesn't work out, I might heed my parents' advice and go home to take the civil service exam." "That sounds reasonable." Liu paused for a moment. "By the way, I remember you got a gym membership when you first moved in. You only went twice to that place. How is it? What? Are you thinking about working out too?" Wang Guowei replied, somewhat surprised. "I advise against it. Most office workers merely end up giving money to the gym. Just think about it. Working all day is exhausting enough. Who has the energy to step through the gym's doors afterward? Not just me, but none of the others in our group who signed up have managed to stick with it. I finish work at 5, and I have weekends off. Forget what I said. That gym isn't bad. It just opened not long ago. The equipment is quite new, and it seems unlikely to go out of business anytime soon. Plus, the female trainers there are quite attractive. I'll look for workout videos online to follow along. I just want to use their equipment. But my trainer mentioned that it's better to have someone guide you for your first workout. Otherwise, you might easily get injured. Has your beautiful trainer ever mentioned her national certification, or perhaps the NSCA or ACE certifications?" "I don't think she has." "Then it's no different from following workout videos," Liu concluded. Wang Guowei paused for a moment and then said, "I find your attitude towards certifications rather unkind. Perhaps she possesses great skill, but simply looks down on obtaining those qualifications. It's not that difficult. Even the ACE certification, which is considered hard to obtain, has a pass rate of 70%. Since you're in this line of work, you ought to at least acquire some credentials, even if just for the sake of appearances," Liu remarked. "All right. Hold on. How do you know all this? You're not even in this industry." "Because I utilize the internet. We live in an age of information. Whatever you pursue, it's always beneficial to do some research in advance," Liu responded as he stood up and added, "Remember to wash the dishes and wipe the table clean before playing games." "Are you heading out?" "Now, where to?" Wang Guowei inquired. "Just taking a stroll after dinner, and I might as well check out that gym you mentioned." Please stop. I feel a pang of jealousy creeping in that I worked so hard before. Moving bricks every day without feeling like I couldn't keep going, that it's just that go. You work even later than I do. Just thinking about that gives me the motivation to code all night. And I can even eat a couple more bowls at dinner. You'd better get used to it quickly, because I plan to start cooking at home from now on. Liu replied, "You should enjoy your takeout while coding at the office." Chapter 48. A glimpse of life. Tang Tian is a public account author, commonly referred to as a freelancer, that he manages a public account with over 7,000 followers, primarily publishing small articles on emotions and marriage, teaching readers how to navigate love and identify infidelity in their partners. Ironically, he has never been married, nor has he ever been in a relationship. Fortunately, his articles are free of charge, and he does not engage in any commercial promotions, so his readers, at most, gain an unhealthy perspective on love. Yet in Tang Tian's own words, love is inherently blind and irrational, thus rendering the concept of a healthy view on love moot. To take a step back, even if such a perspective exists, the world is rife with unhealthy things, smoking, drinking, and parents reporting games, yet everyone seems to be living just fine. The addition of his emotional public account is hardly a significant matter. You might find it curious how a public account with only 7,000 followers, over half of whom merely click on it once and then forget about it, manages to sustain Tang Tian. The answer is simple. He is a good father. Before his passing, Tang Tian's father left him a 3-bedroom apartment near the subway, along with 2 small storefronts, ensuring that his only son would have a roof over his head and not starve. With his material needs secured, Tang Tian began seeking the shores of spiritual fulfillment. Embarking on a path of creation, a essay writer, he has always held himself to high standards, striving for continuous improvement, in addition to publishing articles 3 times a week, as posting too frequently can lead to a loss of followers. He spends his weekends at the library to enrich himself. While reading, Tang Tian also enjoys observing others by examining a person's age, attire, and the books they borrow. He can often deduce their profession or the goals they are striving for. For instance, at the table to his right, a bespectacled girl engrossed in a math book by Li Yongle is clearly preparing for her postgraduate entrance exams. Behind her, 2 high school students, 1 male and 1 female, are struggling to progress through their assignments, often leaning in close to each other, occasionally making accidental physical contact. Clearly, they are using study time as an excuse to enjoy youthful romance. There is also an elderly man with reading glasses, flipping through an ancient Chinese language dictionary, occasionally coughing lightly. He is likely a retired Chinese teacher from some school. A middle-aged man in a cheap shirt, frowning deeply, has a book titled Citizen Legal Documents and Litigation Guide in front of him, suggesting he is facing a tricky situation that can only be resolved through legal means. A young woman in a floral skirt, with exceptionally fair legs, caught Tang Tian's eye for a moment as he noticed she had brought her laptop, diligently typing up her resume. Clearly, she is job hunting. Just as Tang Tian was immersed in the peculiar pleasure of glimpsing others' lives, he noticed a man approaching him, cradling a hefty stack of 7 or 8 books. The newcomer, appearing to be in his 20s to 30s, dressed in a plain short-sleeved shirt from Uniqlo, topped with a Converse jacket to combat the library's excessive air conditioning. This attire resembled that of a nearby university graduate student. But Tang Tian quickly dismissed this assumption, as the man lacked the typical youthful innocence associated with students. It seemed he was already employed, perhaps here to study for a professional title or relevant certification exam. Tang Tian's gaze shifted to the stack of books the man was carrying. Moses and Monotheism, The Essence of Christianity, The Moral Law of Ancient Israel, Comparative Studies of Brahmanism and Buddhism, Celtic Mythology, Illustrated Book of Life and Death in Buddhism, Unveiling the Truth of Reincarnation, and 15 lectures on Taoist culture. Tang Tian gasped quietly. This person seemed to be amassing knowledge as if acquiring buffs. Faith, much like a spiritual affinity, can be cultivated, couldn't it? This sparked immediate interest in the man. Since he was already working, he likely wasn't a researcher gathering materials for a paper. What could he possibly do? And why would he borrow such a plethora of books on mythology and religion? A certain possibility crossed Tang Tian's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. To maintain societal harmony, he felt it necessary to observe this individual closely. Conveniently, there was an empty seat at his table, and the man settled down across from Tang Tian, opening the top book, Freud's Moses and Monotheism, and began reading. Tang Tian could clearly see that the man was genuinely engrossed in these theological works, which many would find tedious and dry, not merely posturing for attention, that he had also brought along a black notebook. Occasionally, as he read a passage or made a connection, he would jot down notes. He was being exceedingly diligent. Yet the more serious the man appeared, the more anxious Tang Tian felt. By midday, he finally spotted an opportunity when Liu stood to go to the restroom, ignoring the curious gazes of those around him. He reached for the black notebook that Liu had left on the table and flipped it open to the first page. The title read, How to Write Creation Myths. Tang Tian skimmed through the text rapidly, discovering that the subsequent content revolved around this theme. He then turned to the second section, the creation of doctrines and regulations. This section primarily discussed advocacy and everyday taboos, much of which appeared quite positive, especially the part on regulations, which clearly referenced the format of the Ten Commandments, producing 10 of its own. However, the 10th commandment struck him as rather odd. Saturday is a day of rest and entertainment. For the first 5 days, you shall labor diligently. On the 6th and 7th days, unless in cases of dire emergency, you must lay down your plow, sword, and needle, regardless of race, noble, commoner, servant, or traveler. Everyone shall rest and feast equally. The impoverished may receive communion from the church, and those without shelter may find respite in the church. Rare professions such as doctors, night watchmen, and sailors must make amends for any transgressions. This is the fundamental precept of my Lord for Saturday, which no sovereign or lord from any nation may violate. Those who openly transgress shall be collectively condemned by the faithful across the realm. Tang Tian, still in a state of bewilderment, was suddenly startled by a voice behind him. "Have you finished reading?" This caused him to jolt, and the notebook in his hand fell onto the table. Chapter 49. Initial objectives. Tang Tian turned around to find the owner of the notebook standing right behind him. His face instantly flushed, turning the color of pig liver. Never in his life had he encountered a moment more excruciatingly embarrassing than this. He had been caught red-handed peeking at someone else's belongings, and all he wished for now was to burrow into the ground and disappear. The atmosphere was so suffocating that his mind went blank, and he blurted out instinctively, Weren't you just going to the restroom? How did you return so quickly?" Immediately after speaking, he wanted to slap himself. Did this not further cement the notion that he had premeditated his act of spying? "You have been peeking at me all morning. Seeing your curiosity, I thought I should give you an opportunity," Liu replied. Tang Tian chuckled awkwardly. I've always been fond of lively scenes. When I saw you with so many books that seemed to have no audience, I couldn't help but wonder what you were up to." "For writing," Liu stated. You wanted to know what I was doing, didn't you?" "I'm writing a novel, one set in another world." "Ah, that explains the references to nobles and commoners. But is it truly necessary to go to such lengths, crafting an entire narrative for a fictional church from scratch? Don't you find it exhausting?" "Details are the foundation of everything," Liu remarked. "The more details one includes, the more authentic the constructed world becomes. Tolkien, for instance, created an entire Elvish language for The Lord of the Rings. George R. Martin, when writing A Song of Ice and Fire, initially followed his inspiration wherever it led him. However, after a few chapters, he realized this approach was unsustainable and turned back to develop the histories of families and their relationships, as well as a map of Westeros." "Oh, is that so? I must admit my ignorance. I apologize." Tang Tian picked up the black notebook that had fallen on the table and returned it to Liu with both hands. "When your magnum opus is completed, I shall read it with great diligence." Following this mortifying encounter, Tang Tian naturally felt too embarrassed to remain in the library any longer. Consequently, until evening, no one disturbed Liu again. Liu not only perused those theological texts, but also delved into various agricultural and social science popular literature. He felt as though he had returned to his student days, rekindling his interest in the myriad of eclectic knowledge that he spent the entire day immersed in the library, only stepping out for a quick lunch at a fast food place across the overpass. And in the evening, he returned home to prepare dinner. Wang Guowei was working overtime at the company and did not return for a meal done on Sunday morning, instead of returning to the library to continue studying. Liu opted to exercise at a newly acquired gym membership. Fitness requires sustained commitment to yield results, and the process can be quite arduous, necessitating dietary adjustments. Fortunately, Liu did not aspire to become a muscular bodybuilder, although he was privately studying Muay Thai. He had no delusions of becoming a martial arts expert that in the continent of Braddies. Half-orcs possess a natural advantage in strength and agility, making it difficult for humans to compete unless there is a significant disparity in training. Moreover, many noble knights, aside from indulging in food, drink, and women, spend their days honing their martial skills and contemplating methods of killing. Liu had no interest in competing with such individuals. His exercise was primarily aimed at strengthening his body, at least to prevent further deterioration of his physical condition, and to avoid becoming excessively fatigued while traveling. Liu had initially considered learning horseback riding, but after discovering the tuition fees for equestrian classes, he abandoned the idea, deciding to learn elsewhere. Upon returning to the green wilderness, he could easily recruit a knightly squire to obtain riding skills for free. In the afternoon, Liu excitedly placed orders on Taobao and Pinduoduo, purchasing a plethora of household items, and also opened a copy of Red Dead Redemption he had bought during a sale on Epic, playing for a while. However, after just 2 minutes of gameplay, while still engaged in the storyline, he sensed something unusual. He accessed the menu, opted to turn off the subtitles, and watched the cutscene again. Subsequently, he controlled Arthur to find the cabin in the snowy landscape, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the occupants inside. Once he completed the subsequent storyline, he finally confirmed one thing. He could now fully comprehend the English spoken within the game. When the characters began to speak, their lines would automatically translate into Chinese in Liu's mind. Back in school, Liu's English could not be considered poor, but it certainly was not outstanding either. He barely passed the C6 exam on his first attempt. This level of proficiency was evidently insufficient to support him in enjoying a AAA title without translation, especially when he re-enabled the English subtitles and minimized the volume. The smooth, unimpeded reception experience vanished. Liu found himself rummaging through his vocabulary, trying to match words to their meanings, encountering several unfamiliar terms. In fact, it was not just the game. Liu later tested movies and videos on Bilibili and YouTube, achieving the same results. Not only English, but he could also understand French, Japanese, Latin, Spanish, Finnish, even some exceedingly obscure languages. So rare that only a handful of individuals globally grasped them, such as the Tashiro language from Peru. Yet as soon as it came to written language, he remained as lost as ever. The miraculous translation ability he possessed in the continent of Bradis seemed to have returned with him to his original universe. Perhaps due to the peculiar events of the past few days, even discovering he had suddenly become a language expert did not overly excite Liu. However, he soon pondered another matter: if his translation ability could function within this universe. Might the divine sequence he bore, reborn also? Unfortunately, this was not something he could experiment with casually. His first instinct was to contact Su Mengyuan or Hephaestus, only to recall that he had no means of reaching either of them. It seemed the employee handbook of the Third Era mentioned that employees were prohibited from contacting one another after working hours. Fortunately, today was Sunday, and he could consult about this matter when work resumed on Monday. Thus, Liu could only suppress his curiosity and utilize the Edge browser's built-in reading function to surf the web. He even managed to catch up on several trending new anime episodes before the translation group could complete them. Finally shutting down his computer at 10 o'clock and lying down in bed, Liu retrieved the black notebook he had taken to the library and opened it once more. Previously, when playing Civilization-style games, he would always set himself a goal at the start of each game, such as pursuing a cultural victory or annihilating several AI opponents, or perhaps using Qin Shi Huang to complete the Great Wall along the national borders, and seizing as many wonders as possible as his personal interests. Now, with an opportunity to establish a new order before him, he habitually posed a question to himself: what kind of world did he truly wish to create? As soon as he uttered Saturday, this question already had an answer. Unlike most transmigrators who adopt a purely utilitarian mindset, he did not aspire to reenact the developmental trajectory of human civilization in Bradis. Such a scenario would not differ greatly from the universe he currently knew. In contrast, Liu hoped to find a new equilibrium between efficiency and fairness, utilizing the knowledge and technology accumulated by another civilization to offset the costs associated with pursuing fairness. If certain things could not be achieved through mere technological advancement, then perhaps they could be attempted anew with the combination of technology and faith. Chapter 50. Special significance. On Monday morning, Liu arrived at the company. Unsurprisingly, neither Su Mengyuan nor Hephaestus had yet arrived. Fortunately, Liu's fingerprint had already been registered in the Third Era's access system, preventing him from being left waiting outside. He swiped open the glass door and entered the empty reception area. Using his voice, he activated the corridor lights, illuminating the entire passageway. He then turned left and made his way to the tea room, where he added some coffee beans to the fully automated coffee machine and retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator to pour into a milk cup, selecting latte from the menu. Once the drink was prepared, Liu picked up the paper cup and grabbed a small bottle of room-temperature mini cola from the shelf, casually slipping it into his suit pocket. Sipping his coffee, he returned to the reception area. Liu's gaze was once again drawn to the electronic clock on the wall. He had noticed the countdown when he first attended the written examination, and it remained prominently displayed. Especially in the empty silence, the continuously changing numbers were exceedingly conspicuous. You come in so early every day. Are you aiming for the best attendance award? A voice called from behind him. It was Su Mingyuan, dressed in a V-neck shirt paired with trousers, holding a box of shengjian in her hand. Does the company even have an attendance award? Li Yu inquired. It's precisely because there isn't one that I find it curious. Oh. I arrived early today, mainly to ask a question. What question? Li Yu pointed at the electronic clock on the wall. What does the countdown signify? It doesn't hold any special meaning, Su Mingyuan replied. It's just a peculiar little quirk of some board members who think a countdown makes for a cool decoration. Is that so? Did you come early just for this? No. The countdown was merely a sudden thought. I actually intended to inquire about the impact of the divine sequences on this universe. Su Mingyuan raised an eyebrow at the response. Have you died? No. Li Yu finished his latte. I just suddenly realized I had become a master of languages while playing a game yesterday. Aha! Your zero sequence has activated. Hephaestus stifled a yawn as he stepped out of the office. When did you arrive? Li Yu asked in astonishment. Was it while I was making coffee? No. I came last night. Hephaestus caught sight of the shengjian in Su Mingyuan's hand and swallowed. Could you spare me a few? Isn't it said that the company prohibits employees from working overtime? Why is he allowed to? Li Yu pointed at Hephaestus. He isn't working overtime. He merely slipped away to play games. Su Mingyuan replied nonchalantly. The internet speed here is quite fast, and the electricity and air conditioning are free. So, the translation function I possess is also a type of divine sequence? Li Yu pondered Hephaestus's earlier words and asked, Can one have multiple divine sequences? Yes, Hephaestus nodded. Travelers like you across dimensions typically possess two divine sequences. The zero sequence, which you refer to as a translation function, is common to all, facilitating communication with the natives. The one sequence, however, is our primary focus, unique to each individual. Through your arrival, the divine sequences that were once dormant within you have now been activated, remaining effective whether in another universe or our OWN.as you gather sufficient faith in the future. You may also attempt to activate more sequences. Yet, among all sequences, the most precious and rare will always be the first sequence. You choose to reveal such important information only now. Exploration is, after all, a source of joy, Hephaestus remarked. Standard procedures can indeed enhance industry productivity, but they may also stifle creativity among practitioners that are in our line of work. Creativity is particularly vital. The board seeks not trained soldiers but charismatic leaders, adept in maneuvering through complex environments with limited resources. The company's objective is to help them unleash their potential as much as possible. Is that so? Then how do you plan to unlock my potential? Li Yu inquired. By doing nothing? We shall do nothing, Su Mingyuan stated. This is the board's final discussion outcome. Your possession of the exceedingly rare divine sequence, Reborn, signifies that, unlike others, you have the possibility of infinite trial and error. Hephaestus added, Failure is not an end for you. It is merely a new beginning. Each failure will contribute to your growth, making you stronger, much like the protagonist in a soul-based game. There is no better teacher. Although the initial returns may be somewhat modest, the rewards will become increasingly substantial as time progresses. Ishel dome utmost, Li Yu replied. After speaking, he glanced at his Blancpain 50 fathoms on his wrist and headed towards room 8, preparing for his business trip. After a moment of familiar dizziness, Li Yu found himself standing in a bedroom. The furniture and arrangement were quite similar to the room where he had previously stored his belongings, albeit slightly larger, with significantly bigger windows, and there was a person seated by the window. The individual wore an oversized nightgown that extended past her knees, having just removed one of her stockings, revealing her straight, firm, and elastic calf. The other stocking had also been partially discarded to AT that moment. She seemed to sense something, her long ears twitching alertly, and she lifted her head. The next instant, a scream echoed throughout the castle. It startled not only the guards at the door, but also Jude, who was drinking downstairs, along with his large black dog. The latter took off towards the source of the commotion upstairs, only to turn back upon realizing that his master remained composed at the table, sipping his drink. "What are you rushing over for? The lady only paid us to put up decorative arrangements, not to protect her," Jude remarked with a half-smirk. The black dog barked a couple of times, as if to protest. But Jude's expression shifted. "If that stingy rabbit were to die, would we lose our job as mere decorations?" That does seem somewhat reasonable." He stroked his chin. "Then let's go take a quick look." Jude arrived relatively late. The earlier arrivals like Alfred had already been dismissed by Irea. Miss Rabbit claimed she had just experienced a nightmare, where her stepmother returned with an army. Jude peeked into her room, saw nothing unusual, and was about to leave when the black dog suddenly sprang into action, leaping over the girl and dashing into the room, racing like the wind before stopping in front of the wardrobe, barking a couple of times at it. "Black Beauty, come back," Jude called from behind, then glanced at Irea. The girl's face flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze, her hands tightly gripping the cloak she had just thrown over her shoulders, speechless. "You nobles sure know how to have fun," Jude commented. But he refrained from saying more, leaving no opportunity for Miss Rabbit to explain herself. After tossing out that remark, he sauntered away with the black dog in tow. Chapter 51. Severe Addiction After Jude Left. Irea hurriedly closed the door, walked to the wardrobe, and opened it, muttering to herself, oh no, my reputation is ruined. Jude must think I'm hiding a lover. His mouth is so big, by tomorrow the entire castle might know." Liu stepped out from the wardrobe, adjusting his suit. "I told you to be prepared for the third night. I would return from the divine realm. How dare you bring that up?" The mention of this made Miss Rabbit livid. "It was supposed to be for 2 days, and you've disappeared for this long. 8 days, a full 8 days. He left without a word, not a single message in between. Dad, I thought you had abandoned me, and wouldn't he return?" The girl's grievances mounted as she glared at him, and soon her eyes turned red, her chest heaving violently. "I apologize. I forgot to mention it before I left." This was indeed Liu's fault. His intention to return early was vetoed by Su Mengyuan, so he readily admitted his mistake. However, it seemed that Miss Rabbit had indeed been quite affected, as she remained unforgiving towards Liu. She resorted to her unique skill of pretending he didn't exist, sitting on the bed alone and posing like a statue. "Tio make up for his absence," Liu proactively asked. "How has your lord fared during my absence? Has he encountered any issues? Perhaps it was just a feeling." But after Liu asked this, he noticed the girl's body tremble slightly before she mumbled, It was just like that." "What do you mean by just like that? Are there issues or none?" "There were a few problems, but they weren't too serious. With Forster's help, I've resolved most of them," Miss Rabbit said impatiently. Just as Liu was about to probe further, he saw Miss Rabbit suddenly raise a finger. "Wait! Don't speak yet. My ancestor is calling me to it's time for practice." With that, Irea took off the necklace from her neck and began to seriously play a hopping game with the electronic pet inside. At first, Liu didn't think much of it. After all, Irea treated the electronic pet as the ancient spirit of the Arias family, and it was reasonable to care for it well. However, when Miss Rabbit continued to play the game for a full half hour without any sign of stopping, Liu finally realized something was amiss, after waiting for about 10 more minutes. As Irea concluded a round of the game, Liu seized the opportunity to ask, "May I borrow your necklace for a moment?" "No, this is the supreme treasure of the Arias family. No one else can touch it except me." The head of the family, Irea pressed the electronic pet egg against her chest, adopting a protective stance. Her excuse was rather flimsy, as if Liu hadn't taken over and replaced the batteries. She wouldn't have been able to see the ancient spirit inside at all. The reason for her refusal likely stemmed from a concern that Liu might discover some clues about it. Seeing this, Liu didn't press the issue further, merely reminding the girl to rest early tonight before returning to his own room. The next morning, Liu sought out the castle steward, Forster, without waiting for the foreigner to explain his purpose. Forster sighed deeply. "Miss Irea has been like this for about 3 days now. You know what I want to ask?" "Of course that in fact. Lady Eliza, Anton, and several others have advised Miss Irea before, but each time she brings up the ancestors of the Arias family, claiming it is a sacred mission bestowed upon her by the ancient spirit. This mission is so lofty and urgent that she has no time to deal with the mundane affairs of the territory. needing to devote herself entirely to serving that great being. How long does this service of hers last each day? Liu Wuzlabia Inkita. It is constant. Aside from eating, sleeping, and some necessary daily activities, Miss Irea almost always clutches the necklace. Severe addiction. Then, what did you say? Oh, nothing. After a brief pause, Liu asked again, why 3 days ago? The wrinkles on Foster's face have deepened. I could truly comprehend why Miss Irea was so eager to seek assistance from her ancestors. Ever since she ascended to the position of Lord, her days had been fraught with difficulties. She faced a situation far more challenging than that of her father and grandfather, with scarcely a single matter going her way. She could find no reliable aids, lacking in experience and uncertain of whom to trust. Her current predicament was dire, and furthermore, Foster paused, gazing at Liu. The one person she could rely on the most has abandoned her. I believe this blow has affected her more profoundly than all previous tribulations combined. She can only repeatedly pray with devotion to her ancestors, hoping that person will return to her side. Yet that individual has remained elusive, leading to this unfortunate state. That makes sense, Liu nodded. What is the most pressing issue facing the territory now? To be frank, the entire realm of Greenfield is in disarray. But the most severe problem is financial troubles that we are on the verge of running out of money. Yet there is still some time until the next harvest of radishes that if we do not see sufficient income this month, we may have to resort to borrowing, the steward remarked. I understand that I shall seek out Irea to address this matter. With all due respect, had you returned 3 days prior, you might have been able to persuade Miss Irea to regain her spirits. However, now, it is likely to be much more challenging, though we have tried nearly every method, yet we cannot divert Miss Irea's attention from that necklace, he continued. I even contemplated having someone steal the necklace. But I was met with vehement opposition from Sir Alfred, who then informed Miss Irea, resulting in her becoming even more possessive of the necklace and consequently refusing to speak with me again. That certainly sounds like something Irea would do, Liu remarked. Do you truly possess a means to persuade Miss Irea to step out of her chamber and fulfill her duties as Lord? The elder's tone was laced with skepticism, yet tinged with a glimmer of hope, akin to the anxious parents awaiting their children outside an internet addiction treatment center. Indeed, serving the spirit of her ancestors is merely a means for her to evade reality, Liu replied. In such times, it is better to guide than to restrict. The key is to help her experience the joy of being a lord. Only then will she willingly return, and to achieve this, we must slightly leverage her inherent nature. Inherent nature? What is Miss Irea's inherent nature? Foster inquired, somewhat bewildered that Liu offered no further explanation, simply stating, when you encounter Irea, apologize to her. Regardless of your intentions, attempting to steal the necklace is rather excessive, especially during such a time. What she needs most is a sense of security. Chapter 52. Black Gold. Liu returned to the exterior of Miss Rabbit's chamber and knocked on the door, that on the first attempt. There was no response from within, that he knocked twice more, and after a moment, a muffled voice emerged from the room, sounding somewhat sullen. I am currently serving the ancient spirit of the Arias family, and cannot meet anyone. If you have urgent matters, seek Fostu or Alfred. It is I, Liu replied. The silence on the other side of the door resumed. Isn't it a bit late to pretend no one is home? Liu paused, adding, rest assured, I am not here for the necklace. After a while, Irea reluctantly opened the door, peeking out with a wary expression. You truly are not here for the necklace. Indeed, I assure you. Miss Rabbit contemplated this seriously, pondering whether there was anything she could do that Foster and Alfred could not. Ultimately, the answer was, nothing. She winked at Liu, goodbye. Just as she was about to close the door, Liu's next words halted her action. After all the times I have assisted you, are you really going to reject my request for help without even listening? Miss Rabbit, despite her many flaws, possessed one commendable trait, a clear sense of right and wrong. The first thing she did after winning the election was to confront her half-brother, frightening him to the point of tears, avenging herself for his previous threats against her. The speed of her ascent was almost unprecedented. Her current standing was undeniably linked to Liu's unwavering support. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds, and upon hearing his words, the young lady felt embarrassed to dismiss him any further. She not only invited Liu into her room with courtesy, but also summoned a maid to fetch some wine. Irea temporarily set aside her electronic pet egg, gazing at Liu seated across from her, her expression revealing a hint of discomfort as she intertwined her fingers tightly, occasionally separating them. "Well, I truly am grateful for your assistance, but forming a cult on my territory is not solely my decision, that I must also consider the sentiments of my subjects, especially those who are devotees of the Silver Moon Goddess." "I'm not here for that," Liu interjected. "In fact, I am somewhat short on funds lately and brought some local specialties from my hometown, hoping to find a place to sell them." Miss Rabbit sighed in relief upon hearing this. "Specialties? That is simple. There is a shop in the castle where you can sell them to the owner. Just mention my name, and he will give you a good price. I inquired earlier, but the owner said he cannot take in that much." "How much did you bring?" Irea asked, taken aback. "I did not notice you had much in the way of gifts when you last appeared before me." "I brought roughly 2 pounds this time." 2 pounds? That is not much. 2 pounds of what? Liu did not respond directly, but instead produced a small pouch. Miss Rabbit was still somewhat puzzled, but when she saw the contents on the table, her expression transformed dramatically, exclaiming, "Black gold! This is black gold? My goodness! How did you acquire so much?" "I have 3 more bags, totaling just over 2 pounds, Liu revealed, placing the additional bags on the table. Miss Rabbit's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils dilating and her nostrils flaring as she exhaled heated breaths, resembling a dragon that had invaded a treasure trove. That if you could travel back to ancient times, what modern items, which are commonplace today, would be valuable in the past? Such questions frequently arise on various forums, appearing like phantoms that refuse to dissipate. Other popular topics include whether giving Zhuge Liang 10 Tyrannosaurus Rexes would ensure his success in the Northern Expedition, or who would emerge victorious in a face-off between Tyson and a silverback gorilla. In any case, the whimsical internet users spare no effort in their quest for amusement, a commendable endeavor. Returning to the initial question, if one could journey back in time, what would be the most valuable item to bring? While the term ancient times is too vague, and the quiz master did not specify a precise location for the time travel, it is evident that such a lack of rigor exists. Yet one answer consistently appears with high frequency in the responses: pepper. Regardless of the country or era, the pursuit of culinary excellence remains a timeless endeavor. When it comes to food, one cannot overlook the importance of spices, especially in ancient times, when cooking methods were more simplistic. Achieving a desirable taste relied heavily on the use of spices. Previously, at the Marquis's residence, Liu had noted the lamentable scarcity of pepper on the salmon. Only a token amount was present. So little that one could hardly discern any flavor without meticulous tasting. Of course, this also related to their status. The table at which Irea dined was composed of high nobility, and pepper should have been more than sufficient. Nevertheless, the fact that even a Marquis's household was meticulously counting every grain when entertaining guests highlights the preciousness of pepper. The title of Black Gold is undoubtedly well-deserved that I end the universe where Liu resides. The scarcity of pepper in medieval Europe stemmed from the fact that most spices originated in the East, with transport distances exceeding thousands of miles and a complex trade network. Consequently, when pepper finally reached the European mainland, its price was exorbitantly high. When Liu conversed with a shopkeeper within the castle, he discovered that the situation in this world was quite similar. The elephant people controlled the spice trade. Residing on the eastern shores of the Emerald Sea, where thousands of small islands were scattered, the elephant people established estates on these islands, cultivating various spices, which were then transported worldwide via the Naga's maritime trade fleets. The nearest route to Brades was to sail directly through the stormy sea, a treacherous region that even the Naga would hesitate to traverse due to its extreme weather conditions, where storms were commonplace and terrifying waves soared to heights of several dozen meters. A moment's inattention could lead to shipwreck and loss of life. Even if one were fortunate enough to survive the stormy sea, further troubles awaited. End summary. Every ship laden with spices that successfully reached port had endured countless hardships along the way. And upon docking, the nobles of the Brades continent had little room to complain about paying a premium. "This could be worth quite a sum," Irea exclaimed, lifting a bag of pepper in her hand. Leaning in close to examine it. "Wow, It is quite sizable. Each peppercorn is plump and beautifully colored, and most importantly, it shows no signs of moisture. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Miss Rabbit repeated unbelievable 3 times, expressing her astonishment, although she had yet to consume any wine. The young lady's cheeks flushed, her eyes becoming dreamy, as if she were lost in delightful fantasies, murmuring, "This is undoubtedly top-notch quality. No noble could refuse it. It could easily be sold grain by grain." However, she soon recalled something, her ears drooping suddenly, the spark in her eyes extinguished, and she reverted to her previous listless demeanor. Chapter 53. Too many treasures that if you venture to a nearby town and simply find a market. Once you set up, merchants will immediately approach you to negotiate prices. Alternatively, you may directly visit those large trading guilds. Their substantial financial resources would certainly accommodate such a considerable quantity of goods. Miss Rabbit reluctantly placed the bag of pepper back onto the table. What is the most agonizing experience in the world? Answer: to have a vast pile of gold before you, yet it does not belong to you. This was precisely how Irea felt at that moment. The pain was simply unbearable. In this frigid world, indeed only the ancestral spirits who danced in squares retained a flicker of warmth. The young girl pondered this. Her hand instinctively reached for the necklace hanging around her neck. Yet she then heard Liu inquire, "What is the nearest town to the green fields?" "Blackstone City, that if you take a carriage, a round trip would take less than a day." Miss Rabbit replied, "You could seek out Fausto and have him arrange transportation for you. A day is too much time." Liu remarked, "I cannot afford to squander so much of it on travel." The young girl had already grasped the electronic pet egg, but seemed to sense something amiss and halted her actions. "Moreover, I have only just arrived on this continent. I am unfamiliar with the surroundings and do not know any merchants in Blackstone City. They would undoubtedly attempt to undercut me. You could inquire at several places. What if they band together?" "Well, your concerns are not without merit." Miss Rabbit appeared to catch a whiff of the sweet scent of gold. Yet her close association with Liu made her hesitant to voice certain matters. Nevertheless, her hand, which had reached for the necklace, retreated once more. "There is also a significant issue, according to your words. This batch of pepper is quite valuable. How do I safeguard the wealth I acquire after selling it, as well as my own safety?" The young girl swallowed hard and continued along Liu's line of thought. "You could hire mercenaries, but with such a large sum of money, those mercenaries cannot be trusted. They are merely a pack of money-hungry wolves, devoid of any sense of honor." Miss Rabbit feigned concern for Liu while secretly observing his expression, hoping he would propose that she send someone to complete the transaction. Instead, Liu stated, "It seems I must find a helper." Precisely. The young girl nodded eagerly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "I think Jude would be a good choice. Although he is greedy, he adheres to rules that he will fulfill whatever he promises, and his combat skills are exceptional. Previously, he single-handedly defeated 4 or 5 opponents. With my assistance, even a squad of 6 or 7 would pose no threat." Liu noted that some people's true natures were quickly revealed. In a short span, saliva was nearly dripping from their mouths, that he felt it necessary to gently remind her to temper her enthusiasm, lest she become overly carried away and succumb to instinct, raising the price arbitrarily. Indeed, upon hearing this, Miss Rabbit reacted as if doused with cold water, exclaiming, "But Jude, how could he possibly manage? Why couldn't Jude manage?" Liu countered, "He is still working for me. How could he accept money from others?" Irea, in a moment of clarity, devised what she believed to be a flawless excuse. "That's simple. After all, you haven't paid him much. At worst, you could let him resign from his duties here and focus solely on helping me sell the pepper. To be fair, we can allow him to choose himself." Miss Rabbit was taken aback. How could being a mere ornament for her be more profitable than engaging in substantial business with Liu? Even a fool would know which to choose. As the succulent morsel she had nearly grasped seemed about to slip away, the young girl was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Liu felt the moment was ripe, so he shifted the conversation. "However, Jude is merely a mercenary. He is not particularly skilled in trade. Furthermore, having spent so long in the wilderness, his manner of interacting with people is, well, rather unique. Therefore, I believe it would be better for me to seek someone else." "Choose me." Irea finally blurted out, "I have acquaintances among the merchants in Blackstone City. I can secure prices that would surely satisfy you. Moreover, with the Arias family's reputation in this vicinity, no petty thief would dare to target us. If you are concerned, I can also send a knight to complete the transaction, ensuring the money comes back to you. Of course, this would require you to concede a small portion of the profits. Just a little. Miss Rabbit spoke in one breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, as though a heavy stone pressing against her chest had been lifted. How much will you take? Li Yu inquired. 30%, Miss Rabbit replied without hesitation. Then, seemingly worried that Li Yu might disapprove, she added, although I am a lord, I cannot allow knights to work for free when they are dispatched on errands outside of battle. I must offer them something as a token of appreciation. Though it doesn't need to be much. The bulk will be the transaction tax. Transaction tax? Yes, Blackstone City is under the jurisdiction of the Gustav family, and all transactions within the city are subject to taxation by them. Especially concerning spices, which they monitor very closely, dispatching officials to oversee the markets daily. What is the tax rate? 20%. Miss Rabbit's eyes flickered as she reported the figure that Liu immediately understood. This girl surely had her methods of evading taxes. This was not the universe he hailed from, where tax authorities could hardly overlook anything. Moreover, even in his own universe, many still found ways to evade taxes. It was even less surprising here. In medieval England, King Athelstan had once decreed that no one could purchase goods exceeding 20 pence outside of towns, invoking even the name of God, yet in the blind spots of officials. The underground economy thrived. This place was likely no exception. The Arias family had been entrenched in the Western territories for centuries. It would be strange indeed if they could not manage even such a minor aspect as tax evasion. However, Li Yu chose not to expose her. After all, he would be selling the goods himself, and that tax would inevitably be paid. Rather than pay the Gustav family, it would be more prudent to benefit Irea. Ultimately, he would only need to part with 10% of the revenue to have Miss Rabbit handle everything from negotiation to transportation, a veritable one-stop service. Moreover, with Irea's thrifty oversight, the final transaction price would surely exceed what he could negotiate alone. Perhaps it would even compensate for the 30% he had conceded. And with the backing of the Arias family, he would avoid any unnecessary troubles. Liu was quite pleased with this transaction. While Miss Rabbit was positively elated, her heart blooming with joy, she could not help but inquire further, is there an abundance of black gold in your homeland? Perhaps you could bring some next time. We shall see. Li Yu replied that I have other items to retrieve. Speaking of which, I do have some additional goods here that I am uncertain of their value. Would you assist me in examining them? What other treasures do you possess? The young girl inquired with newfound interest. Could anything rival the pepper? It should be comparable, Li Yu said as he retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, this time emptying its contents onto the table. Once the sharp-edged, dazzlingly luminous trinkets were laid out, Irea's breath hitched in astonishment. Artificial gemstones. Their primary chemical composition was no different from that of natural stones. Both consisted of aluminum oxide, with the addition of various compounds to produce different colors. The wholesale price on 1688 varied from a few dimes to several tens of dollars, depending on craftsmanship and size. Liu had purchased 10 pieces of the 10mm variety, totaling $114. Chapter 54, Princess Cut. The morning sunlight streamed through the castle windows, cascading onto the walnut table, and was reflected into Miss Rabbit's eyes by those beautifully colored, translucent little stones, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Rubies? The young girl exclaimed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. There are 7 in total. Their size is considerable, and the most crucial aspect is that their dimensions and shapes are utterly flawless. Which master jeweler crafted these? It is well known that the materials for gemstones are exceedingly hard and challenging to process. Miss Rabbit herself possessed a ruby, which was nearly in its raw form, simply set into the handle of a knife. On the continent of Bradis, dwarves had mastered the most advanced gemstone processing techniques. Not only could they shape and polish gemstones, but those that passed through their hands could become even more vibrant and pure. Exquisitely beautiful. Only a select few dwarves, possessing exceptional skills, were entitled to the title of Master Jeweler. The gemstone ornaments they crafted were said to captivate even the gods, let alone the myriad of nobles on the Bradis continent. Various families vied to acquire and collect the masterpieces of these master jewelers, even going so far as to wage wars, the most infamous being the War of the Goddesses' Tears. the only daughter of Duke Theodore. The famed beauty of Golden Valley, known as Miss Danya, nicknamed the Nightingale, declared upon turning 16 that she desired the last work of the dwarf jeweler Vladislav before his passing, the necklace of the sea goddess's tears. Whoever found the necklace would have the privilege of becoming her husband. Upon hearing this proclamation, all the unmarried noblemen of Golden Valley were thrown into a frenzy, desperately seeking the sea goddess's tears. The first to discover this exquisite necklace was a knight, whose family was not particularly affluent. There are numerous ambiguities surrounding how he came into possession of this priceless ornament, yet such details have become insignificant. For he lived less than a day after acquiring it, and the tear of the ocean goddess fell into the hands of a second owner. However, fortune did not favor this individual either, as soon as he grasped the necklace. He paid the price with his arm, leading to its swift seizure by a third party. The journey of the tear of the ocean goddess through various hands has become a matter of much speculation, with some claiming it changed ownership a dozen times, while others assert the number exceeds 20, and even a suitor of Miss Donia boldly declares that countless nobles, up to 100, perished due to this necklace. Regardless of whether such figures are exaggerated, it is a matter of record that true warfare erupted a fortnight later, culminating in the assassination of Charles Lorraine, the most promising youth of the Lorraine family. This shocking and malevolent incident ultimately ignited the long-standing enmity among the three ancient families of Gold Valley, prompting them to summon their vassals, sharpen their weapons, and spill blood in torrents, as if driven by madness. Ironically, the tear of the ocean goddess ended up in the hands of an obscure and destitute nobleman. Yet Duke Theodore did not disdain his status, promptly marrying his only daughter to this fortunate soul. It is said that the couple hastily wed the following day, and the entire affair reeked of conspiracy. That be why the time the three families realized what had transpired, it was too late. The tear of the ocean goddess war had severely weakened them, rendering them incapable of challenging Duke Theodore and the Campbell family's dominion over Gold Valley. T.O. digress. Exquisite gemstones are indeed rare, and even rarer are the master jewelers capable of bestowing upon them transcendence and rebirth. Each of their creations resonates through the ages. However, as Irea is aware, no matter how skilled a jeweler may be, none possess such extraordinary craftsmanship. The young girl gingerly picked up a synthetic ruby with her thumb and forefinger, observing it under the sunlight, and was once again astonished. How can this be? How is it possible? Why does your gem have so many facets, and it appears even more dazzling and pure than an ordinary ruby? This is the princess cut. My homeland has only recently adopted this cutting style within the past century. It boasts 76 facets, allowing for superior light reflection, hence its remarkable brilliance. As for purity, could a synthetic gem truly lack it? Liu refrained from voicing the latter thought. After receiving the shipment from the manufacturer, he conducted a bit of online research and inquired of Miss Rabbit, "What do you think it could sell for?" Rarely did Irea fall into deep contemplation that it was not until Liu asked once more that she snapped back to reality. Her eyes filled with fervor, her ears vibrating at a high frequency, reminiscent of her earlier escape from peril during the election. "We are about to strike it rich." "How much?" "These items are priceless treasures, 7 rubies of identical size and shape. Possessing—" "What was it you mentioned earlier?" "That particular princess cut." "Princess cut?" "Yes, the princess cut. Although the Arias family does not collect dwarven gems, I am certain those dwarven jewelers lack such extraordinary skill, such unparalleled treasures. It would be a grave misfortune to sell them in the West, where most nobles are merely unsophisticated bumpkins, crude and miserly, who haggle over prices. Indeed, we must seek out a gullible fool. No, I mean a discerning collector. We must head to the royal capital, where affluent nobles abound, dukes and princes aplenty, each wealthier than the last. It is said that the noble ladies there bathe in milk and replace every tree in their gardens with pure gold. At the crack of dawn, upon opening the window, one could inhale the very scent of wealth permeating the air, and gazing out, one would see a landscape bathed in golden hues. Living in such a place would surely uplift one's spirits throughout the day. What sort of imperial golden shovel literature is this? You have never been to the royal capital. Do not fabricate tales about their lives, Liu cautioned. You have not been either. So on what grounds can you claim my imaginings are unfounded? Miss Rabbit retorted defiantly. I am a noble on the continent of Bradis. I should possess greater authority on matters concerning noble life. I intend to have these 7 rubies transported to the royal capital to collaborate with a merchant guild. She envisioned an extravagant promotion lasting 7 days and nights, ensuring that every noble in the city was made aware of such a rare treasure, culminating in a grand auction where they could be sold for an astronomical price, allowing them both to live the remainder of their lives free from financial worry. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand spectacle? Liu inquired. It is not my desire for extravagance. It is your item that demands it. Such treasures cannot be concealed. Even if you were to sell them cheaply in the West, they would inevitably find their way to the royal capital, where the influential figures have ways of tracing these gems back to the Arias family. Therefore, I require 50%. Miss Rabbit extended 5 fingers. Unexpectedly, Liu gathered the jewels from the table and replied, Then I shall not sell them.